Mukhtaṣar Khalīl, or Khalil's Abridgment. Part 2. Author Khalil ibn Isḥāq ibn Mūsā, Ḍiyā al-Dīn al-Jundī, al-Mālikī, al-Miṣrī, died 776 Hijri. Translation by Muhammad al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Chapter concerning the ordinances of deputization in divorce and its varieties. If he delegates it to her as agency, he has the right to dismiss her, unless a right is attached, but not regarding choice or transfer of ownership. They are separated until she answers. She is halted. If he says, until a year, whenever he knows, she judges. Otherwise, the ruler drops it. Her explicit answer in divorce is acted upon like his divorce and its rejection, like her enabling him willingly and the passing of her day of choice, and her rejection after her irrevocable separation. Is moving her belongings and the like divorce or not? There is hesitation. The explanation of "I accepted" or "I accepted my affair" or "what you transferred to me" is accepted as rejection or divorce or remaining. Mention of a woman given choice who has not been consummated with, and a woman given ownership absolutely, if they exceed one, if he intends it and hastens. He swears if he entered, otherwise at the refusal of taking back. He does not repeat her affair in her hand unless he intends emphasis like coordinating it. It is not stipulated in the contract. Regarding interpreting it as a condition if he speaks generally. 2 opinions. The intention of one is accepted after his saying, "I did not intend a divorce." The correct view is contrary to it, and he has no denial if he entered into absolute choice. If she says, "I divorced myself," she is asked in the session. After it, if she intended 3, they are binding in choice, and he denies in transfer of ownership. If she says 1, it is void in choice. Is it interpreted as 3 or 1 in the absence of intention? 2 interpretations. The apparent view is asking her if she says, "I divorced myself" also. Regarding the permissibility of choice, 2 opinions. He swears regarding "choose" for 1, or in that you divorce yourself 1 divorce, not choose a divorce. It is void. If she judges with 1 in choose 2 divorces, or in 2 divorces, and from 2 divorces she executes only 1. It is void in the absolute if she judges with less than 3, like divorce yourself 3. She is halted if she chooses by his entering upon her co-wife. Malik returned to their remaining in her hand in the absolute as long as she is not halted or trodden, like whenever you wish. Ibn al-Qasim took the view of dropping. Regarding making if you wish or when, like whenever, or like the absolute, there is hesitation, as if she were absent and it reached her. If he specifies a matter, it is specific. If she says, "I chose myself and my husband," or vice versa, the judgment is for the preceding. They are in execution for suspending them on an executed matter, and other than it, like divorce. If he suspends them on his absence for a month, then arrives, and she does not know and marries, it is like the 2 guardians. And by his presence, while she does not know, she remains on her choice. Execution is considered before it reaches her. Is it if she distinguishes or when she is trodden? 2 opinions. He may delegate to other than her. Does he have the right to dismiss his agent? 2 opinions. He has the right of supervision. He becomes like her. If he is present or was absent nearby like 2 days, not more. She has the right unless she enables herself or a present husband is absent, and it is not witnessed that it remains. If he calls witnesses regarding its remaining in hand or transferring to the wife, 2 opinions. If he gives ownership to two men, neither has the right of judgment unless they are messengers. Chapter concerning the ordinances of revocation. He takes back the one who can be married, even if by ihram and lack of a master's permission. Divorced not irrevocably in a valid waiting period, lawful for intercourse by a statement with intention, like I took back and I held her, or intention according to the most manifest view. The contrary is corrected, or by a statement even in jest externally, not internally. Not by a probable statement without intention, like I restored lawfulness and I lifted prohibition, nor by an action without her like intercourse, nor dower even if it continues. If it ends, his divorce attaches to her according to the correct view. Not if entry is not known, even if they mutually confirm intercourse before divorce and are taken by their acknowledgement, like his claim of it after it, if they persist in confirmation according to the correct view. The confirmed woman has maintenance, and she is not divorced for her right in intercourse. He may compel her to renew a contract for a quarter dinar, not if he acknowledges it only in a visit, unlike consummation. Regarding invalidating it, if not executed like tomorrow or now only, there are two interpretations. Not if one who is absent says, if she enters, I have taken her back, like the choice of a bondswoman for herself or her husband by the estimation of her emancipation, unlike the one with a condition saying, if my husband does it, I have parted from him. His revocation is valid if evidence is established upon his acknowledgement or his disposal and his spending the night with her, or if she says, I menstruated a third time, and he establishes evidence against her statement before it with what belies her. Or if he calls witnesses to her revocation and she falls silent, then says, it had ended, or she gives birth in less than 6 months. She is returned by his revocation and is not unlawful for the second. If she did not know of it until it ended and she married, or the master trod the bondswoman, it is like the two guardians. The revocable wife is like the wife except in the prohibition of enjoyment, entering upon her, eating with her. She is believed regarding the end of the waiting period by menstrual cycles and delivery without oath as long as it is possible, and women are asked. Her belying herself does not benefit her, nor that she saw the beginning of blood, and it stopped, nor the vision of women for her. If her husband dies after like a year, and she says, I did not menstruate except once, if she is not breastfeeding nor sick, she is not believed unless she shows it. She swears in, like the 6, not like the 4 and 10. It is recommended to call witnesses. She strikes from whom she was prevented. The testimony of the master is like non-existence. The consolatory gift, Mūsā, is according to his condition after the waiting period for the revocable wife or her heirs. Like every divorced woman in a binding marriage, not in annulment, like lian and ownership of one of the spouses, except for one who redeemed herself or one for whom a dower was specified and was divorced before consummation, and one chosen for her emancipation or his defect, and one given choice and ownership. Chapter concerning the vow of abstention, Ila, and its attachments. Ila is the oath of a morally responsible Muslim capable of imagining intercourse, even if sick, to prevent treading his wife, even if suspended, who is not breastfeeding, even if revocable, for more than 4 months or 2 months for a slave. It does not transfer by his emancipation after it. Like, by God, I will not take you back, or I will not tread you until you ask me, or come to me, or I will not meet with her, or I will not wash from impurity, or I will not tread you until I leave the town if it burdens him, or in this house, if her leaving it for him is not good, or if I do not tread you, you are divorced, or if I tread you, and he intends by the remainder of his treading revocation, even if unconsummated regarding the hastening of divorce. If he swears by 3, and it is better, or sets a term, 2 opinions therein, he is not enabled from it like zihar, not a disbeliever, even if he accepts Islam, unless they judge before us. Nor I will surely forsake her, or I will not speak to her, or I will not tread her by night or by day. He strives and divorces in, I will surely withdraw, or I will not spend the night, or leaving intercourse to cause harm, even if absent, or perpetual worship without a term, according to the correct view. Not if a ruling does not bind him by his oath, like every slave I own is free, or if he specifies a town before owning from it, or I will not tread you in this year except twice, or once until he treads and the period remains. Not if he swears for 4 months, or if I tread you, upon me is the fast of these 4. Yes, if he treads, he fasts the remainder. The term is from the oath if his oath is explicit in leaving intercourse, not if the period of his oath allows for less, or if he swears upon breaking an oath, then from the raising and the judgment. Is the zihar pronouncer, if he is able to expiate and refuses, like the first and upon it was summarized, or like the second, and it is the preferred view, or from the becoming clear of harm? Upon it opinions are interpreted, like the slave who does not want to return, or is prevented from fasting by a permissible way. Ilah is dissolved by the cessation of ownership of the one he swore by his emancipation, unless he returns without inheritance, like divorce falling short of the limit in the sworn by, not for her, and by hastening the breach of oath, and by expiating what is expiated. Otherwise, she and her master, if her treading is not prevented, have the right to demand return after the term, which is the disappearing of the glands in the vagina and the deflowering of the virgin, if lawful, even with madness, not by intercourse between thighs. He breaks the oath unless he intends the vagina. He is divorced if he says, I will not tread without delay. Otherwise he is tested once and once. He is believed if he claims it. Otherwise he is commanded to divorce. Otherwise divorce is pronounced against him. The return of the sick and the imprisoned is by what dissolves it. Even if his oath is not repeated before it, like a divorce in which there is revocation in it or in another, and a fast that has not come, and emancipation of a non-specific person, then the promise. He sends for the absent even in 2 months. She has the right to return if she consents. His revocation is complete if it dissolves, otherwise it is void. If he refuses return in, if I tread one of you, the other is divorced. The ruler divorces one of them. In it, regarding one who swears not to tread, and makes an exception, that he is one who pronounced Ilah. It is interpreted as when the case is raised, and she does not believe him. It is objected that if he expiated for her, and she did not believe him, and it is distinguished by the severity of wealth, and that the exception bears other than solution. Chapter concerning zihar and its rulings and attachments. The likening by a morally responsible Muslim of one who is lawful, or a part of her, to the back of a prohibited woman, or her part, is zihar. It is suspended if attached, like by her will, and it is in her hand as long as she is not halted. By a certain event it is executed, and by a time it is perpetual. Or by lack of marriage, then a despair or resolve. It is not valid in the suspended, presenting its expiation before it binds. It is valid from a revocable wife, a bondswoman directed to freedom, mudabara, a forbidden woman, a Magian who accepts Islam then she accepts, and a woman with obstruction, radka, but not a female slave under contract of emancipation, mukataba, even if she is unable, according to the correct view. Regarding its validity from one like a eunuch, two interpretations. Its explicit form is by a back perpetually prohibited, her prohibition, or her limb, or the back of a male. It does not turn to divorce. Is divorce taken with it if he intends it with the establishment of evidence, like you are unlawful, like the back of my mother, or like my mother? Two interpretations. Its metonymy, like my mother, or you are my mother, unless for the purpose of honor, or like the back of a stranger. If he intends divorce in it, then definitive separation, like you are like so-and-so the stranger, unless a seeker of legal verdict interprets it, or like my son or my slave, like everything prohibited by the book. It binds by any speech he intends it with, not by I trod you, I trod my mother, or I will not return to touch you until I touch my mother, or I will not take you back until I take back my mother. There is nothing upon him. The expiation is multiplied if he returns, then pronounces zihar, or says to four, whoever enters, or everyone who enters, or any of you, not if I married you, or every woman, or pronounces zihar from his wives, or repeats it, or suspends it on a single thing unless he intends expiations, so they bind him. He may touch after one according to the likely view. Enjoyment is prohibited before it, and she must prevent him. Her raising the matter to the ruler is obligatory if she fears him. It is permitted for him to be with her if secure. It drops if it is suspended and not executed by 3 divorces, or is delayed, like you are divorced thrice, and you are to me like the back of my mother. Like his saying to one unconsummated with, you are divorced, and you are to me like the back of my mother. Not if it precedes or accompanies, like if I marry you, you are divorced thrice, and you are to me like the back of my mother. If marriage to a woman is proposed to him and he says, she is my mother, it is zihar. It becomes obligatory by return and imperative by intercourse. It is obligatory by return and does not suffice before it. Is it the resolve to tread or withholding? 2 interpretations and a difference. It drops if he does not tread by divorcing her and her death. Does it suffice if he completes it? 2 interpretations. It is the emancipation of a neck, not a fetus, nor emancipation after delivery, nor one whose news is cut off, a believer. Regarding the non-Arab, 2 interpretations. Regarding the endowment, until he accepts Islam, 2 opinions. Sound from severing of a finger, blindness, muteness, madness even if slight, threatening illness, cutting of 2 ears, severe deafness, extreme old age, severe lameness, leprosy, vitiligo, paralysis, without admixture of compensation, not purchase for emancipation, and one freed for him, not one who is freed upon him. Regarding if I bought him, he is for my zihar. 2 interpretations. And emancipation, not a mukatab or mudabar and the like, or if he frees half, then completes upon it, or frees it, or I will not free 3 for 4. It suffices, one-eyed, usurped, pawned, and a criminal if redeemed, and slight illness and lameness, and a fingertip, and cutting in the ear. The emancipation of another on his behalf, even if he did not give permission, if he returns and accepts it. The castrated one is disliked. It is recommended that he pray and fast. Then, for the destitute at the time of performance, not the capable, even if by ownership needed, for illness or status, or by owning a neck, only a zihar pronouncer fasts the fasting of 2 months by the crescent moon, intending succession and expiation. The first is completed if broken from the third. The master may prevent if it harms his service and he does not pay his tax. It is specified for the one under bondage, and for one demanded to return and has committed to freeing who he owns for 10 years, even if he becomes solvent in it. He persists unless he spoils it. Emancipation is recommended in like the 2 days. If the destitute burdens himself, it is permitted. Its succession is cut by treading the woman upon whom zihar was pronounced, or one of those included in the expiation, even if by night forgetfully, like the invalidity of feeding. And by breaking the fast of travel for an illness that agitated it, not if it did not agitate it, like menstruation and lochia and coercion, and thinking sunset occurred, and therein, and forgetfulness. And by the aid, if he intended it, not his ignorance. Is it if he fasts the aid and the days of tashrik, otherwise he restarts, or breaks them and builds? 2 interpretations. Ignorance of Ramadan, like the aid according to the likely view, and by separating the make-up, and a month also the cutting by forgetfulness. If he does not know after fasting 4 for 2 zihars the place of 2 days, he fasts them and makes up 2 months. If he does not know their gathering, he fasts them and makes up the 4. Then giving ownership to 60 poor people, free Muslims, for each a mud and 2/3 of wheat, even if they count dates as staple or what is taken out in zakat al-fitr, then its equivalent. I do not like lunch nor dinner, like the ransom of harm. Does it not transfer unless he despairs of his ability to fast, or if he doubts? 2 opinions therein. It is also interpreted that the first has entered into the expiation. If he feeds 120, it is like the oath. The slave may take it out if his master permits. Therein, it is more beloved to me that he fasts even if he permits him to feed. Is it an illusion because it is the obligatory or beloved for obligation, or beloved for the master not to prevent, or for the master preventing him the fast, or upon the incapable then only? Interpretations. Therein, if he permits him to feed in the oath, it suffices him, and in my heart is something of it. Sharing 2 expiations in a poor person does not suffice, nor combining 2 types. If he intends a number for each or for all, it is complete. The share of the one who died drops. If he frees 3 for 3 of 4, he does not tread 1 until he takes out the 4th, even if one of them dies or is divorced. Chapter concerning the ordinances of mutual imprecation, li'an, and its attachments. Only a husband performs li'an, even if his marriage is corrupt, or they are dissolute or slaves, not due to disbelief if he accuses her of adultery in his marriage. Otherwise he receives the prescribed punishment, had. A blind man is certain, and another sees him. By it, what is born at 6 months is negated. Otherwise it attaches to him unless he claims seeking uterine exoneration, istibra, and by negating pregnancy. Even if he dies, or the birth is multiple or twins, by a hastened li'an, like adultery in the child if he does not tread her after birth, or for a period in which the child does not attach due to shortness or excess, or exoneration by a menstruation. If they mutually confirm its negation, unless she brings it in less than 6 months, or while he is a boy at the time of pregnancy, or a eunuch, or a Maghrebi woman claims against a Mashriki man. Regarding his punishment merely by accusation or his li'an, there is a difference. If he performs liyan for sighting and claims intercourse before it, and exoneration is absent, Malik has opinions regarding obligating him to it, and its absence, and its negation. Ibn al-Qasim, it attaches, if evident, on her day. Withdrawal is not relied upon in it, nor resemblance to another, even if by blackness, nor intercourse between the thighs if he ejaculated, nor without ejaculation if he ejaculated before it and did not urinate. He performs li'an in negating pregnancy absolutely. And regarding sighting during the waiting period, even from an irrevocable divorce, and he is punished after it like claiming the child, unless she commits adultery after the li'an and names the adulterer with her. More knowing of his limit, not if he repeats accusing her with it. The claimer inherits the dead if he has a free Muslim child, or if he does not, and the wealth is little. If he treads or delays after his knowledge of birth or pregnancy without excuse, he's prevented. He testifies by God 4 times, I surely saw her committing adultery, or this pregnancy is not from me, and connects a 5th, may the curse of God be upon him if he's of the liars, or if I was lying. She testifies, he did not see me commit adultery, or I did not commit adultery, or he has surely lied, in both. And in the 5th, the wrath of God be upon her if he is of the truthful. It is obligatory. I testify, and the curse, and the wrath. And in the most noble of the land, and in the presence of a group, the least of which is 4. It is recommended following prayer, and frightening them, especially at the 5th. The statement that it necessitates punishment. Regarding repeating it if she begins, there is a difference. The dhimmiya performs liyan in her church and is not compelled. If she refuses, she is disciplined and returned to her religion. Like his saying, I found her with a man under a cover. They perform liyan if he accuses her of rape or doubtful intercourse, and she denies it, or confirms him, and it is not proven and does not appear. She says, I did not commit adultery, and I was overcome. Otherwise he curses only, like a minor girl who is trodden. If he testifies with 3, he curses, then she curses, and the 3 are punished. Not if she refuses, or he did not know of his being her husband until she was stoned. If he buys his wife, then she gives birth at 6 months. She is like the bondswoman, and for less, like the wife. Its ruling, lifting the punishment or discipline regarding the bondswoman and the dhimmi, and obligating it upon the woman if she does not perform liyan, and severing his lineage. By her liyan, the Perpet chapter. Regarding the clarification of al-Inna and its rulings. It is lawful for one from whom a specific commodity is sought that he may acquire it in order to sell it to the seeker for a sum, even if deferred in part. Yet it is repugnant to say, take for 100 what is worth 80, or buy it, while gesturing towards his own profit, though the sale is not thereby annulled. This is contrary to the case of saying, buy it for 10 in cash, and I shall take it from thee for 12 on credit. It becomes binding upon the commander if he says, for me, and regarding the annulment if he does not say, for me, unless the item is lost, in which case the value is due, or its ratification and the binding nature of the 12, there are 2 opinions. It is also contrary to the case of, buy it for me for 10 in cash, and I shall take it for 12 in cash. For verily the payment of the agent is a condition, and he is entitled to the lesser of a wage for similar work, or the 2 dirhams in both cases. The more apparent and correct view is that he receives no wage. It is permitted with other than the coin of the commander, and if he does not say, for me, Then, regarding its permissibility and its repugnance, there are two opinions. This is contrary to, buy it for me for 12 on credit, and I shall purchase it for 10 in cash. For then it becomes binding by the named price, and the 10 must not be hastened. If it is hastened, it is taken, and he receives the wage of his like. If he did not say, for me, is the sale not rejected since it is past, and the commander owes nothing but the 10? Or is the second sale annulled absolutely unless it is lost, wherein the value applies? There are two opinions. Chapter regarding the sale with the condition of option. The option of choice. Verily, the option exists only by a condition, such as a month regarding a house provided he does not dwell therein, and a Friday regarding a slave, and he may employ him, and 3 days for a beast, and a day for riding it to test it. There is no harm in the condition of a post-distance according to Ashab or 2 post-distances, and regarding whether this is a point of difference, there is hesitation. And like 3 days for a garment, and it is valid after being finalized. And if he paid in cash, there are 2 interpretations, and the buyer guarantees it at that time. It is corrupted by the condition of consulting one who is distant, or a period that is excessive or unknown, or an absence regarding that which cannot be known specifically, or the wearing of a garment, and its rent is returned. It becomes binding upon the expiration of the term, and restitution is made in cases like the morrow. And by a condition of cash payment regarding an absent item, and a responsibility of 3 days, and a waiting period for a female slave, and land whose irrigation is not secured, and a reward, and a lease for guarding crops, and a hireling delayed by a month. It is forbidden, even without a condition, in the matter of the waiting period, the absent item, the guaranteed lease, and the forward sale with an option. The seller or the buyer may act independently upon the counsel of another, but not regarding his option or his consent. It is interpreted also as applying to its negation regarding a buyer, and to its negation in the option only, and that he is like an agent in both matters. The buyer signifies consent if he writes a contract of manumission, or marries, even if a slave, or intends enjoyment, or pledges or leases, or submits for crafting, or offers in the market, or commits a crime if he intended it, or looks at the private parts, or tethers a beast, or bleeds it, but not if he merely strips a maiden, and it is a return from the seller, except for the lease. It is not accepted from him that he chose or rejected after the time, except with proof, nor may a buyer sell. If he does so, is he believed that he chose by an oath, or does the owner have the right to annul it? There are 2 opinions. Impediments to the condition of option. A slave who enters a contract of writing and becomes incapacitated transfers to the master, and to a creditor whose debt encompasses the value, and there is no speech for an heir unless he takes it with his own wealth. And for an heir, and the analogy is the return of the whole, if some of them reject, while legally preferred approval suggests the one ratifying takes all. Are the heirs of the seller in the same position? There are 2 interpretations. If the holder of the option goes mad, the authority looks into it, and regarding the unconscious, even if it is prolonged, it is annulled, and the ownership remains with the seller. Whatever is gifted to the slave, unless his wealth is accepted, and the earnings, and the indemnity for what a stranger commits against him, belong to him, contrary to the child and the guarantee thereof. The buyer swears unless his falsehood appears manifest, or it is hidden away, except with proof. The buyer is liable if the seller gives him the choice, paying the greater amount unless he swears, then the price applies, similar to his option and the absence of the seller while the option belongs to another. If the seller commits a crime while the option is his, deliberately, it is a rejection. If by error, the buyer has the option of defect. If it perishes, it is annulled in both cases. If he gives the choice to another and he acts deliberately, the buyer has the right of rejection or taking the indemnity of the crime. If it perishes, he guarantees the greater value. If he errs, he may take it diminished or return it. If it perishes, it is annulled. If the buyer commits a crime while the option is his and does not destroy it deliberately, it is consent. If by error, he may return it and what it has diminished. If he destroys it, he guarantees the price. If he gives the choice to another and he commits a crime deliberately or by error, he may take the indemnity or the price. If it perishes, he guarantees the greater value. Conditions of the sale of choice. Reflection. If one purchases one of two garments and seizes them to choose and claims the loss of both, he guarantees one by the price only. If he asks regarding their seizure or the loss of one, he guarantees half of it, and he has the choice of the remaining one. Like one asking for a dinar and being given 3 to choose, then claiming the loss of 2, he becomes a partner. If it was to choose both, then both are sold items, and they become binding upon him by the passing of the period while they are in his hand. Regarding the binding nature of one, he is bound by half of each, and regarding the choice, nothing binds him. Option of defect, the return of the sale. Restitution is made for the absence of a stipulated quality in which there is a purpose, such as a non-virgin when sworn to, so he finds her a virgin, and by a proclamation, not if it is negated, and by that from which safety is customary, such as blindness in one eye, amputation, castration, irregular bleeding, the lifting of menses, the need for waiting period, difficulty, fornication, drinking, bad breath, scant hair, an extra tooth or nail, a knot, a protrusion, and parents, or a child, not a grandfather or a brother, and the leprosy of a father, or his madness by nature, not by the touch of a jinn, and the loss of 2 teeth, and in the incisor even 1, and greyness in a female slave only, even if slight, and frizziness of hair, and redness, and being a child of fornication, even if of low value, and urinating in the bed at a time when it is denied, if it is established with the seller, otherwise he swears if she confessed to another. And the effeminacy of a male slave, and the masculinity of a female slave, if she is notorious, and is it the action or the resemblance? There are 2 interpretations, and the uncircumcision of a male and a female born locally or of long residence, and the circumcision of those imported, like a sale with responsibility for what he bought with an exemption, and like a bruise, a stumble, stubbornness, and the lack of customary pregnancy, not mere exactitude and non-virginity, except in one like whom is not deflowered, and the lack of excessive tightness of the passage, and her being buttokless, and branding if it does not diminish value, and an accusation of theft for which he was imprisoned, then his innocence appeared. And that which cannot be discovered except by change, such as the worm of wood and walnuts, and the melon, and there is no value, and the return of eggs, and a defect that is slight in a house, and regarding its extent there is hesitation, and he has recourse to its value, like the cracking of a wall which is not feared for it, unless it is its facade, or by the cutting of a benefit, such as the saltiness of its well in a place of sweetness. If she says, "I am a mother of a child," she is not forbidden, but it is a defect. If he is content with it, it is clear. The retention of milk in an animal is like a condition, like the staining of a slave's garment with ink, so he returns it with a sar of the dominant staple food, and the return of the milk is forbidden, unless we do not deem it retained milk, or it was not retained, and an abundance of milk was thought unless intended and bought at the time of milking. Concealing it is permitted without the defect of retention according to the best view, and it multiplies by their number according to the chosen and preferred view. If she is milked a third time, if the test was obtained by the second, it is consent. And in the Mawaziyah he has that right, and regarding it being a point of difference, there are two interpretations. The sale of a ruler and an heir regarding a slave only is prevented from it. He must clarify that it is an inheritance, and the buyer has the choice if he thought otherwise, and the absolution of others in it from what is not known if his stay was long, and if he knew it, he must clarify that it is with him, and describe it or show it to him, and not summarize it, and its disappearance, unless its return is probable. Regarding its disappearance by the death of the wife or her divorce, and this is the interpreted and best view, or by death only, which is the more apparent or not at all, there are sayings, and that which indicates consent, except that which does not diminish, such as dwelling in the house. He swears if he remains silent without excuse for a period like a day, not like a traveller compelled to it, or the impossibility of leading it for one present. If his seller is absent, he calls witnesses. If unable, he informs the judge, who waits in the case of distant absence if his arrival is hoped for, such as if his place is not known according to the most correct view. And therein also is the negation of waiting. Regarding its interpretation upon difference, there are two interpretations. Then he judges if he establishes a dated responsibility and the validity of the purchase if he does not swear upon them. Its loss in a physical sense, such as by writing, of manumission, and management, of a slave's freedom after death, is evaluated as sound and defective, and the ratio is taken from the price. It is paused regarding his pledge and his lease for his clearance. It is returned if it has not changed, such as its return to him with a defect or a renewed ownership, such as by sale or gift or inheritance. If he sells it to a stranger absolutely, or to him for a like price, or for more if he deceived, there is no recourse. Otherwise it is returned, then returned to him, and to him for less like wealth. The change of the sold item, if it is intermediate, he may take the old and return it, and pay for the new event. And they are evaluated by the valuation of the sold item on the day the buyer guaranteed it. He has the right, if it increased as by dying, to return and share in what increased on the day of sale according to the more apparent view, and the new event is compensated by it. Rulings of fraud, tadlis. A distinction is made between a deceiver and others if it diminishes, such as its destruction due to fraud, and taking from him for more, and absolution from what was not known. The broker returns a wage and a sold item to its place if returned by a defect. Otherwise it is returned if near, else it is lost, such as the leanness of a beast and its fatness, and blindness and paralysis, and the marriage of a female slave, and it is compensated by the child, unless he accepts it with the new event, or it is slight, then it is like non-existence, such as a fever, eye inflammation, headache, loss of a nail, light fever, intercourse with a non-virgin, and customary cutting. That which removes from the intended purpose causes loss, thus the indemnity applies, such as the old age of a young one, decrepitude, deflowering of a virgin, and non-customary cutting, unless it perishes by the defect of fraud, or by a heavenly cause, while he holds it, such as his death during his escape. If the buyer sells it and it perishes by its defect, he has recourse against the deceiver if his recourse against his seller is not possible for the entire price. If it increased, it is for the second. If it diminished, does he complete it? There are two opinions. Dispute regarding reasons for returning the sold. Item, a buyer is not sworn if his sighting is claimed except by a claim of showing, nor consent to it except by a claim of one informing, nor a seller that he did not escape due to his escape recently. Is there a difference between the majority of the defect, so he seeks recourse for the excess, and the lesser part for the whole, or for the excess absolutely, or between its destruction regarding what he clarified, or not? There are sayings. A portion of the sold item is returned for its share, and he has recourse to the value if the price was a commodity, unless it is the majority or one of a pair, or a mother and her child. It is not permitted to hold on to the lesser when the greater part is entitled. If it were 2 dirhams and a commodity worth 10 for a garment, and the commodity was entitled and the garment was lost, he has the value of the garment in its entirety and returns the 2 dirhams. One of 2 purchased items is returned, and against one of 2 sellers. The word belongs to the seller regarding the defect or its ancientness, except with the testimony of custom for the buyer. He swears who does not swear decisively to his truthfulness, and others besides, just witnesses, are accepted due to impossibility, even if they are partners. His oath is, I sold it, and regarding the fulfillment, I handed it over, and it is not due to him, definitively in the apparent, and upon knowledge in the hidden. The yield belongs to him until the annulment, and is not returned, contrary to a child and fruit that has been pollinated and wool that is complete, like preemption, entitlement, bankruptcy, and corruption. It enters into the guarantee of the seller if he accepts the seizure, or it is established before a judge, even if he does not judge by it. Regarding what is disputed, i.e. the famous view, on the absence of return, it is not returned by a mistake if it is named by its name, nor by distinct unfairness, gehaben, even if contrary to custom. Is it unless he submits and informs him of his ignorance or trusts him? There is hesitation. It is returned in the responsibility of 3 days for every new event, unless he sells with absolution. It enters into the waiting period, and the expenditure is upon him, and he has the indemnity, like the recipient of a gift, except for the wealth accepted. And in the responsibility of a year for leprosy, vitiligo, and madness by nature or jinn possession, not like a blow if stipulated or customary. The buyer may waive them. The probable event after them is from him, not in a marriage involving it, or a khul, or a reconciliation regarding intentional blood, or in a salam contract, or by it, or a loan, or upon a description, or a compromised writing of a slave, or a sold item upon a bankrupt and purchased for manumission, or taken for a debt, or returned by a defect, or inherited or gifted, or purchased by her husband, or bequeathed to be sold to Zayd, or to whomever he loves, or by his purchase for manumission, or a written slave by it, or the item sold corruptly. They fall by such as manumission in both. The seller guarantees a measured item by his seizing it by measure, like the weighed and counted, and the wage is upon him, contrary to cancellation, resale at cost, and partnership according to the preferred view. So it is like a loan. It continues by his standard, even if the buyer undertakes it. Real estate is seized by evacuation, and others by custom, and he guarantees by the contract. Guarantee of the valid and corrupt sale. Except for that withheld for the price and for witnessing, so it is like a pledge, and except the absent, so by seizure, and accept the waiting period, so by her exit from menstruation, and accept fruits affected by a calamity. The buyer is begun regarding the dispute. Destruction at the time of the seller's guarantee by a heavenly cause annuls it. The buyer has the choice if he conceals or causes defect, or a common share is entitled, even if small. The destruction of a part or its entitlement is like a defect in it. It is forbidden to hold on to the lesser except the fungible. There is no speech for one regarding a small amount that does not separate like a courtyard. If it separates, the seller may commit to the quarter for its share, not more, and the buyer does not have the right to commit him for its share absolutely. He returns to the value, not the named price. It is valid even if they are silent, not if they stipulate the return for it. The buyer's destruction constitutes seizure, and the seller and the stranger necessitate the fine, and likewise his destruction. If the seller destroys a pile sold by measure, then the like is due by estimation to fulfill him. There is no option for you. Or a stranger, then the value if the measure is unknown. Then the seller buys what fulfills. If it exceeds, it is for the seller. If it is less, it is like entitlement. Sale is permitted before seizure, except for food of exchange absolutely, even if, like the provision of a judge taken by measure, or like the milk of a sheep. He does not seize from himself except as an executor for his 2 orphans. What is guarded against in the constraint of sale by estimation, juzaf, is permitted by the contract, and like charity and the sale of what is upon a written slave from him, and is it if he hastens the manumission. There are 2 interpretations, and lending it or its payment for a loan, and his sale to a borrower, and the cancellation of all, even if the market changed, involving a doubt, not his body, such as the fatness of a beast, and its leanness, contrary to the female slave. And the like of your like, except gold, silver, and he may pay its like, even if it is in his hand. Cancellation, ikala, is a sale except in food, preemption, murabaha, resale at cost, tawliya, and partnership if it is not upon the condition that he pays cash for you, and its 2 contracts are equal in them. Otherwise, it is a sale like others. He guarantees the specific partner and food that you measured and you believed him. If he makes him a partner, it is carried even if he speaks generally upon the half. If a third asks for their partnership, he has the third. If you resell what you bought for what you bought, it is permitted if it does not bind him, and he has the choice. If he is content that it is a slave, then learns of the price and dislikes it, that is his right. The narrowest is exchange, sarf, then cancellation of food, then resale at cost and partnership in it, then cancellation of goods and the annulment of debt for debt, then the sale of debt, then its commencement. Chapter regarding the rulings of murabaha, cost plus sale. Murabaha is permitted, though the contrary is more beloved, even upon a valued item. Is it absolutely, or if it was with the buyer? There are 2 interpretations. The profit of his wealth regarding a standing entity is calculated, such as dyeing, embroidery, bleaching, tailoring, twisting, pounding, and freshening. And the principle of what increased the price, such as freight, tying and folding, whose wage is customary, and the rent of a house for commodity. Otherwise, it is not calculated, like a broker not customary, if he clarifies all or explains the provision, saying it is for 100, its principle is such, and its carrying is such. Or upon murabaha, and he clarifies, like the profit of 10 or 11. If they do not detail what belongs to the profit, the 10 of the principal is increased, and the loss likewise. He must not be vague, such as it stood upon me for such, or it stood with its tying and folding for such, without detailing. Is it a lie or fraud? There are two interpretations. It is obligatory to clarify what is disliked, just as his cash and his contract absolutely, and the term, even if sold for cash, and the length of its time, and the exceeding of the counterfeit, and a gift that is customary, and that it is not local or from the estate, and its giving birth, even if he sells her child with her, and the cutting of fruit that has been pollinated and wool that is complete, and the cancellation of its buyer unless with an increase or decrease, and riding and wearing and employing even if agreed upon, except for one who submitted. Not the yield of a property, like the completion of his purchase, not if he inherited part of it. Is it if the inheritance preceded, or absolutely? There are two interpretations. If he erred by a decrease, and is believed or establishes it, he returns or pays what became clear, and its profit. If it passed, its buyer has the choice between the correct price and its profit, and its value on the day of its sale, as long as it does not decrease from the error and its profit. If he lied, the buyer is bound, if he deducts it, and its profit, contrary to fraud. If it passed, then in fraud the lesser of the price and the value applies, and in lying he has the choice between the correct price and its profit or its value, as long as it does not exceed the lie and its profit. The deceiver of Murabahah is like other than it. Chapter regarding the clarification of what the sale includes and what it does not. The building and the trees include the land, and it includes them, not the crops and the seeds, and the buried, like if he was ignorant. Nor do the trees include the fruit pollinated, or the majority thereof, except by condition, like that which is formed. And the wealth of the slave, and the regrowth of fodder, even if half is pollinated, so for each is its ruling. And for both is the irrigation, as long as it does not harm the other. And the house includes the fixed, such as a door, a shelf, and a mill built with its upper stone, and a nailed ladder. And regarding others there are two opinions, and the slave includes his work clothes. Does he fulfill a condition of their absence, and this is the more apparent or not? Like one stipulating the zakat of what has not ripened, and that there is no responsibility, or no waiting period, or no calamity. Or if he does not bring the price by such time, then there is no sale. Or that in which there is no purpose and no financial value, and it is validated. There is hesitation. The sale of fruit and the like is valid if its suitability appears, if it is not hidden, and before it with its root, or attached to it, or upon its cutting if it benefits, and he is compelled to it, and they do not conspire upon it, not upon remaining or absolute terms. Its appearance in part of a garden is sufficient for its genus if it does not come early, not a second crop by the first. It is the colouring and the appearance of sweetness and the readiness for ripening, in that which has a blossom by its opening, and legumes by their edibility. Is it in the melon the yellowing, or the readiness for becoming a melon? There are two opinions. For the buyer are the harvests, like jasmine and the cucumber field. It is not permitted by such as a month. It is obligatory to set a term if it continues, like bananas. The sale of grain passed, rubbed before its drying by its seizure. It is license for the giver of ayah, fresh dates, or one standing in his place, even if, by purchasing the fruit only, the purchase of fruit that dries like almonds, not like bananas if he utters in Arabic, and its suitability has appeared, and it was by its estimation, and its type fulfills at the time of harvest, and in the dimmer, liability, and 5 ausuk or less. It is not permitted to take an increase upon it with it in a specific entity according to the correct view, except for one who gave araya in gardens, So from each 5, if it was by words, not by a word, according to the preferred view, to repel harm or for kindness. So he buys some of it, like all the garden and his sale of the root. It is permitted for you to purchase a root in your garden by its estimation if you intended kindness only. It is void if he dies before possession. Is it the possession of the roots, or that its fruit appears? There are 2 interpretations. Its zakat and irrigation are upon the giver of the aria, and it is completed contrary to the donor. The calamity of fruits is deducted, like bananas and cucumber fields, even if sold upon cutting, and even from his aria not a dowry, if it reached 1/3 of the measure, even if from such as Saihani and Bani dates, and it remained to finish its ripening, and was singled out, or its root was attached, not the reverse, or with it. Consideration is given to what was afflicted of the harvests, to what remained in its time, not the day of sale, and he is not rushed according to the correct view. Regarding the ornamental plant following the house, there are 2 interpretations. Is it that which cannot be repelled, like a heavenly cause and an army, or a thief? There is a difference, and its defect likewise. It is deducted due to thirst, even if small, like legumes, saffron, basil, clover, reeds, mulberry leaves, and that whose root is hidden, like carrots. The buyer is bound by the remainder even if small. If he bought types and some were stricken, they are deducted if its value reached 1/3 of the whole, and 1/3 of its measure was stricken. If the fruit is finished, there is no calamity jaiha, like sweet cane and dry grain. The worker in sharecropping, Mūsā, has the choice between irrigating all or leaving it if the 1/3 or more is stricken. That which is accepted from the fruit is stricken by what is placed. He deducts from his buyer according to its measure. Chapter regarding the rulings of the disagreement of the buyers and sellers. If the 2 parties to the sale differ regarding the genus of the price or its type, they swear, and it is annulled, and with the passing its value on the day of its sale is returned. And regarding its amount like its priced item, or the amount of a term, or a pledge, or a guarantor, they swear. It is annulled if he judges by it outwardly and inwardly, like their mutual refusal to swear. The buyer who claims the most likely is believed, and he swears if it has passed. From this is the ignorance of the price, even from an heir, and the seller begins. He swears upon the negation of his opponent's claim with the verification of his own claim. If they differ regarding the end of the term, the word is for the one denying its expiration. And regarding the receipt of the price or the commodity, the principle is their remaining, except for a custom, such as meat or vegetables, which is evident by it, even if much. Otherwise, no, if he claims its payment after taking. Otherwise, is it accepted, or in what is customary or not? There are sayings. The witnessing of the buyer to the price implies the receipt of its priced item. His seller swears if he rushes, like the witnessing of the seller to its receipt. Regarding the definitive nature of its claimant, like the claimant of health if corruption does not dominate, is it unless the price differs by them, so like its amount? There is hesitation. The recipient of the salam with the passing of the specific item by long time, or the commodity is like the buyer, so his word is accepted if he claims a likeness. If they claim what does not resemble, a middle ground is delivered. Regarding its place, the claimant of the place of his contract is believed, otherwise the seller. If neither resembles, they swear mutually, and it is annulled, like the annulment of what is seized in Mūsā and permitted in Fustat, and judged by its market, otherwise in any place thereof. Chapter regarding the explanation of the rulings of Salam, forward sail. Introduction. Chapter regarding the explanation of the rulings of Salam. The condition of Salam is the seizure of the capital entirely, or its delay for 3 days, even if by condition. Regarding its corruption by an increase, if it is not very much, there is hesitation. It is permitted with an option for what is delayed if he does not pay cash, and by the benefit of a specific item, and by estimation, and the delay of an animal without condition. Are food and goods likewise if measured and present, or like the specific coin? There are 2 interpretations, and the return of counterfeit, and it is hastened. Otherwise, what corresponds to it is corrupted, not the whole, according to the best view. Verification in it is like food from a sale. Then for you or upon you is the increase and decrease that is known. Otherwise, there is no recourse for you except by verification or proof that did not separate. He swears that he fulfilled what was named, or that he sold it according to what was written to him, if he informed his buyer. Otherwise, she swears and returns. If you advance goods and they perished in your hand, it is from him if he neglected or deposited, or it was for use, and from you if no proof stands. It is placed for security. The salam is annulled and he swears. Otherwise, the other has the choice. If she advanced an animal or real estate, the salam is fixed and follows the criminal. And that they are not 2 foods, nor 2 coins, nor something for more of it or better, like the reverse, unless the benefit differs, like the strong donkey for the Arabian ones, and the racing horse not the ambling one, except like a draught horse and a camel for heavy load. It is validated, and by its precedence and by the strength of the cow, even if female, and the abundance of the sheep's milk. The apparent meaning is the generality of sheep. The contrary is corrected, and like 2 small ones for a large one and vice versa, or a small one for a large one and vice versa, if it does not lead to muzabana, trading fresh for dry. It is interpreted contrary to it, like the human being and sheep, and like a trunk long and thick for other than it, and like a cutting sword for 2 swords inferior to it, and like 2 genera, even if the benefit is close, like the thinness of cotton and linen, not a camel for 2 camels like it, the calf of one of them, and like a bird of knowledge, not by eggs, and maleness and femaleness, even if human, and yarn and cooking if it does not reach the end, and calculation and writing, and a thing for its like is a loan, and that it be deferred by a known term exceeding half a month, like Nairuz, harvest, threshing, and the arrival of the pilgrims. Consideration is given to the time of its majority, unless it is seized in a land, like 2 days, if he goes out then by land, or without wind. Months are by crescents, and the broken part is completed from the 4th. And to Rabi it falls due at its beginning. It is corrupted in it according to the stated view, not in the day, and that it be regulated by its custom of measure or weight or number, like pomegranates, and measured by a string, and eggs, or by a load or a bundle in such as a young camel, not by a feddan, acre, or by estimation. Is it by the amount of such? Or does he bring it and say, like its manner? There are 2 interpretations. It is corrupted by the unknown. Even if he attributes it, it is cancelled. It is permitted by the cubit of a specific man, like a weigh-bar and a handful. Regarding weigh-bars and handfuls, there are 2 opinions, and that its descriptions, which vary the value in salam, customarily be clarified, such as type, quality and poorness, and between them, and colour in animals, cloth, honey, and its pasture, and in dates and fish, and the region and the size, and in wheat, its newness and fullness, if the price differs by them. Brown, or carried to a land, they are by it, even if by load, contrary to Egypt, so the carried, and sham, so the brown, and winnowed, or mixed, and in animals, age, maleness, fatness, and their opposites, and in meat, castrated and grazing, or fodder-fed, not from such as the flank. And in slaves, the stature and virginity and colour, he said, and like intense blackness of the eye and roundness of the face, and in cloth, thinness and density and their opposites, and in oil, the press from it, and what it is pressed with. It is carried in the good and the bad upon the dominant, otherwise the middle, and its being a debt and its existence at its due date. If it is cut off before it, not the offspring of an animal, specified and rare, or a garden. It is stipulated if named salam, not a sale, its colouring, and the capacity of the garden, and the manner of its seizure for its owner, and its commencement, even if for half a month, and taking it as unripe dates or fresh dates, not dried dates. If stipulated that the fresh dates become dried, it proceeds by its seizure. Is the coloured date likewise, and upon it is the majority, or like the corrupt sale? There are two interpretations. If it is cut off, he has recourse to the share of what remains. Is it upon the value, and upon it is the majority, or upon the measure? There are two interpretations. Is the small village likewise, or only in the obligation of hastening the cash in it, or does it differ from it therein, and in salam for what he does not own? There are interpretations. If his wealth is cut off clearly or from a village, the buyer has the choice in annulment and remaining. If he seizes part, delay is obligatory unless they agree to accounting, even if the capital was valued in what salam is permitted and corrupted by. It is permitted in what is cooked, and pearls, amber, jewels, glass, gypsum, arsenic, loads of firewood, leather and wool, by weight, not by shearing, and swords, and a small vessel to be completed. Purchasing from one of constant work, like the baker, is a sale. If he does not continue, it is salam, like the manufacturing of a sword or a saddle. It is corrupted by specifying the material made from, or the worker. If he buys the material and hires him, it is permitted if he begins, whether he specifies his worker or not. Not in what cannot be described, like the dust of a mine, and land, and a house, and estimation, and what is not found, and iron, even if swords do not come out of it for swords, and vice versa. Nor thick flax for its thin, if not spun, and a garment to be completed. And a manufactured item that is old and does not return, easy of manufacture, like yarn, contrary to weaving, except clothes of silk, even if its origin is old. The term is considered. If it returns, it is considered in both. The two manufactured items that return are looked at for benefit. It is permitted before its time. Acceptance of its description only, like before its place in goods absolutely, and in food if it falls due, if he does not pay rent. It is binding after them, like a judge if he is absent. Better and worse are permitted, not less except for its like, and he is absolved from what exceeds, nor flour for wheat, and vice versa. And by other than its genus, if its sale is permitted before its seizure, and its sale for the item of salam is immediate payment. And that the capital be advanced in it, not food and meat for an animal, and gold, and the capital is silver, and vice versa. It is permitted after its term to increase it for delay, like before it, if he hastened his dirhams, and yarn he weaves, not wider or denser. He is not required to pay it in other than its place, even if its load is light. Chapter regarding the explanation of the rulings of loans and their related matters. Loan is permitted in what salam is permitted in only, except a maiden who is lawful to the borrower. It is returned unless it passes with him by a cause of passing of the corrupt sale, then the value applies, like its corrupt one. Its gift is forbidden if its like did not proceed or a cause occurs, like the owner of Chirad and his worker, even if after the occupation of the wealth according to the preferred view, and one of status, and the judge. And his trading is tolerance or dragging a benefit, such as the condition of mouldy for sound, and flour or cake in a town, or oven bread for ash bread, or a specific item whose load is great, like a bill of exchange, suftaja, unless fear is general, and like a specific item whose stay is disliked, unless a proof stands that the intent is the benefit of the borrower only in all, such as a harvested acre whose provision is light upon him, he harvests it and threshes it and returns its measure. And ownership. Its return is not obligatory except by condition or custom, like taking it in other than its place, except the specific entity. Chapter regarding the explanation of set-off, Mukhtasar. It is the mutual leaving by a debtor of a like item, classifying what is owed by him for his wealth against his seeker. Set-off is permitted in 2 debts of gold, silver, absolutely if they are united in amount and description, whether they are due or one of them is, or not. If they differ in description with the unity of type or its difference, then likewise if they are due, otherwise no, like if they differ in weight from a sale. And 2 foods from a loan likewise, it is prevented from a sale even if agreed upon, and from a sale and a loan it is permitted if they agree and are due, not if they are not due or one of them. It is permitted in 2 goods absolutely if they are united in genus and description, like if they differ in genus and agree in term. If they differ in term, it is prevented if they are not due or one of them. If they are united in genus and the description is agreed or different, it is permitted if the term agrees. Otherwise, no, absolutely. Chapter regarding the rulings of pledge, Ran. The pledge consists of the offering by one who possesses the right of sale of that which may be sold, or a risk garah, even if stipulated in the contract, as a security for a right. Like a guardian, a written slave, mukatab, a permitted slave and a fugitive, and a writing of manumission, and he fulfills from it or his neck if he is incapacitated, and the service of a mudabar, slave freed after death. And if a part is enslaved, then from it, not his neck. Does it transfer to his service? There are 2 opinions, like the appearance of the endowment of a house, and that whose suitability has not appeared, and it is waited for to be sold. His pledge-holder shares in death and bankruptcy. When it becomes suitable, it is sold. If it fulfills, he returns what he took. Otherwise, he is estimated as sharing with what remains, not like one of 2 executors. And the skin of carrion, and like a fetus. And wine, even for a dim, unless it turns to vinegar. If it becomes wine, the judge spills it. A common share is valid, and it is possessed in its entirety if there remains in it something for the pledger, and he does not ask the permission of his partner. He has the right to divide, sell, and hand over. He may rent the share of other than him, and the pledge-holder seizes it for him. If we entrust a partner, and he pledges his share to the pledge-holder, and we entrust the first pledger, their possession is void, and the renter and the sharecropper, their first possession is sufficient, and the fungible, even if a specific item in his hand, if sealed, and its surplus if the first knew and consented. The first does not guarantee it, like leaving the entitled share or pledging half of it, and one given a dinar to fulfill half of it and return half of it. If the term of the second falls due first, it is divided if possible. Otherwise, it is sold and they are paid. The borrowed item is for him. Its owner has recourse to its value or what he paid of its price transferred upon them. He guarantees if he contravenes. Is it absolutely, or if the borrower confesses to his lender and the pledge holder contravenes and the lender does not swear? There are two interpretations. It is void by a contradictory condition, such as that he does not seize it, and by stipulating it in a corrupt sale in which bindingness was thought, and the mistaken pledger swears that he thought the bindingness of the blood money and has recourse, or in a loan with an old debt, and it is valid in the new, and by the death of its pledger or his bankruptcy before its possession, even if he strove for it, and by his permission in intercourse or housing or leasing, even if he did not dwell. The pledge holder undertakes it by his permission, or in sale and salam. Otherwise he swears, and the price remains, if he does not bring a pledge like the first, like its passing by a crime, and its value is taken, and by a loan left absolute. It is upon return, or he returns by choice, so he has the right to take it, except by its passing by, such as manumission or endowment or management, or the standing of creditors. And by usurpation, so he has the right to take it absolutely. If he has intercourse by usurpation, his child is free, and the solvent one hastens the debt or its value. Otherwise, it remains. It is valid by the agency of the pledger's written slave in its possession, and likewise his brother according to the correct view, not his ward and his two slaves. The word is for the seeker of its transfer to a trustee. In his appointment is the view of the judge. If he hands it over without their permission, if he hands it to the pledge holder, he guarantees its value, and to the pledger, he guarantees it or the price. Wool that is complete is included, and a fetus, and the offset of a palm tree, not yield and fruit, even if found, and the wealth of a slave. He is pledged if he lent or sold or works for him, even if in a reward, jewel, not in a specific one or his benefit, and the instalment of a writing from a stranger. The condition of his benefit is permitted if specified by a sale, not a loan. Regarding his guarantee, if he perishes, there is hesitation. He is compelled to it if stipulated by a sale and specified. Otherwise, he pledges a trustworthy item. Possession after its preventer is of no avail, even if the trustee testifies. Is a proof of possession before it sufficient while work is by it, or transfer of possession? There are two interpretations, and therein is their evidence. Its sale proceeds before its seizure if its pledgeholder neglected. Otherwise, there are two interpretations, and after it he has the right to return it if sold for less, or his debt is goods. If he permits, it is hastened, and it remains if he manages it. The manumission of the solvent proceeds and his writing, and he hastens. The insolvent remains. If the sale of part of him is impossible, all of him is sold, and the remainder is for the pledger. The slave is prevented from intercourse with his female slave, who is pledged. He is with her. The pledge holder who has intercourse is punished unless by permission. She is evaluated without the child whether she became pregnant or not. The trustee may sell him with permission in his contract if he did not say, "If I do not come," like the pledge holder after it. Otherwise, it proceeds in both. The trustee is not removed, and he has no right to bequeath it. The judge sells if he refuses. His pledge-holder has recourse to his expenditure in the liability, dimmer, even if he did not permit. It is not a pledge by it unless he declares that it is a pledge by it. Is it even if he said, "And your expenditure is in the pledge"? There are two interpretations. Regarding the need of the pledge for an utterance declaring it, there are two interpretations. If a pledge-holder spends upon such as trees feared for, he is begun with the expenditure. It is interpreted as the lack of compelling the pledger to it absolutely, and as restricted to volunteering after the contract. The pledge-holder guarantees it if it is in his hand of that which can be hidden away, and witnesses did not testify to such as its burning, even if he stipulated innocence. Or the burning of its place is known only by the remaining of some of it burnt, and a fatwa was given of its absence in knowledge. Otherwise, no, even if he stipulated its establishment, unless just witnesses contradict him in his claim of the death of a beast. He swears regarding what is hidden away that it perished without deception, and he does not know its place. Its guarantee continues if he seized the debt or gifted, unless the pledge-holder brings it or calls him to take it and says, "I leave it with you." If the pledge commits a crime and his pledger confesses, he is not believed if he causes insolvency. Otherwise, it remains if he ransoms him. Otherwise, he surrenders after the term and pays the debt. If it is established or they confess and he surrenders him, if his pledge-holder also surrenders him, he belongs to the victim of the crime with his wealth. If he ransoms him without his permission, his ransom is in his neck only if he did not pledge with his wealth. He is not sold except in the term. If by his permission, he is not a pledge by it. If he pays some of the debt, or it falls, all the pledge is for what remains, like the entitlement of part of it. The word is for the claimant of the negation of the pledge status. He is like a witness in the amount of the debt, not the reverse, up to its value, even if in the hand of a trustee according to the correct view, as long as it does not pass in the guarantee of the pledger. His pledge-holder swears and takes it if he does not redeem it. If it increases, the pledger swears. If it decreases, they swear, and he takes it if he does not redeem it by its value. If they differ regarding the value of a destroyed item, they describe it, then it is evaluated. If they differ, the word is for the pledge-holder. If they are both ignorant, the pledge is for what is in it. Its value is considered on the day of judgment if it remains. And is it the day of destruction, or seizure, or pledge if it perishes? There are sayings. If they differ regarding a seized item, and the pledger says, for the debt of the pledge, it is distributed after their oaths, like the bailment. Chapter regarding the rulings of the debt, encompassing the debtor's wealth and bankruptcy, taflis. It belongs to the creditor to restrain him whose debt and his volunteering for Hajj, there is hesitation. He is declared bankrupt, whether present or absent, if his solvency is not known by his request. If another debt comes which falls due and exceeds his wealth, or remains as wealth not sufficient for the deferred, he is prevented from financial disposal, not in his liability. In dimmer, such as his khul, divorce, retaliation, pardon, and manumission of his mother of a child, her wealth follows her if small. By it and by death, what was deferred falls due, even the debt of rent. Or the absent arrives solvent. If the bankrupt refuses to swear, each swears like him and takes his share, even if another refuses according to the correct view. His confession in the session or near it is accepted if his debt is established by confession, not by proof, and it is in his liability. His designation of chirad and deposit is accepted if proof stands for its origin. The chosen view is accepting the word of the maker without proof. He is interdicted also if wealth renews, and he is released even without judgment. If the creditor enables them and they sell and divide, then he incurs debt to others. There is no entry for the first ones. Like the bankruptcy of the judge, except such as inheritance, a gift, a crime, and the sale of his wealth in his presence with the option of 3 days. Even if books or his 2 garments for Friday, if their value is much. Regarding the sale of the maker's tool, there is hesitation. His slave is rented out, contrary to his mother of a child. He is not bound to earn. And borrowing, and preemption, and pardon for blood money, and the removal of the wealth of his slave, or what he gifted to his child. The sale of animals is hastened, and real estate is waited for, like 2 months. It is divided by the ratio of debts without proof of their limitation. He is waited for, if known for debt, in death only. That which opposes cash is evaluated on the day of sharing. It is bought for him from it according to what concerns him. It proceeds if cheap or expensive. Is it bought under the condition of good, its lowest, or its middle? There are 2 opinions. The price is permitted except for an impediment like payment. The wife shares with what she spent and with her dowry, like death, not with the maintenance of the child. If a debt appears or a sold item is entitled, even if before his bankruptcy he has recourse with the share, like an heir or a legatee against his like. If a dead person is famous for a debt or his heir knew and paid, he has recourse against him. The solvent takes from the destitute as long as it does not exceed what he seized, then has recourse against the creditor. Therein is the commencement with the creditor. Is it a disagreement or upon choice? There are 2 interpretations. If the share of an absent one perishes, it is isolated for him, so it is from him, like a specific endowment for his creditors, not goods. Is it unless it is like his debt? There are 2 interpretations. His sustenance and the obligatory maintenance upon him are left for him due to the assumption of his solvency and their clothing, each a customary suit. Even if he inherits his father, it is sold, not what is gifted to him if his donor knew that he would be freed upon him. He is imprisoned to establish his insolvency if his state is unknown, and he does not ask for patience for himself with a guarantor by his face. Then a fine if he does not bring him, even if he establishes his lack or his solvency appears if they declare mutual bankruptcy. If he promises payment and asks for delay like a day, he gives a guarantor for the wealth. Otherwise he is imprisoned like the one of known solvency. He is delayed for the sale of his goods if he gives a guarantor for the wealth. Otherwise he is imprisoned. Regarding his oath on the lack of liquid assets, there is hesitation. If he knows of liquid assets, he is not delayed and is beaten time after time. If witness is borne to his insolvency that no wealth is known to him, outwardly or inwardly, he swears likewise and adds, "And if I find, I shall surely pay." He is given respite. The seeker swears if he claims against him knowledge of the lack. If he asks for the inspection of his house, there is hesitation in it. The proof of solvency is preferred if it clarifies. The unknown is released if his imprisonment is long, according to the amount of the debt and the person. The imprisonment of women is with a trustworthy woman, or one possessing a trustworthy man. The master for his written slave, and the grandfather and the child for his father, not the reverse. Like the oath, except the reversed one, and that to which the right of another is attached. He does not separate between such as two brothers and two spouses, if empty. He does not prevent a Muslim or a servant, contrary to a wife. He is released for a corporal punishment or the loss of his mind, to return. It is approved with a guarantor by his face for the illness of his parents, his child, his brother, and a very close relative to submit. Not for Friday, Eid, or an enemy, except for fear of his killing or capture. The creditor has the right to take the specific entity of his wealth possessed from him in bankruptcy, not death, even if minted or a fugitive. It is binding upon him if he does not find it, if his creditors do not redeem it, even if with wealth of theirs, and it is possible. Not a vulva, a bond of marriage and retaliation. It does not transfer, not if wheat is ground, or mixed with other than its like, or his butter is fattened, or his garment is cut, or his ram is slaughtered, or his fresh dates become dried, like a hired shepherd and the like, and the owner of a shop regarding what is in it. And one returning a commodity for a defect, even if taken for a debt, and is the loan likewise, even if his borrower did not seize it, or like the sale. There is a difference. He has the right to dissolve the pledge and share with his ransom, not with the ransom of the criminal. He annuls the sharing if returned by a defect, and returns it. Sharing is by a heavenly defect, or from its buyer or a stranger, if he did not take its indemnity, or took it and it returned to its state, otherwise by the ratio of its decrease. He returns some price seized and takes it. He takes some of it and shares with the past part, like the sale of a mother who gave birth. If one of them dies or sells the child, there is no share. He takes the fruit and the yield, except wool that is complete or fruit pollinated. The lesser takes his beast and his land. He is put forward regarding its crops in bankruptcy, then his irrigator, then his pledgeholder. The maker has more right, even by death, to what is in his hand. Otherwise, no. If he did not add to his craft anything except weaving, he is like the one increasing who shares with his value. The renter of the specific item, and other than it if seized, even if circulated. And its owner regarding the carried item, even if not with it, as long as its owner did not seize it. Regarding the buyer being more entitled to the commodity, he annuls for the corruption of the sale first, or in the cash. There are sayings. He is more entitled to its price, and to the commodity if sold for a commodity, and entitled. Judgment is given for the debtor taking the document or tearing it, not a dowry judged. Its owner has the right to return it if he claims its dropping. And for a pledger with the pledge in his hand, by paying the debt, like a document whose owner claimed its dropping, and its witness testified only to it. Chapter. Regarding the explanation of the causes of interdiction, hajr, and its rulings and related matters. The insane is placed under interdiction until the return of lucidity, and the boy until his puberty at 18, or wet dream, or menstruation, or pregnancy, or growth of coarse hair. Is it except regarding the right of God the Exalted? There is hesitation. He is believed if he does not raise suspicion. The guardian has the right to reject the disposal of the discerning one, and he has the right if he becomes prudent, Rashid, even if he broke an oath after his puberty or it occurred in its place. He guarantees what he corrupted if he was not entrusted with it. His bequest is valid, like the foolish, if he does not confuse. To the preservation of the wealth of the one possessing a father after him. The executor and the appointed one are released, except regarding such as a dirham for his living, not his divorce, acknowledgment of lineage, negation thereof, manumission of his mother of a child, retaliation, its negation, and confession of a punishment. His disposal before interdiction is suspended upon approval, according to Malik, not Ibn al-Qasim, and upon both is the reverse regarding his disposal if he becomes prudent after it. Regarding the female, the entry of a husband into her is added, and the testimony of just witnesses to the goodness of her state, even if her father renewed an interdiction according to the preferred view. The father has the right to declare her prudent before her consummation, like the executor, even if he did not know her prudence. Regarding the appointee of the judge, there is a difference. The guardian is the father, and he has the right of sale absolutely, even if he does not mention its cause, then his executor, even if distant. Is he like the father, or only regarding the real estate, so by clarifying the cause? There is a difference. He does not have the right of gift for reward. Then a ruler. He sells by the establishment of his orphanhood, his neglect, his ownership of what is sold, and that it is the best course, and the possession of the witnesses for him, and offering in the market, and the lack of ignoring an increase and correctness in the price. Regarding his declaration of the names of the witnesses, there are two opinions. Not a custodian, like a grandfather. Practice is upon the validation of the slight amount, and regarding its limit there is hesitation. The guardian has the right to leave preemption and retaliation, so they fall, and he does not pardon. His manumission for a compensation proceeds, like his father, if he is solvent. Verily, the judges rule regarding prudence and its opposite, and bequest, and the entailed endowment, and the affair of the absent, and lineage, and clientage, wala, and corporal punishment, and retaliation, and the wealth of an orphan. His real estate is sold only for a need, or an enviable advantage, or because it is heavily taxed, or a share, or its yield is little, so a substitute is sought, or between two dims or bad neighbours, or due to the will of his partner for a sale while he has no wealth, or for fear of the transfer of civilization or ruin while he has no wealth, or he has, and the sale is better. Interdiction is placed upon the slave except by permission, even if in a type, so like an authorized agent. He has the right to place, delay, host if he begins, take kirad, and pay it. He disposes in such as a gift. From it is established the lack of his prevention from it. For other than the one permitted, acceptance is without permission. Interdiction upon him is like the freeman. It is taken from what is in his hand, even if his mother of a child, like his gift. Is it if granted for the debt or absolutely? There are two interpretations, not his yield and his neck, even if there is no creditor, so like others. A dim is not enabled to trade in such as wine if he trades for his master. Otherwise there are two opinions. And upon a sick person against whom medicine has judged with the frequency of death by it, such as tuberculosis, colic, strong fever, a pregnant woman of 6 months, one imprisoned for killing or cutting if death is feared, and one present in the rank of battle. Not like scabies, and one travelling by sea, even if terror occurs. In other than his provision and his medication and financial exchange. His donation is stopped except for secure wealth, which is real estate. If he dies, it is from the third. Otherwise, it proceeds. And upon the wife for her husband, even if a slave, regarding a donation exceeding her third, even if by sponsorship. Regarding her lending, there are two opinions, and it is permitted until he rejects. So it proceeds if he did not know until she was widowed or one of them died. like the manumission of the slave and the fulfillment of debt. He has the right to return all if she donated an excess. We do not have a donation after the third, unless it is remote. Chapter regarding the explanation of the rulings of the divisions of conciliation, Sul. Conciliation upon other than the claim is a sale or a lease, and upon part of it is a gift. It is permitted for a debt by what it is sold for, and for gold by silver, and vice versa, if they are due and he hastens, like 100 dinars and a dirham for 200 of them, and upon the redemption from an oath, or silence, or denial, if permitted, upon the claim of each, and upon the apparent judgment. It is not lawful for the oppressor, if he confesses after it, or a proof testifies which he did not know, or he calls witnesses and announces that he stands by it, or finds his document after it. He has the right to annul it, like one who does not announce or confesses secretly only according to the best view in both. Not if he knew of his proof and did not call witnesses, or claim the loss of the deed, and it was said to him, "Your right is established by it, loss by it." So he reconciled, then found it. And regarding the inheritance of a wife from goods, and silver and gold by gold from the estate, the amount of her inheritance from it, or less, or more, if the dirhams are few, not from other than it absolutely, except by goods if he knew all of it and was present, and the debtor confessed and was present. And for dirhams and goods left by gold, like a sale and exchange. If there is a debt in it, it is like its sale. And for the intentional by what is little and much, not risk, garar, like a pound of a sheep. And for the creditor, his prevention from it. If a valued item is returned by a defect or entitled, he has recourse to its value, like marriage and khul. If a group kills or cuts, the conciliation of each and the pardon thereof is permitted. If a cut person reconciles, then it festers and he dies. The right of return belongs to the guardian, not him. Killing by compurgation, kasama, is like their taking the blood money in error. If a wound is owed to a sick person deliberately, so he reconciles in his illness for its indemnity or other than it, then dies of his illness, it is permitted and binding. Is it absolutely, or if he reconciled for it, not what it leads to? There are two interpretations. If one of two guardians reconciles, the other has the right to enter with him, and the killing falls, like your claim of his conciliation, so he denied. If one confessing to error reconciles with his wealth, it binds him. Is it absolutely, or what he paid? There are two interpretations. Not if established, and he was ignorant of its binding nature, and swore. It is returned if he sought it absolutely, or sought it and found it. If one of two inheriting children reconciles, even if from a denial, his companion has the right to enter. The right is theirs in a writing or absolute, except food, so therein is hesitation. Unless he travels and excuses himself to him regarding exit or agency, so he refuses, even if it is not other than the requirement, or it is by two writings. And regarding what is not theirs, and he wrote in a book, there are two opinions. There is no recourse if he chooses what is upon the debtor, even if he perishes. If he reconciles for 10 from his 50, the other has the right to surrender it, or take 5 from his partner and have recourse for 45, and the other takes 5. If he reconciles for a deferred payment for a consumed item, it is not permitted except by dirhams, like its value or less, or gold likewise, and it is of what is sold by it, like a fugitive slave. If he reconciles by a share for a clarifier, mudiha, a head wound exposing bone, of intent and error, preemption is by half the value of the share and by the indemnity of the clarifier. Is it likewise if the wound differs? There are two interpretations. Chapter regarding the explanation of the conditions of transfer of debt, hawala, and related matters. The consent of the transferor and the transferee only, and the establishment of a binding debt. If he informs him of its absence and stipulates innocence, it is valid. Is it unless he goes bankrupt or dies? There are two interpretations, and its formula, and the debt of the payer being due, even if a writing, not against him, and the equality of the two debts in amount and description. Regarding his transfer upon the lower, there is hesitation, and that it not be food from a sale, not disclosing the liability of the payer. The right of the transferee shifts to the payer, even if he goes bankrupt or denies, unless the transferor knew of his bankruptcy only. He swears upon its negation if he suspected knowledge in him. If a seller is transferred to a buyer for the price, then it is returned by a defect, or entitled it is not annulled, and the contrary is chosen. The word is for the transferor if he claims against him the negation of the debt to the payer, not in his claim of agency or a loan. Chapter on the exposition of guarantee and its divisions. Guarantee is the engagement of another's conscience with a right. It is valid when issued by those eligible to perform gratuitous acts, such as a slave with a contract of manumission, or a slave permitted to trade, provided their master has granted permission, or a wife or a sick person, up to 1/3 of their estate. A slave remains pursued by it if he is emancipated, and the master possesses no right of compulsion over him regarding it. It is valid on behalf of the deceased, a bankrupt person, and the guarantor himself. It is valid to guarantee a deferred debt as immediately due if it is of the type that may be hastened. Conversely, if the debtor is solvent, or even if he is not solvent regarding the term, and it is valid whether the debtor is affluent or destitute. It is not valid to guarantee the totality of a debt that is binding or will devolve into binding status, such as a contract of writing, kitaba. But it is valid in cases like a reward, jewel, or saying, trade with so-and-so, becoming binding upon that which is established. Is it restricted to the nature of the transaction? There are two interpretations. The guarantor has the right to retract before the transaction occurs, unlike the statement, sell to him and I am the guarantor for it. It is valid if its fulfillment is possible from the guarantor, even if the debtor is unknown, or if it is done for one who has property, even without his permission, such as paying it off out of kindness, and not to cause distress. Thus it is returned similar to his purchasing of goods. Is it valid if the seller knows of it? This is the more apparent view, though there are two interpretations. It is not valid if one makes a claim against an absent person and another guarantees it, then denies it, or if one says to a claimant against a denier, if I do not bring him to you by tomorrow, I am the guarantor, and he does not bring him, provided the right has not been established by evidence. Is it established by his acknowledgement? There are two interpretations regarding this, similar to the defendant saying, delay me today, and if I do not come to you tomorrow, then what you claim against me is true. The guarantor returns with what he has paid, even if evaluated, if the payment is proven. His settlement on behalf of the debtor is permissible with whatever is permissible for the debtor, according to the most correct view, and he returns with the lesser of the two or its value. If the original debtor is absolved, the guarantor is absolved, but not the reverse. The debt is hastened by the death of the guarantor, and his heir may seek recourse after its term, or the creditor may do so if he left assets. No demand is made if the debtor is present and solvent, or if establishing the debt against him is not remote. The word is his regarding his solvency. The condition that the creditor may take from whichever of them he wishes and prioritize him is effective. Or, if he dies, it is like the condition of the surety of the face, presence, or the owner of the debt regarding validation in bringing him forth. He has the right to demand the rightful owner to release him when his term arrives, but not by handing the wealth over to him. He guarantees it if he collects it, not if he sends it, and the delay of his destitute principal is binding upon him. Or the solvent one, if he remains silent or did not know, provided he swears that he did not delay him with the intent of forfeiture. If he denies, he swears that he did not forfeit it, and it becomes binding upon him, and his debtor is delayed by his delay unless he swears. It becomes void if the guarantee itself is corrupt or becomes corrupt, such as a reward given by someone other than the master to his debtor. The guarantee of the guaranteed object is void, except in the purchasing of something between them or its sale, like their mutual loan, according to the most correct view. If the guarantors are multiple, each is pursued for his share, unless a condition of mutual guarantee for one another is made, such as their sequential order. The one who pays returns to the one who did not pay for himself with all that is upon the one met, then equals him. Thus, if 6 are purchased for 600 with mutual guarantee, and he meets one of them, he takes the whole from him. Then, if he meets one of them, he takes him for 100, then for 200. If one of the two meets a third, he takes him for 50 and for 75. If the third meets a fourth, he takes him for 25, and the like thereof, then for 12.5 and for 6.25. Does he not return with what concerns him also, if the right was initially upon others, which is the majority view? There are 2 interpretations. Guarantee by face, personal surety, is valid. For the husband, there is the right to reject it from his wife. He is absolved by handing him over to him, even if in prison, or by handing over himself if he ordered him to do so, provided the right is due. It may be done outside the gathering of judgment if not stipulated otherwise, and outside his town if a judge is present there, even if destitute. Otherwise he is fined after a slight delay if the absence of his debtor is near, such as a day. The fine does not fall by bringing him forth if judgment has been passed, but not if he proves his non-existence or his death during his absence, even if outside his town. He returns with it and with the cost of the search, even in cases of retaliation, such as "I am a surety for seeking him," or if he stipulated the negation of wealth or said, "I guarantee nothing but his face," and seeking him is according to what he is capable of. He swears he did not fall short, and he is fined if he was negligent or helped him escape, and he is punished. It is interpreted in absolute terms: I am a surety, leader, authorized, sponsor. He is with me, he is unto me, and the like, as referring to the wealth according to the most likely and apparent view, not if they differ. A proxy for dispute does not serve, nor does a surety for the face in a claim, except with a witness. If he claims evidence in a place like the market, the judge detains him with him. Chapter on the exposition of the reality of partnership and its divisions and rulings. Introduction. Chapter on the exposition of the reality of partnership and its divisions and rulings. Partnership is a permission regarding disposal for both of them with themselves. It is only valid between those capable of appointing an agent and acting as an agent. It becomes binding through that which indicates it by custom, such as "we have become partners," with 2 quantities of gold or 2 of silver where the exchange is agreed upon, or with both from them, or with a specific object, or with goods, or with 2 goods, absolutely. Each is valued by the value on the day it was brought, not if it perished, provided it is valid if they mix them, even if legally, constructively. Otherwise, the perished item is from its owner, and what was purchased with other than it is between them, and upon the one who destroyed it lies half the price. Is it binding unless he knows of the destruction, so it is for him and upon him? Or absolutely, unless he claims taking it for himself? There is hesitation. Even if the cash of one of them is absent, provided it is not far and he does not trade until his presence. Not with gold and silver, nor with 2 types of food, even if they agree. Then, if they grant absolute disposal, even if in one type, it is an unlimited partnership, mufawada. It is not corrupted by the solitary action of one of them with something, and he has the right to donate if he begins anew with it, or if it is light, such as lending a tool or giving a piece of bread. He may invest capital as goods, bida'ah, enter a commenda, kirad, or deposit for an excuse, otherwise he guarantees. He may partner in a specific item, cancel a sale, appoint, and accept the absent one even if the other refuses. He may acknowledge a debt to one whom he is not suspected of favouring, and sell on credit, but not purchase on credit, such as writing a contract of manumission, kitaba, or emancipation based on wealth. He may grant permission to a slave in trade or unlimited partnership. The taker of a commenda or the borrower of a beast without permission acts independently, even if for the partnership, as does one trading with a deposit regarding profit and loss, unless his partner knows of his transgression regarding the deposit. Every agent returns to a present partner who did not take charge, like the absent one if his absence is far. Otherwise, he waits. Profit and loss are in proportion to the 2 capitals. It is corrupted by a condition of disparity, for each is the wage of his work for the other. He has the right to donate, lend, and gift after the contract. The word belongs to the one claiming destruction and loss, and to the taker of what is appropriate for him, and to the claimant of half, and it is carried upon it in their dispute. Partnership applies to what is in the hand of one of them unless there is evidence to the contrary, such as inheritance. Even if she says, "We do not know his precedence to it," if witness is borne to the unlimited partnership, and even if witness is not borne to the acknowledgement of it, according to the most correct view. For a resident, there is evidence regarding taking 100 that implies it remains if he calls witnesses upon taking it or the period is short, such as paying a dowry on his behalf, that it is from the unlimited partnership unless it is prolonged, such as a year. Otherwise, proof is required, such as inheritance. Even if she says, "We do not know," and if one acknowledges after separation or death, he is a witness regarding other than his share. Their maintenance and clothing are disregarded, even if in 2 towns of different prices, as are their families if they are close. Otherwise, they are calculated as if one of them were solitary with it. If he buys a maidservant for himself, the other may reject it, unless it is for intercourse with his permission. If he has intercourse with a maidservant of the partnership with his permission or without his permission, and she conceives, she is evaluated. Otherwise, the other has the choice of keeping her or evaluating her. If they stipulate the negation of independent action, it is a limited partnership, inan. It is permissible for the owner of birds and the owner of an omen to agree on partnership in the chicks. Buy for me and for you is an agency. It is permissible to say, pay on my behalf, if he does not say, and I will sell it to you. He has no right to detain it unless he says, and detain it, then it is like a pledge. If one other than the buyer lends, it is permissible, unless it is for the insight of the buyer. He is compelled to it if he buys something in his market, not for travel or acquisition, while the other is present and does not speak among his traders. Does this apply in the alley, unlike his house? There are two views. Partnership is permissible regarding labour if it is united or correlated, and they are equal in it or close, and cooperation is achieved, even if in two places. Regarding the permissibility of each bringing out a tool or renting it from the other, or whether ownership or lease is necessary, there are two interpretations, such as two doctors partnering in medicine, two hunters in falcons. Does this hold even if they separate? It is narrated regarding both, or two diggers with a spade and a mine. His heir does not deserve the remainder of it if the Imam granted it, restricted to what has not appeared. He is bound by what his companion accepts and his guarantee, even if they separate. Illness such as 2 days is disregarded, as is their absence, but not if it is frequent. It is corrupted by stipulating it, such as possessing many tools. Are the 2 days disregarded, like the healthy woman? There is hesitation. It is corrupted by their partnership through liabilities, credit partnership, that they buy without capital, and it is between them, and like the sale of a notable person, of the goods of an unknown person, for a share of his profit. And like the owner of a millstone, a house and a beast, so that they may work, if the rent is not equal, but they are equal in the yield, they return the rents. If the work of the owner of the beast is stipulated, the yield is his, and upon him is the rent of both. Judgment is passed against a partner regarding that which is indivisible, that he maintain or sell, such as the owner of a lower floor, if it weakens. Upon him is the suspension and the ceiling, and sweeping the latrine, not the stairs. And by the lack of increasing the height, unless it is light. And by the ceiling for the lower floor, and by the beast for the rider, not attached to a bridle. If one of them sets up a millstone when they refused, the yield is theirs, and he seeks fulfilment from it for what he spent, by permission for his neighbour to enter to repair a wall, and the like, and by its division if requested, not by its length against width, and by restoring a screen for another if he demolished it harmfully, not for repair or demolition, and by demolishing a structure on a road even if it does not harm, and by the sitting of vendors in the courtyards of houses for sale if it is light, and for the first one, such as a mosque, and by blocking a window opened if blocking the light behind it is intended, and by preventing smoke, such as a bathhouse, and odour, such as a tanner, and a threshing floor before a house, and that which is harmful to a wall, a stable, or a shop opposite a door, and by cutting what causes harm from a tree to a wall if it is new. Otherwise there are two views. Light, sun, and wind are not prevented, except for a threshing floor, nor the elevation of a building, nor sound like hammering, nor a door in a through street. A projecting window or a roofed passage is for the one who owns both sides in a through street. Otherwise, it is like ownership for all of them, except a door if it deviates. And the climbing of a palm tree, provided warning is given of his ascent. It is recommended to lend his wall for inserting his timber, and to offer kindness with water and opening a door. He has the right to retract. There is hesitation regarding if he pays what he spent or its value. Regarding his agreement and his disagreement, there is hesitation. Section on the exposition of rulings on partnership in cultivation. Each has the right to annul the sharecropping contract if he has not sown. It is valid if they are free from renting the land for a prohibited thing, and a comparable thing corresponds to it, and they are equal, except for a donation after the contract, and mixing of seed if it existed, even if by their bringing it out. If the seed of one of them does not sprout, and it is known, it is not counted if he deceived. Upon him is the like of half of what sprouted. Otherwise, upon each is half the seed of the other, and the crop is between them. As if they were equal in everything, or the seed of one corresponded to the work or his land, and his seed or part of it, if what is for the worker does not decrease from the ratio of his seed. Or if all belongs to one of them except the work, if they contracted with the wording of partnership, not lease or absolutely like disregarding land, and they were equal in other things. Or if one of them has cheap land and work, according to the most correct view. If it is corrupt and they are equivalent in work, it is between them and they return other things. Otherwise, it is for the worker, and upon him is the wage, whether he had seed with work or land, or all for each. Chapter on the rulings of agency, Wakala. The validity of agency lies in that which accepts deputyship regarding annulment, collection of a right, punishment, transfer of debt and absolution, even if the three are ignorant of it. Also in pilgrimage, and for one in a dispute, even if he dislikes his opponent, not if he settled with his opponent like 3 times, except for an excuse, and swearing in matters like travel. He does not have the right, then, to dismiss him, nor does he have the right to dismiss himself. Nor acknowledgment if not delegated to him, or if his necessity for it makes it for him and his opponent. He said, even if he says, acknowledge on my behalf for 1,000, it is an acknowledgment. Not in matters like an oath or disobedience, such as zihar, injurious assimilation of a wife to a mother. By what indicates it customarily, not merely I appoint you as agent, unless he delegates, whereupon discretionary judgment proceeds, unless he says other than discretionary judgment, except for divorce, marrying off his virgin daughter, selling the house of his residence or his slave, or if he specifies by text or context. It is particularized and restricted by custom, so he does not transgress it except regarding a sale, where he may demand the price and collect it, or a purchase, where he may take possession of the sold item and return a hidden defect if his principal did not specify. He is demanded for the price and the priced item as long as he does not declare absolution, such as so-and-so sent me to sell it, not for me to buy from you, and for the liability of defects as long as it is not known. In an absolute agency, the currency of the town is specified, and what is appropriate for it, unless he names the price, then there is hesitation and the price of the like. Otherwise, he has a choice, like copper coins, except what is usually so due to its pettiness, such as exchanging gold for silver, unless it is the custom. And like his contradicting the buyer of a specific item, or a market, or a time, or his selling for significantly less, or his buying for significantly more, except like 2 dinars in 40, and he is believed in paying them if the one who did not prolong is safe. Whenever he contradicts in a purchase, it becomes binding upon him if his principal is not pleased with it, such as a defective item, unless it is minor and represents an opportunity. Or in a sale, whereupon his principal has the choice, even if usurious for its like, provided the agent did not commit to the excess over the best. not if he increased in a sale or decreased in a purchase. Or buy with it, and he bought on credit and paid it, and the reverse. Or a sheep for a dinar, and he bought two with it that could not be separated. Otherwise he has a choice in the second. Or he took a surety or a pledge in your forward sale, salam, and guaranteed it before your knowledge of it and your consent. Regarding exchanging gold for dirhams and the reverse, there are two views. He breaks his oath by his action in "I will not do it," unless there is an intention, and the prohibition of a dhimmi, non-Muslim subject, in selling or buying or demanding payment, and an enemy against his enemy, and consent to his contradiction in a forward sale if he pays him the price, and his selling to himself and his ward, unlike his wife and his slave, if he does not show favoritism, and his purchasing one who would be emancipated upon him if he knew, and his principal did not specify him. He is emancipated upon him, otherwise upon his commander, and his appointing an agent unless it is not appropriate for him or it becomes too much. So the second is not dismissed by the dismissal of the first. Regarding his consent, if he transgressed with it, there are two interpretations. And his consent to his contradiction in a forward sale, if he pays the price by its named amount, or by a debt if it was lost, and it was sold. If it fulfills the named amount or the value, fine. Otherwise he is fined. If he asks, he is fined the named amount or the value, and waits to collect it and pay the remainder. It is permissible if its value is like it or less. If he orders him to sell a commodity and he gives it as a forward sale for food, he is fined the named amount or the value, and waited for the food for its term. Then it is sold, and the decrease or increase is fined for you. He guarantees if he hands over the debt and does not call witnesses, or sells for something like food in cash what is not sold for it, and claims permission but is disputed. Or if he denies the receipt and evidence is established, then evidence bears witness to destruction, like the debtor. Even if the non-delegated one says, "I collected and it perished," he is absolved. But the debtor is not absolved except with evidence. The principal is bound to pay the price until it reaches its owner if he did not pay it to him. He is believed regarding the return, like the depository, so he is not delayed for calling witnesses. One of two agents may act independently unless stipulated otherwise. If you sell and he sells, then the first stands, unless by receipt. You may collect his forward sale for yourself if it is proven by evidence, and the word is yours if he claims permission or a description for it, unless he buys with the price, and you claim that you ordered him with something else. He swears, like his saying, "I ordered its sale for 10, and it resembled it, and you said for more, and the sold item was lost by the disappearance of its substance, or it was not lost, and you did not swear." If you appointed him to take a maidservant, and he sent her, and she was had intercourse with, then he came with another, and said, "This is yours, and the first is a deposit." If he did not clarify and swore, he takes her unless she is lost by something like a child or management tadbir, except for evidence, and the other is binding upon you. If you ordered him with 100, and he said, "I took her for 150, if she is not lost, you have the choice to take her for what he said. Otherwise, nothing is binding upon you except the 100. If your dirhams are returned for being counterfeit, if your ordered agent recognizes them, they are binding upon you. Is this so even if collected? There are two interpretations. Otherwise, if he accepts them, you swear. Is it absolutely so, or due to the lack of the ordered agent? You paid nothing but good ones to your knowledge, and it becomes binding upon him? There are two interpretations. Otherwise, he swears likewise, and the seller swears. Regarding the beginning, there are two interpretations. He is dismissed by the death of his principal, if he knows. Otherwise, there are two interpretations. Regarding his dismissal by his dismissal without knowing, there is a disagreement. Is it not binding, or if it occurred with a wage or reward, it is like them. Otherwise, it is not binding. There is hesitation. Chapter on the exposition of the rulings of acknowledgment. Introduction. Chapter on the exposition of the rulings of acknowledgment. The legally responsible person, unencumbered by interdiction, is held accountable for his acknowledgment to one eligible, provided he does not belie him and is not suspected, such as a slave in other than wealth, and a mute person, and a sick person, if a son inherits him, for a distant relative or one who treats him kindly, or for one who does not inherit him, or one whose state is unknown. Like a husband whose hatred for her is known or is unknown, and a son or sons inherit him, unless she is solitary with the small child. Regarding females and agnates, there are two views, such as his acknowledgment for a disobedient child or his mother, or because the one to whom he did not acknowledge is more distant or closer, not the equal. And the closer one, such as delay me for a year, and I acknowledge, then he returns to the dispute. It is binding for a fetus if intercourse occurred, and birth happens within its minimum duration, otherwise for its maximum. He equates between his twins unless favouring is stated, with upon me, or in my conscience, or with me, or I took from you. Even if he adds, if God wills, or he decreed, or you gifted it to me, or you sold it to me, or I fulfilled it, or you lent me, or did you not lend me, or be easy with me, or weigh it from me, or I would have paid you today, or yes, or yea, or indeed, in response. Not I have nothing of yours with me, or I have no means. I do not acknowledge, or upon me, or upon so-and-so, or from which type will you take it? How far you are from it? Regarding until my agent comes and the like, or weigh or take, there are two views. Likewise, upon me is 1,000 as far as I know, or I think, or my knowledge. It is binding if he appoints an agent for 1,000 from the price of wine or a slave, and I did not collect it. Like his claim of usury, and he establishes evidence that he engaged in usury with him for 1,000. Not if he establishes it upon the acknowledgment of the claimant that nothing occurred between them except usury. Or I bought wine for 1,000, or I bought a slave for 1,000, and did not take possession of him. Or I acknowledged such and such while I was a boy. Like I was pleuritic, if its precedence is known, or if he acknowledged as an excuse or for a loan out of gratitude according to the most correct view, before the term of its like in a sale, not a loan. The interpretation of 1,000 in like 1,000 and a dirham, and a ring whose stone is mine, is sequential except in usurpation, where there are two views. Not with a beam and a door in he has in this house or the land, suffice in according to the best view, and wealth of nisab, the best is to interpret it as something, and a prison for him, and like 10 and a fraction, and it falls in things like 100 and something. Such and such dirhams, 20 and such, 21, such and 21, 11 and a fraction, or 3 dirhams. Many, or neither many nor few, 4. And the dirham of custom, otherwise the legal one. Its deceit and deficiency are accepted if connected. A dirham with a dirham, or under it, or above it, or upon it, or before it, or after it, or so a dirham, or then a dirham. 2 dirhams. It falls in, no, rather 2 dinars. A dirham, or by a dirham, and he swears he did not intend emphasizing them. Like bearing witness in a mention of 100 and in another of 100. And for 100 and 200, the greater. Most of the 100, or its proximity, or around it, 2/3 or more, and by discretionary judgment, is binding in 10 in 10, 20 or 100. 2 views. A garment in a box, oil in a jar. Regarding the binding nature of the container, there are 2 views. Not a beast in a stable. 1,000 if he deems it lawful, or he lent me, it is not binding. Like if he swears in other than a claim, or if so-and-so the non-just witness testifies. This sheep, or this she-camel. The sheep is binding, and he swears regarding it. I usurped it from so-and-so, no, rather from another. It is for the first, and judgment is passed for the second for its value. You have one of 2 garments, which is specified. Otherwise, if the acknowledgee specifies the better of them, he swears. If he says, I do not know, they swear on the negation of knowledge and share. Exception here is like elsewhere. The house is his and the room is mine is valid, and with other than the genus like 1,000 except a slave, and his value falls. If he absolves so-and-so from what he owes him, or from every right, or absolves him, he is absolved absolutely. And from slander and theft, his claim is not accepted even if by a deed, except with evidence that it was after it. If he absolves him from what is with him, he is absolved from trust, not debt. Section on the exposition of the rulings of paternity affiliation, acknowledgement of lineage. The father alone may acknowledge a child of unknown lineage, provided reason does not belie him due to his youth, or custom does not, if he is not enslaved to his denier or a client, but he is affiliated with him. In it also he is believed even if his buyer emancipated him, if he does not establish evidence of his falsehood, even if he grew up or died and he inherited him. If a son inherited him, or he sold him, he annuls and returns with his maintenance if he had no service, according to the most likely view. If he claims having impregnated her by a previous owner, there are 2 views regarding it. And if he sold her and she gave birth, and he acknowledged him, he is affiliated. He is not believed regarding it if he is suspected of affection or lack of price or status. He returns her price, and the child is affiliated with him absolutely. If he buys one acknowledged, and the ownership is another's, he is emancipated like a witness whose testimony was rejected. If he acknowledges other than a child, he does not inherit him if there is an heir. Otherwise, there is a disagreement. The chosen view restricted it to when the acknowledgement is not prolonged. If he says to the children of his maidservant, "One of them is my child," the youngest is emancipated, and 2/3 of the middle, and 1/3 of the eldest. If their mothers are separate, then one by lot. If the wife of a man and the maidservant of another give birth and they are mixed, the physiognomists determine it. From Ibn al-Qasim, regarding one found with her daughter and another, neither is affiliated with him. Physiognomists rely only on a father who has not been buried. If 2 just witnesses acknowledge a third, the lineage is established. A just witness swears with him and inherits, but there is no lineage. Otherwise, the share of the acknowledger is like wealth. This is my brother, nay, this one. For the first is half the inheritance of his father, and for the second half of what remains. If he leaves a mother and a brother, and she acknowledges a brother, he has 1/6 from her. If a deceased acknowledges that so-and-so is his maidservant who bore so-and-so from him, and she has 2 daughters also, and the heirs forgot her and the evidence, if the heirs acknowledge that, they are free and have the inheritance of a daughter. Otherwise, nothing is emancipated. If he acknowledges a child, then denies him, then the child dies, he does not inherit him, and his wealth is suspended. If he dies, it is for his heirs, and his debt is paid. If his creditors arise while he is alive, they take it. Chapter on the exposition of the rulings of deposit and its affiliates. Depositing is appointing an agent to preserve wealth. One guarantees by the falling of something upon it, not if it breaks during the transfer of its like to preserve it, and by mixing it, except like wheat, with its like, or dirhams with dinars for preservation. Then, if some of it perishes, it is between you, unless it is distinguished. And by his using it or travelling with it, if he is capable of an amenable person, unless it is returned safe. A loan is forbidden, evaluated and non-existent. Cash and fungibles are disliked, like trade, and the profit is his. He is absolved if he returns the non-forbidden, unless by permission, or he says, "If you need, take," and he guarantees the taken part only. Or by locking with a prohibition, or by placing in copper when commanded with pottery, not if he added a lock or the reverse in pottery. Or if he ordered tying in the sleeve, and he took it by hand, like his pocket according to the chosen view, and by forgetting it in the place of its deposit, and by entering the bathhouse with it, and by going out with it, thinking it is his, and it perished. Not if he forgot it in his sleeve and it fell, nor if he stipulated the guarantee upon him, and by depositing it, even if on a journey, to other than a wife and a slave accustomed to that, except for a nakedness that occurred or for a journey when unable to return. If he deposits during a journey, witnessing is obligatory due to the excuse. He is absolved if it returns safe, and upon him is its retrieval if he intends return. And by sending it, and by mounting upon it, then the body. Even if from giving birth, like the maidservant of his wife who died from childbirth, and by denying it, then regarding the acceptance of the evidence of return, there is a disagreement. And by his death, when he did not bequeath, and it was not found, except for something like 10 years. He takes it if it is proven by writing upon it that it is his, that such is his handwriting or the handwriting of the deceased, and by his striving with it for a confiscator, and by the death of the one sent with him to a town if he did not reach it, and by wearing the garment and riding the beast. The word is his, that he returned it safe if he acknowledges the action. If he rents it to Mecca and it returns in its condition, except that he detained it from its markets, you have its value on the day of his renting. No rent. Or he took it and took her, and by paying it to a claimant claiming that you ordered him to do so, and she swore. Otherwise he swore. He is absolved except with evidence against the commander, and he returns against the recipient. If you sent wealth to him, and he said, "You gave it as charity to me," and you denied, the messenger is a witness. Is it absolute, or if the wealth is in his hand? 2 interpretations, and by the claim of return to your heir, or the recipient who denies, binding upon you if he has evidence of it which is intended. Not by the claim of destruction or lack of destruction or loss. The suspected one swears. The condition of denying it does not benefit him. If he refuses, you swear. nor if he stipulates payment to the recipient without evidence. And by his saying, "It perished before meeting me," after preventing its payment, like his saying after it without excuse. Not if he said, "I do not know when it perished," and by preventing it until the judge comes, if there's no evidence. Not if he said, "It was lost years ago, and I was hoping for it." Even if its owner is present, unlike the commender, he has no right to take from it for one who wronged him with its like, nor the wage of preserving it, unlike its place. For each is the leaving of it. If he deposits with a boy or a fool, or lends him and he sells and destroys, he does not guarantee, even if with the permission of his family. It attaches to the conscience of the authorized one immediately, and the conscience of other than him when he is emancipated, if the master does not drop it. If he says, "It belongs to one of you, and I forgot him," they swear, and it is divided between them. If he deposits with two, it is placed in the hand of the most just. Chapter on the exposition of the rulings of loan, Arya. Lending the benefit of a property by one, without interdiction, is valid and recommended. Even a borrower, not merely an owner of usufruct, may lend freely a specific item for a permissible benefit, not like a dhimmi to a Muslim, and a maidservant for intercourse or service to other than a mahram, or to one upon whom she would not be emancipated, and she is for her. Foods and coins, a loan by what indicates it. It is permissible. Help me with your boy to help you, a lease. He guarantees the defective upon him unless with evidence. Is this so even if he stipulates its negation? There is hesitation. Not otherwise, even if by condition. He swears regarding what is known to be without his cause, like moth, that he was not negligent. He is absolved in breakage, such as a sword, if it is witnessed for him that it was with him in the encounter, or he struck with it the blow of its like, and the action of the authorized one and his like and below him, not the more harmful. If he exceeds that by which it perishes, he owes its value or its rent, like a pillion rider. He is pursued if he becomes destitute and did not know of the loan, otherwise its rent. The restricted one is bound by work or term until its expiration, otherwise the customary. He has the right of removal in cases like building if he pays what he spent. In it also its value. Is there a disagreement, or its value if he did not buy it, or if it was prolonged, or if he bought it with great fraud? Interpretations. If the period of building and planting expires, it is like usurpation. If the taker and the owner claim the rent, the word is his, unless the like of him disdains it, like the excess distance if he did not exceed. Otherwise, for the borrower regarding the negation of guarantee and rent. Even if by a contradicting messenger, like his claim of returning what he does not guarantee. If he claims that he is sent to borrow jewellery and it perishes, his sender guarantees if he believes him. Otherwise he swears and is absolved, then the messenger swears and is absolved. If he confesses to hostility, the free man guarantees, and the slave in his conscience if emancipated. If he says, "I delivered it to them," it is upon him, and upon them is the oath. The cost of taking it is upon the borrower, like returning it according to the most apparent view. Regarding the fodder of the beast, there are two views. Chapter on the exposition of the reality of usurpation and its rulings and what relates to it. Introduction. Chapter on the exposition of the reality of usurpation and its rulings and what relates to it. Usurpation is the taking of wealth by force, through transgression, without armed robbery. The discerning person is disciplined, like the claimant against a righteous person. Regarding the oath of the unknown, there are two views. He guarantees by seizure, otherwise there is hesitation, as if he died, or a slave was killed in retaliation, or he rode, or slaughtered, or denied a deposit, or ate without knowledge, or coerced another to destroy, or dug a well transgressively, and the one who fell came upon it, unless for a specific person. Then they are equal, or open the shackles of a slave, so he would not escape. Or against a non-rational being, unless accompanied by its owner, or a sanctuary for a fungible, even if at a high price with its like. He waits for its presence and for its town, even if he accompanies him and prevents him from it for authentication. There is no return for him. Like his validating his sale as defective, it ceased, and he said, I validated thinking it remained, such as silver minted, clay made into bricks, wheat ground, seed sown, eggs hatched, except what laid eggs, if incubated, and juice fermented. If it turns to vinegar, he has the choice, like its turning to vinegar for a dhimmi. It is specified for other than him. If he manufactures like spinning and jewellery and non-fungibles, then its value on the day of its usurpation. Even if a hide of a dead animal not tanned, or a dog, even if he killed it transgressively. He has a choice regarding the foreigner. If he follows him, he follows the perpetrator. If its owner takes less, he has the surplus from the usurper only. He has the right to demolish a structure upon it and the yield of a used item, and the game of a slave and a hunting animal, and the rent of land built upon. Like a worn-out ship, and taking what has no substance standing, and the catch of a net, and what was spent on the yield. Does the multiple giving in it count as giving, or by the greater of it and the value? There is hesitation. If he finds his usurper with another and other than his place, he has the right to hold him liable. With him he takes it if it does not require a great load, not if a maidservant becomes emaciated, or a slave forgets a craft, then returns, or he castrates him, and he does not decrease in value, or sits on another's garment in prayer, or guides a thief, or returns jewellery to its state and to other than it, then its value, like breaking it, or usurps a benefit, and the essence perishes, or its owner eats it as hospitality, or it decreases due to the market, or returns with it from a journey, even if far, like a thief. He has, in the transgression of one like a renter, the rent of the excess, if it remains safe. Otherwise he has a choice in it and in its value at its time. Even if it becomes defective, even if slightly like breaking her breasts, or he or a foreigner commits a crime, he has a choice in it. Like his dying in its value and taking his garment and paying the value of the dye, and in his building, in taking it and paying the value of its debris after dropping the cost he did not undertake. And the benefit of the vagina and the free person by missing, like a free person he sold and his return was impossible, and the benefit of other than them by missing. Does the complainer guarantee to the one find an excess over the amount of the messenger if he wronged, or all or not? Statements. He owns it if he buys it, even if he is absent, or pays its value if he does not falsify. He returns upon him with a surplus he hid. The word is his regarding its destruction, description, and amount, and he swears. Like a buyer from him, then he pays another for his vision, for its owner validating his sale and annulling the emancipation of the buyer and his validating. A buyer who did not know guarantees in intentional acts, not acts of God, and yield. Is mistake like intent? Two interpretations. His heir and Doni, if they knew, are like him. Otherwise, start with the usurper, and return upon him with the yield of his donnée. If he becomes destitute, then upon the donnée. A witness to usurpation is combined with another to his acknowledgment of usurpation, like a witness to your ownership combined with a second to your usurpation. You are made a possessor of hand, not an owner, unless you swear with the witness of ownership and the oath of judgment. If she claims coercion upon other than what is appropriate without attachment, she is punished for him, the transgressor, a criminal against a part usually. If he causes the intended purpose to be missed, like cutting the tail of a beast of status, or its ear, or his shawl, or the milk of a sheep, which is the intended purpose, and plucking the eyes of a slave or his hands, he has the right to take it, and its decrease or its value. If he does not cause it to be missed, then its decrease, like the milk of a cow, and the hand of a slave, or his eye. He is emancipated upon him if evaluated. There is no prevention for its owner in the excessive according to the most likely view, and mending the garment absolutely. Regarding the wage of the doctor, there are two views. Section on the exposition of the rulings of entitlement, recovery of due right. If he sows and it is claimed by entitlement, if he does not benefit from the crop, he takes without anything. Otherwise, he has the right to uproot it if the time for which it is intended has not passed. He has the right to take it for its value according to the chosen view, otherwise the rent of the year, like the one of resemblance or unknown state. It is missed by ploughing it between a lesser and a lessee. For the entitled one is taking it and paying the rent of the ploughing. If he refuses, it is said to him, "Give the rent of a year, otherwise surrender it without anything." In years he annuls or validates if he knows the proportion. There is no option for the lessee for the liability. He pays cash if the first paid cash and is safe. The yield is for the one of resemblance or the one unknown to the ruling, like an heir, a donnee, and a buyer from him if they did not know. Unlike a creditor against an heir, like an heir appearing against his like, unless he benefits. If he plants or builds, it is said to the owner, "Give him his value standing." If he refuses, he pays the value of the land. If he refuses, they are partners by the value on the day of judgment, except the endowed property, then the debris. He guarantees the value of the entitled item and its offspring on the day of judgment, and the lesser if he takes blood money, not the dowry of a free woman or her yield. If a lessee demolishes transgressively, the entitled one has the debris and the value of the demolition. If his lesser absolves him, like a thief of a slave, then entitled. Unlike an entitled one claiming freedom except the small amount. He has the right to demolish a mosque. If part is entitled, it is like the sold item, and he returns for evaluation. He has the right to return one of two slaves, the better of whom was entitled by freedom, as if he settled for a defect with another. Is the first evaluated on the day of settlement or the day of sale? Two interpretations. If he settles, and what is in the hand of his claimant is entitled, he returns in an acknowledged item not missed. Otherwise, in its compensation, like denial according to the most likely view, not to the dispute. And what is in the hand of the defendant, in denial he returns with what he paid, otherwise with its value. In acknowledgment he does not return, like his knowing the validity of that, his seller. Not if he says his house, in goods for goods, with what went out of his hand, or its value. Except marriage, kul, settlement of intentional murder, and what is contracted for a slave, a mukatab, or a life gift, umrah. if the bequest of an entitled one is executed regarding slavery. The executor and the pilgrim do not guarantee. If he is known by freedom and the master took what was sold and not missed by the price, like one witnessed dead if his evidence is excused. Otherwise, like the usurper. And what is missed the price, as if he managed or a small one grew up. Chapter on the reality of preemption, Shufa, and its rulings. Preemption is the taking by a partner even a dhimmi, if a Muslim sold to a dhimmi, like two dhimmis seeking judgment from us, or an endowment to be endowed, like a sultan, not an endowment upon him or to be endowed and a neighbour, even if he owning strictly for the edge, and the supervisor of an endowment and rent. Regarding the supervisor of inheritance, there are two views. From one whose binding ownership has been renewed by choice through exchange, even if bequeathed to be sold for the poor, according to the most correct and chosen view. Not one bequeathed to be sold a part of real estate, even if transferred by it, if it is divided. In it is release, and it is acted upon with the like of the price, even if a debt or its value by pledging it and its guarantor, and the wage of a broker and a contract of purchase. Regarding the tax, there is hesitation, or the value of the share in cases like kul, settlement of intentional murder and arbitrary cash, and with what concerns him if he accompanies another. The buyer is bound by the remainder, and to his term, if he is solvent or a wealthy person, guarantees him. Otherwise, he hastens the price, unless they are equal in non-existence according to the chosen view. Transferring the seller with it is not permissible, as if he took wealth from a foreigner to take and profit, then did not take for him, or sold before taking it, unlike taking wealth after it to drop it, like trees and building on endowment land or lent land. The lender is prioritized with his debris or its price if what it is lent for has passed, otherwise standing. And like fruit, cucumber plots and eggplant, even if single, unless they dry up. He deducts its share if it has ripened or been pollinated. In it, he took it as long as it did not dry up or be cut. Is it a disagreement? Two interpretations. If he bought its root only, it is taken. If it was pollinated, he returns with the provision. And like a well whose land was not divided, otherwise no. It is interpreted also as united, not goods or writing and debt, and an upper floor upon a lower and the reverse, and crops even in his land, and vegetables, and a courtyard, and a passage divided by its followed part, and an animal except in cases like a garden, and inheritance, and gift without reward, otherwise with it after it, and an option except after its passing. It is obligatory for its buyer, if he sells two halves optionally, then finalizes, so he executes. A sale corrupted, unless it is missed then by the value, except by a sale that was valid, then by the price in it, and a dispute in precedence of ownership unless one of them refuses. It falls if he divides, or buys, or bargains, or shares cropping or rents, or sells his share, or remains silent at demolition or building, or 2 months if he is present at the contract, otherwise a year, as if he knew and was absent, unless the return is thought to be before it, so he is hindered. He swears if distant. He is believed if he denies his knowledge, not if he was absent first, or dropped for a lie in the price and swore, or in the purchased item or the buyer, or his solitude, or a guardian or father dropped without consideration. He preempts for himself or for another orphan, or the buyer denied the purchase and swore, and his seller acknowledged it. It is according to shares. Leaving for the partner his share, he is demanded to take after his purchase, not before it. Dropping it is not binding upon him. He has the right to annul an endowment like a gift and charity. The price is for his recipient if he knew his preemptor, not if he gifted a house and half of it was entitled. He owns by judgment or paying the price or calling witnesses. It is hastened if he intends seeing or looking at the purchase, except like an hour. It is binding if he takes and knows the price. So a sale for the price, and the buyer if he hands over. If he is silent, he has his decrease. If he says, "I will take," he is delayed 3 days for the cash, otherwise it falls. If the transaction is united and the shares and the seller are multiple, it is not divided, like the multiplicity of the buyer according to the most correct view, as if some of them dropped or were absent, or the buyer wanted, and for the one present is his share. Is the liability upon him, or upon the buyer, or upon the buyer only, like others, even if the seller cancels it, unless he hands over before it? 2 interpretations. His partner in the share is prioritized, even if, like a sister from the father, she takes a sixth. He enters upon another, like a share owner upon an heir, and an heir upon legatees, then the heir, then the foreigner. He takes by any sale, and its liability is upon him, and he annuls what is after it. He has its yield. Regarding the annulment of his rental contract, there is hesitation. He does not guarantee its decrease. If he demolished and built, he has its value standing, for the preemptor is the debris. As for due to the absence of his preemptor, his agent or a judge on his behalf divided, or he dropped due to a lie regarding the price, or half of it was entitled. He deducts what he deducted for a defect or a gift, if he deducted customarily or resembled the price after it. If the price is entitled or returned for a defect after it, the seller returns with the value of his share. Even if the price is fungible except cash, then it's like. What is between the preemptor and the buyer is not annulled. Even if it occurred before it, it is void. If they differ in the price, the word is the buyer's, with an oath regarding what resembles, like a great one desiring his neighbour, otherwise for the preemptor. If they do not resemble, they swear and return to the middle value. If a buyer refuses, then regarding taking with what he claimed or paid, there are 2 views. If he purchased land with its green crop, and half of it only was entitled, and he sought preemption, the sale is void in half the crop due to its remaining without land. Like a buyer of a piece of a garden adjacent to his garden to reach it from the garden of his buyer, then the garden of the buyer was entitled. The seller returns half the price, and he has half the crop. The preemptor is given the choice, first between preempting or not, then the buyer is given the choice in returning what remains. Chapter on the rulings of division, Kisma, and its affiliates division is the allocation of usufruct in time, such as the service of a slave for a month, and the residence of a house for years, like lease, not in yield even for a day, and mutual consent, like sale, and lot, which is the distinguishing of a right. A divider suffices, not an evaluator. His wage is by number. It is disliked. Real estate and others are divided by value. Each type is separated. Houses and plots are combined, even by description, if they are equal in value and desirability and are close, like a mile, if one of them calls for it. Even non-irrigated and irrigated land, except designated ones like residence. The word is for the one separating it. It is interpreted also contrary to it. Regarding the upper and lower floor, there are 2 interpretations. Each category is separated, like apples if they bear, except like a garden containing different trees or land with scattered trees. Wool on a back is permissible if sheared, even if for like half a month. And an heir taking goods, and another a debt, if its sale is permissible. And one of them taking pulses, and the other wheat. And the option of one of them is like sale. And planting another, if your tree is uprooted from the land of another, if it is not more harmful, like his planting beside your river flowing in his land. It is interpreted in discarding his sweepings according to custom, and it is not discarded on his edge if capacity is found. His sustenance from the public treasury is permissible, not his testimony. In a kafiz, one of them taking 2/3 and the other 1/3. Not if he increases cash or measure due to baseness. Regarding like 30 kafis or 30 dirhams, one of them taking 10 dirhams and 20 kafis if the wheat agrees in description. Sifting wheat for sale is obligatory if its yield increases over the third. Otherwise, it is recommended. Gathering cloth, even if like wool and silk, not like non-irrigated and possessing a well or bucket. And fruit or crops, if they have not been harvested, like its division by its root in times or cubits, or in it is corruption like a ruby, or like a quiver, or in its root by estimation, cars, like vegetables, except dates or grapes, if the need of its people varies, even if by much eating, and it is little, and its sale is lawful and united from unripened dates or fresh dates, not dried dates. It is divided by lot, by investigation, like large unripened dates. The owner of the root waters, like his seller, the excluded fruit, until he hands over, or in it, is mutual return, unless it is little, or milk in udders, unless for a clear excess. Or they divided without an exit, absolutely. It is valid if they are silent about it, and for his partner is the benefit. He is not compelled to divide a watercourse. Division by share of water, called, is like a screen between them. Two agnates are not combined except with their consent, unless with someone like a wife, so they combined first, like a share owner and heirs. The partners are written, then the divided part is cast or written and gives each to each. Purchasing the result is prohibited. It binds. One looks into a claim of injustice or error. The denier swears. If it is excessive or both are proven, it is annulled, like mutual consent if they entered an evaluated item. Each is compelled to it if each benefits, and to sale if the share of his partner decreases singly. Not like a quarter of yield, or he bought a part. If he finds a defect in the majority, he has the right to return it. If what is in the hand of his companion is missed by something like demolition, he returns half its value on the day of his taking possession. What remains safe is between them, and what is in his hand he returns half its value, and what remains safe is between them. Otherwise, he returns with half the defective from what is in his hand as a price. The defective is between them. If half or a third is entitled, he has a choice, not a quarter. It is annulled in the majority, like the emerging of a creditor or a legatee for a number against heirs, or against an heir and a legatee for a third, and the divided item like a house. If it is a specific item or fungible, he returns against each. Whoever is destitute, it is upon him if they did not know. If all heirs pay, it proceeds, like their sale, without fraud. He seeks fulfilment from what is found, then they return to each other. Whoever is destitute, it is upon him if they did not know. If a creditor, heir, or legatee appears against his like, or a legatee for a part against an heir, he pursues each for his share. It is delayed, not debt, for a fetus. Regarding the bequest, there are two views. A father or guardian divides for a small child, and a finder of a foundling, like a judge for an absent person. Not one of police, or one who sponsored a brother or a father for an adult, even if absent. In it, division of a palm tree and an olive tree if they are moderate. Is it a lot and permissible for paucity or mutual consent? 2 interpretations. Chapter on the exposition of the rulings of Commenda, Kirad. Commenda is an agency for trading in minted cash handed over for a part of its profit if their amount is known, even if adulterated, not with a debt upon him. It continues as long as he does not collect or bring it and call witnesses, nor with a pledge or deposit even if in his hand, nor with nuggets not dealt with in his town, like copper coins and goods if he undertakes its sale, as if he appoints him as an agent for a debt or to exchange then work. The wage of his like is for his undertaking, then the commender of his like in its profit. Like, you have a share, and there is no custom, or ambiguous, or a term, or guarantee, or buy the goods of so-and-so, then trade with its price, or with a debt or what is rarely found. Like their disagreement regarding the profit, and they claimed what does not resemble, and in what is corrupted other than it, the wage of his like in the conscience, like stipulating his hand or his consultation or a trustee over him, unlike the slave of another specifically for a share for him, and as if he sews or stitches or partners or mixes or invests as goods or sows, or does not buy to such and such a town, or after his purchase, if he informs him, then alone, or specifies a person or a time or a place, as if he took wealth to go out with it to a town to buy. Upon him are things like unfolding and folding, the light ones, and the wage if he hired. A part is permissible, be it little or much, and their consent afterwards to that. Its zakat is upon one of them, and it is for the one who stipulates, even if not obligatory. The profit is for one of them or for other than them. He guarantees him in the profit for him if he does not negate it and does not name a commender. Its condition, the work of the slave of its owner or his beast in the abundant, and mixing it even with his wealth. And it is the correct view if he fears by prioritizing one of them a cheapness. He shares if he increases deferred by its value. His journey if he is not interdicted before occupying it. Pay to me, for I have found something cheap to buy, and its sale for goods, and returning it for a defect. For the owner, his acceptance, if it is the whole. The price is cash, and giving commender to his slave and his hired man, and paying 2 sums or 2 successive sums before occupying the first, even if different, if they stipulate mixing, or his occupying it. Even if he does not stipulate it, like the liquidity of the first if equal. And their part agrees regarding purchase of its owner from him if valid. Its condition, that he not descend into a valley, or walk by night or by sea, or buy a commodity. He guarantees if he violates, such as sowing or striving in a place of tyranny for him, or moves it after his death specifically, or shares even if he worked, or with a debt, or gives commender without permission. He pays the fine to the second worker if he entered upon more, like his loss. Even if he accepts his work, the profit is for them, like every taker of wealth for growth then transgressed, not if he forbade him from work before it, or each committed a crime, or took something, so like a foreigner. His buying from his soil or on credit is not permissible, even if he permitted or for more, nor his taking from another if the second distracts him from the first, nor the sale of its owner of goods without permission. He compels his loss and what perished, even if before his work, unless he takes possession. He has the replacement. If all of it perishes, the replacement is not binding. the commodity is binding upon him. If the worker is multiple, the profit is like the work. He spends if he travels and has not consummated marriage with his wife. The wealth bore it for other than family, and Hajj and raiding with kindness in the wealth. He employs servants if he is of status, not medicine. He clothes himself, if far. He distributes if he goes out for a need, even after he rented and took provisions. If he buys one who is emancipated upon his owner knowingly, he is emancipated upon him if he is solvent. Otherwise he is sold according to his price and his profit before it, and the remainder is emancipated. If not knowing, then upon his owner, for the worker is his profit in it. Whoever is emancipated upon him, and he knew, is emancipated upon him by the greater of his value or his price, even if there is no surplus in the wealth. Otherwise, by his value, if he is solvent in both. Otherwise, he is sold for what is obligatory. If he emancipates one bought for emancipation, he is fined his price and his profit. For the commender is his value on that day, except his profit. If he becomes destitute, it is sold from him for what is for his owner. If he has intercourse with a maidservant, her owner evaluates or keeps if she did not conceive. If he becomes destitute, he pursues him for her and for the share of the child, or sells for him according to his wealth. If he impregnates one bought for intercourse, then the price. He is pursued with it if he becomes destitute. For each is its annulment before his work, like his owner. Even if he took provisions for a journey and did not depart, otherwise for its liquidity. If he seeks liquidity, then the judge. If he dies, his trustworthy heir may complete it. Otherwise he brings a trustee like the first. Otherwise they surrender to waste. The word is the worker's regarding its destruction and loss, and its return to its owner if he collected without evidence. Or says commender, and his owner goods for a wage, or the reverse. Or claims usurpation against him, or says, I spent from another, and regarding a part if he claims a resembling one. And the wealth is in his hand as a deposit, even if for his owner, and for his owner if he claims resemblance only, or says loan in commender or deposit or in a part, before the work, absolutely. If he says deposit, the worker guarantees him if he worked, and for the claim of validity. And whoever perished and before him, like a commender taken even if not found. He shares with his creditors. It is specified by bequest. His companion is prioritized in health and sickness. It is not appropriate for a worker, gift and appointing. He expands to bring food like others if he does not intend favoring. Otherwise, let him seek permission. If he refuses, let him compensate him. Chapter on the exposition of the rulings of Mūsā, tending trees. Mūsā is only valid for trees, even if non-irrigated, possessing fruit whose sale has not become lawful and has not been succeeded except as a follower, for a part, whether little or much, shared and known. I watered you, not the deficiency of what is in the garden, nor renewal, nor increase for one of them. The worker performs all that is needed customarily, such as pollination, cleaning, beasts and hired hands. He spends and clothes, not the wage of one who was in it. Or he replaced the one who died or became ill, like an heir according to the most correct view. Like crops or cane, onions and melon fields, if its owner is incapable and his death is feared, and it emerged, but its goodness did not appear. Is roses and the lichen cotton likewise, or like the first, and the majority is upon it? 2 interpretations. It is timed by the harvest. It is carried upon the first if a second is not stipulated. And like the whiteness of palm trees or crops, if it agrees with the part, and the worker sowed it, and it was a third by dropping the cost of the fruit. Otherwise it is corrupt, like the owner stipulating it. It is disregarded for the worker if they are silent about it, or he stipulated it. Trees following crops enter. Crops and trees are permissible even if other than a follower, and gardens even if they differ, for a part, except in deals, and absent if described, and he reaches it before its ripening, and stipulating a part of zakat upon one of them, and years as long as they do not multiply greatly without a limit, and working a beast or a boy in the large, and dividing olives as grain, like pressing it upon one of them, and repairing a wall, sweeping a spring, blocking a fence, repairing a bank, or what is little. Their mutual facing is waste, and the musaka of the worker with another, even if less trustworthy. It is carried upon its opposite. He guarantees if he is incapable and does not find, he surrenders it to waste. It is not annulled by the bankruptcy of its owner. And sale, a watered item, and the musaka of an executor and a debtor without interdiction, and paying it to a dhimmi who does not press his share as wine, not the sharing of its owner, or giving land to be planted so when it reaches it becomes musaka, or trees that have not reached 5 years while it reaches during them. A corrupt one is annulled without work, or during it, or after a year of more, if the wage of the like is obligatory. After it, the wage of the like, if they went out from it, as if he increased cash or goods. Otherwise, the musaka of the like his musaka with fruit that was fed, or with a sale, or the work of its owner was stipulated, or a beast, or a boy while he is small, or carrying it to his house, or he suffices him another cost, or the part differed by years or gardens, like their disagreement, and they did not resemble. Even if you watered him or rented him, then found him a thief, it is not annulled, and let him guard against him. Like his sale, and he did not know of his bankruptcy. And the falling of the palm tree, like fibre, is like the fruit. The word is for the claimant of validity. If a worker falls short of what was stipulated, he is reduced by his ratio. Chapter on the rulings of Mughārasa, planting contract. Planting is recommended. Mughārasa is permissible in roots or what remains long, like saffron and cotton, lease and reward for compensation, and partnership of a known part in the land and the trees, not in one of them. What is between the trees of the land enters if he does not exclude it first. If they agree on a known amount the trees reach, and no fruit before it, like limiting it by bearing fruit or a term, not after it. It is carried upon it upon silence. It is valid, like stipulating upon the worker what is light in cost, like a fence, not what is great of building. Does it bind by the contract, or unless he commences the work? Disagreement. The worker does what he entered upon by custom or naming. He guarantees if he is negligent. If he is incapable or absent after the contract and its owner or another works, it is upon his right if he wishes, and upon him is the wage unless he leaves it first. It is obligatory to clarify what is planted, like its number, unless it is known among its people. It is prohibited with sale or lease, like reward, exchange, musaka, partnership, marriage, commenda, and loan. They divide it if it reaches the stipulated limit, or they undertake the work. If the trees perish after it, the land is between them. There is nothing for the worker in what is little if the majority became void, unless it is distinguished by a side or had an amount. Unlike the reverse, He has no reward before it, like vegetables, except by permission. If they differ in the part, they are carried upon custom. The word is for the claimant of validity unless corruption prevails. A corrupt one is annulled if without work from the worker before the appearance of its corruption. Otherwise, does it proceed, and they return the land and the work? If a part is made for the worker, or the contract of Mukhtaṣar was such, does the worker have against the landowner the value of his planting and work only? Otherwise, regarding its being a corrupt rent or a corrupt lease, while being such, there are two views. Hesitation. What is missed of yield, its owner returns with its like if known, like the fungible in other than it. If one of the partners plants or builds, the other may enter with him and give him the value of that standing. Chapter on the exposition of the rulings of lease and hire, introduction. Chapter on the rulings of lease and hire. The validity of lease is by a contractor and a wage, like sale. It is hastened if specified, or by condition or custom, or in a guaranteed benefit in which he has not commenced except the rent of Hajj, then the slight amount, otherwise day by day. It is corrupt if the custom of hastening the specified is negated, like with a reward, not a sale, and like skin for a skinner, bran for a miller, and a part of a garment for a weaver, or a wet nurse, even if from now, and by what falls or comes out in shaking olives, or pressing them, and like harvest and thresh, and you have half of it, and the rent of land for food, or for what it grows, except like wood, and carrying food to a town for half of it, unless he takes possession of it now, and like if you sow it today for such and such, otherwise for such and such, and work on my beast, and what results, you have half of it. It is for the worker, and upon him is its wage, reverse to rent it, and like his selling half, that he sell a half, except in the town, if he delays, and the price is not fungible. It is permissible for half of what he gathers firewood upon. And a say of flour from it, or from oil, did not differ, and renting the owner from him, and teaching him by his work a year from his taking, and harvest this, and you have half of it, and what you harvested, you have half of it, and renting a beast for such and such, on condition that if it is dispensed with, he calculates, and renting a rented person, or an excluded benefit, and cash in it if it does not change usually, and the lack of naming for every year, and renting land to be taken as a mosque for a duration, and the debris is for its owner when it expires, and for throwing a dead body, and retaliation and discipline, and a slave for 15 years, and a day or sewing a garment, for instance. Does it corrupt if he combines them and they are equal or absolutely? Disagreement, and selling a house to be taken possession of after a year, and land for 10, and seeking breastfeeding, and custom in things like washing a rag. For her husband is its annulment if he does not permit, like the family of the child if she conceives, and the death of one of the wet nurses, and the death of his father while she has not collected a wage, unless a volunteer volunteers it, and the appearance of a hired breastfeeding woman eating gluttonously. A husband who consented is prevented from intercourse even if it does not harm, and travel, like her nursing with him. It does not necessitate custody, unlike the reverse, and the sale of a commodity on condition that he trade with its price for a year. If replacement is stipulated, like sheep not specified. Otherwise he has the replacement, upon his rented item, like a rider, and the edges of your river to build a house, and a road in a house, and a channel for the pouring of a latrine, not a drain, except for your house in his land, and renting a watermill for food or other than it, and for teaching Qur'an monthly or upon proficiency, and taking it even if not stipulated, and renting a vessel like a bowl and a pot, and for digging a well, lease and reward, and jewelry is disliked, like renting a rented beast or garment for its like, and teaching jurisprudence and inheritance obligations, like selling his books, and reading with melody, and rent of a drum and flute for a wedding, and rent like a disbelieving slave, and building a mosque for rent, and residence above it with a benefit that is evaluated, capable of delivery, without consuming the substance intentionally, nor prohibited. It is specified even if a copy of the Qur'an. And land whose water flooded and its uncovering is rare. And trees for drying upon according to the best view, not for taking its fruit. Or a sheep for its milk. What is in the land is overlooked as long as it does not exceed the third by evaluation. Not teaching singing or the entry of a menstruating woman into a mosque, or a house to be taken as a church, like its sale for that. He gives the rent as charity, and by the surplus of the price according to the most likely view. Nor a specified act like the 2 rakahs of dawn, unlike the collective obligation. It is specified, a learner, a suckling infant, a house, a shop, a building on a wall, and a litter if not described. And a beast for riding even if guaranteed, then genus and type and maleness. A shepherd has no right to herd another if he is not strong except with a partner, or it is few, and he did not stipulate otherwise. Otherwise his wage is for his employer, like a hired man for service who rented himself out. He is not bound to herd the offspring except by custom. It is acted upon in thread and engraving the millstone and building tool, otherwise upon its owner, reverse of a saddle and its like, and in walking, stations, hanging items, the beast of burden and his bedding in a litter, and replacing carried food and its honouring, like removing the shawl at noon. He is a trustee, so no guarantee. Even if he stipulates proving it, if he does not bring the brand of the dead animal, or stumbles with oil or food in a vessel, and it breaks, and he did not transgress, or the rope is cut, and he did not deceive by an act, like a guard, even if a bathhouse keeper, and a hired man for a maker, like a broker, if his goodness appears according to the most apparent view, and a sailor whose ship sank by a permissible act, not if he violated a posture of condition, or mounted without permission, or deceived by an act, then its value on the day of destruction, or a maker in a manufactured item, not other than it, even if needing him for work, even if with evidence or without wage, if he set himself up, and absent upon it, so by its value on the day of his payment. Even if he stipulated its negation or claimed its taking, unless evidence is established, so the wage falls, or unless he brings it by his condition. He is believed if he claims fear of death, so he slaughtered, or theft of his slaughtered animal, or pulling a tooth or dying, so he is disputed. It is annulled by the destruction of what is fulfilled from it, not by it, except a boy who learned and suckled, and a horse for mounting and training, and a tooth for extraction, so it calmed, like the pardon of retaliation, and by the usurpation of the house and the usurpation of its benefit, and the order of the Sultan to close the shops, and the pregnancy of a wet nurse or illness with which she is unable to suckle, and the illness of a slave and his escape to something like an enemy, unless he returns in the remainder of it. Unlike the illness of a beast on a journey, then it becomes healthy. He has the choice if it becomes clear that he is a thief, and by the maturity of a small child contracted upon or upon his goods by a guardian, except for the thought of his lack of reaching maturity, and remained like the month, like a fool 3 years, and by the death of an entitled beneficiary of an endowment who rented and died before its expiration according to the most correct view, not by the acknowledgment of the owner, or the succession of the owner of a beast in other than a specific one, or Hajj even if his destination is missed, or the immorality of a lessee. The judge rents if he does not suffice, or by the emancipation of a slave and his ruling is upon slavery, and his rent is for his master if he intended that he is free after it. Section on the rulings of renting beasts. Renting a beast is likewise. It is permissible on condition that upon you is its fodder or the food of its owner, or upon him is your food, or to ride it for his needs, or to grind with it for a month, or to carry upon his beasts 100, even if he did not name what I possess, and upon carrying a human he did not see. The burdensome is not binding upon him, unlike a child she bore, and its sale and excluding its riding for 3, not a Friday. The intermediate is disliked, and renting a beast for a month if he did not pay cash, and consent to the non-specific perished one if he did not pay cash, or paid cash and was compelled, and the action of the lessee upon it and below it, and a load by his vision, or its measure, or its weight, or its counting, if it does not vary, and cancellation before cash and after it, if he did not criticize it. Otherwise, no, except from the lessee only, if they settled accounts or after much travel, and stipulating the gift of Mecca if known, and the turn of the hired man, not carrying due to illness, nor stipulating if a specific one dies, he brings him another, like beasts for men or for places, or the custom was not a specific cash, even if he paid cash or with dinars specified except with the condition of replacement, or to carry upon it what he wills, or to a place he wills, or to see a man off, or with the like of the rent of people, or if it arrives in such and such, then for such and such, or to move to a town even if equal, except by permission, like mounting behind you or carrying with you. The rent is yours if it did not carry a weight, like the ship. He guarantees if he rents to a non-trustworthy person, or perished by increasing distance, or a load by which it perishes. Otherwise the rent, as if it did not perish. Unless he detains it much, he has the rent of the excess or its value. You have the annulment of a biter, or a bucker, or a night-blind one, or its saddle-sore being excessive, as if he grinds for you every day 2 ardebs for a dirham, and found it does not grind except an ardeb. If what resembles the measure increases or decreases, nothing is for you nor upon you. Section on the rulings of renting a bathhouse, house, land, and what resembles them. Renting a bathhouse and an absent house is permissible, like its sale, or half of it, or half a slave, and a month on condition that he dwells a day. It binds if he owns the remainder, and the lack of clarifying the beginning, and it is carried from the time of the contract. And monthly. It is not binding for them except by cash payment, so its amount, like a fixed obligation for a month, such and such, or this month, or months, or until such and such. Regarding in a year for such and such, there are 2 interpretations, and rainland for 10 if he did not pay cash, even if a year except the safe one like the Nile, and the specific one, so it is permissible. It is obligatory in the safe Nile land if irrigated, and an amount of your land if specified or equal, and on condition that he ploughs it 3 times or manures it if known, and land for years for one, having trees in it for future years, even if for other than you, not crops, and a condition of sweeping a latrine or repair or plastering from a rent that became obligatory, not if it did not become obligatory or from the lessee, or the hot water of the people of the owner of the bathhouse or their lime absolutely. Or he did not specify a building and planting, and some of it is more harmful, and there is no custom, and the rent of an agent, with favoritism or goods, or land for a duration to plant, so when it expires it is for the landowner, or half of it. The year in rain is by the harvest, and in irrigation by the months. If it is complete, and he has a green crop, then by the rent of the like of the excess. If grain scatters for the lessee and sprouts the next year, it is for the landowner, like one whom the torrent dragged to him. Rent binds by enablement, even if corrupted by a calamity or drowning after the time of ploughing, or lack of it, as seed or his imprisonment. Or the balconies of the house were demolished, or a foreigner dwelt in some of it. Not if it decreased from the value of the rent, even if little. Or a room in it was demolished, or its lesser dwelt in it, or did not bring a ladder for the upper floor. Or some of the land thirsted or drowned, so by its share. He has a choice in the harmful, like heavy rain. If it remains, the rent is like the thirst of land that was good. Is it absolutely, or unless they reconcile on the land? Two interpretations. Reverse of the destruction of the crop due to the abundance of its worms, or its mice, or thirst. Or the little remained. The lesser is not compelled to repair, absolutely, unlike a dweller who repaired for him the remainder of the duration before his exit. If they rent a shop and each wants its front, it is divided if possible. Otherwise, it is rented against them. If the spring of a rented item sinks for years after his sowing, the share of a year only falls. If he marries the owner of a house, even if by rent, there is no rent unless she separates. The word is for the hired man, that he delivered a letter, or that he manufactured and said deposit, or was opposed in the description. And in the wage, if it resembles, and he possessed, not like a building nor in returning it, so for its owner, even if without evidence. If he claims it and says he stole from me and wanted to take it, he pays the value of the dye with an oath if the claim of the maker exceeds it. If he chooses his guarantee, if the maker pays his value white, there is no oath. Otherwise they swear and share. Not if they differ in the mixing of the barley mush, and the one who paid refuses what the mixer said. Then the like of his barley mush. For him and for the camel driver, with an oath regarding the lack of receipt of the wage. Even if they reach the destination, unless for length. Then for his lessee with an oath. If he says for 100 to Barca, and says rather to Ifriqiya, they swear. It is annulled if travel is lacking or little, and he paid cash. Otherwise, like the missing of the sold item. For the lesser regarding the distance, only if his statement resembles only, or they resemble, and he paid cash. If he did not pay cash, the lessee swears, and what he said is binding upon the camel driver, unless he swears upon what he claimed. He has the share of the distance based on the claim of the lessee, and the remainder is annulled. If they do not resemble, they swear, and it is annulled by the rent of the like for what he walked. If he says, I rented to you to the city for 100, and they reached it, and says, rather to Mecca for less. If he paid him cash, the word is for the camel driver regarding what resembles, and they swear, and it is annulled. If he did not pay cash, then for the camel driver regarding the distance, and for the lessee regarding its share of what was mentioned after her oath. If the statement of the lesser only resembles, the word is his with an oath. If they establish evidence, Judgment is passed by the most just of them. Otherwise, they fall. If he says, I rented for 10 for 50, and says 5 for 100, they swear, and it is annulled. If he sold some and did not pay cash, for its owner is what the lessee acknowledged if it resembles, and he swears, otherwise the word of its owner if it resembles. If it does not resemble, they swear. The rent of the like is obligatory for what has passed, and the remainder is annulled absolutely. If he paid cash, there is hesitation. Chapter on the rulings of reward, duel, and what relates to it. The validity of reward is by the commitment of the people of lease to a reward known which the hearer deserves by completion, like the rent of ships. Unless he hires for completion, so by the ratio of the second. Even if entitled, even by freedom, unlike his death. Without estimating a time, unless by condition, left whenever he wills. No cash is stipulated in everything in which lease is permissible without the reverse. Even in the abundant, except like the sale of many goods, he takes nothing except by all. Regarding the condition of benefit for the rewarder, there are two views. For the one who did not hear is the reward of his like if he is accustomed to it, like their oath after their dispute. For its owner is leaving it, otherwise the expense. If it escapes and another comes with it, for each is his ratio. If one with a dirham and one with less come with it, they share in it. For both is annulment, it binds the rewarder by commencement. In the corrupt is the reward of the like, unless with a reward absolutely. So its wage. Chapter on the exposition of reviving dead land. Dead land is what is safe from exclusive allocation by cultivation, even if obliterated for revival, and by its sanctuary, like a place for firewood and pasture attached for morning and evening for a town. And what does not constrict a comer, and does not harm what belongs to a well, and what contains a benefit for a palm tree, and a place for throwing dirt and a drain pouring for a house. One surrounded by properties is not exclusive. Each has the use as long as it does not harm the other, and by the allocation of the imam. He does not allocate the populated land of force as ownership, and by the protection of an imam needed little from a town as a benefit for something like raiding. It requires permission even if a Muslim if close. Otherwise, for the imam is its validation or making him a transgressor, unlike the distant one. Even a dhimmi outside the Arabian Peninsula. Revival is by bursting water, and by bringing it out, and by building, and by planting, and by ploughing and moving earth, and cutting trees, and by breaking its stone and levelling it, not by fencing and grazing herbage and digging a well for cattle. Residence in a mosque is permissible for a man devoted to worship, and contracting marriage, and paying a debt, and killing a scorpion, and sleeping at noon, and hosting in a desert mosque, and a vessel for urine if he fears a predator, like a house under it. The reverse is prohibited, like expelling wind and staying with impurity. It is disliked to spit in its ground and scrape it, and teaching a boy, and buying and selling, and drawing a sword, and announcing a lost item, and shouting over a dead person, and raising the voice like raising it with a flag, and lighting a fire, and entry like horses for transport, and bedding or a cushion. For the owner of a pool and a well and a rainwater channel like water he owns, preventing it and selling it, except one for whom fear exists and he has no price. The most likely view is with the price. Like the surplus of a cultivation well, fear for the crop of his neighbour by the collapse of his well, and he began to repair. He is compelled to it. like the surplus of a cattle well in a desert being waste if ownership is not clarified. One starts with a traveller. He has against the resident the loan of a tool, then a resident, then the beast of its owner with all the irrigation, otherwise with the same effort. If rain flows in a permissible place, the highest waters if he proceeds to the ankles. The owner of the highest is ordered to level, otherwise like two walls. It is divided for those facing each other, like the Nile. If he owns first, it is divided by share of water or other. Lots are cast for dispute in precedence. Fishing is not prevented, even if from his property. Is it in the land of force only? Or unless the owner fishes? Two interpretations, and herbage in a plain and obliterated land not surrounded by his crop, unlike his meadow and his protected land. Chapter on the exposition of the rulings of endowment, waqf. Endowing an owned item is valid, even if with a wage, and even an animal and a slave, like a slave for the sick, not intended to harm. Regarding endowment like food, there is hesitation. Upon those eligible for ownership, like one who will be born, and a dhimmi, even if an act of closeness does not appear, or stipulating the handing over of its yield, or on condition that the supervision is his, or he did not possess it, like a well-endowed upon him, even if a fool or the guardian of a small child. Or he did not vacate between the people and things like a mosque before his bankruptcy and his death and his illness, except for his ward if he called witnesses and spent the yield for him, and it was not his residence house. Or upon an heir in his death-illness, unless leaving offspring coming out of his third. Then like inheritance for the heir, like 3 children and 4 children of children, and he made it successive and left a mother and a wife. They enter into what is for the children, and 4/7 of it is for the child of the child. Endowment. The division is annulled by the occurrence of a child like his death, according to the most correct view. Not the wife and the mother, so they enter. They entered into what was increased for the child by I retained, I endowed, and I gave as charity if a restriction accompanied it, or a direction that is not cut off, or for an unknown, even if restricted. It returns, if cut off, to the nearest poor of the agnates of the endower. A woman, if she were a man, is an agnate. If it narrows, the daughters are prioritized. And upon 2, and after them upon the poor, the share of whoever dies of them belongs to them, except like upon 10 their lives, so he owns after them. In cases like a bridge, and its return was not hoped for in its like, otherwise it is endowed for it. And charity to so-and-so, so for him or for the poor. Its price is distributed by investigation. Immediate execution is not stipulated, it is carried in the absolute upon it, like the equality of a female with a male. Nor perpetuity, nor specifying its expenditure, it is spent in the prevalent, otherwise the poor. Nor the acceptance of its entitled beneficiary unless the specific one is eligible. If he rejects, it is like the cut-off. His condition is followed, if permissible, such as specifying a school of thought, or a supervisor, or beginning so-and-so with such and such, even if from the yield of a second year, or if he did not say from the yield of every year, or that whoever needs from the endowed beneficiary sells, or if a judge or other assaults it, it returns to him or his heir. Like upon my child, and he has no child. Not by a condition of repairing it upon its beneficiary, like land with a tax, except from its yield according to the most correct view, or lack of beginning with its repair, or with his maintenance. He expels the dweller endowed upon for residence, if it is not suitable to be rented to him. It is spent on a horse for things like raiding from the public treasury. If it is lacking, it is sold, and weapons are replaced with it, just as if it were a dog. What is not benefited from other than real estate is sold for its like or its share, as if he destroyed. And the surplus of males and what grew old of females into females. Not real estate, even if ruined and demolished, even if not ruined, except to expand something like a mosque, even if by force. They are ordered to make its price for other than it. Whoever demolishes an endowment, upon him is its restoration. Offspring covers, child of so-and-so and so-and-so, or males and females and their children, the grandchild. Not my progeny, my consequence, my child, my children, children of my children, my sons and sons of my sons. Regarding upon my child and their child, there are two views, and the brothers, the female, and men of my brothers and their women, the small, and sons of my father, his brothers, the males and their children, and my family and my people, the agnates, and whoever, if he were a man, would be an agnate, and my relatives, the relatives of his two directions absolutely, even if Christians, and his clients, the emancipator, and his child, and the emancipator of his father and his son, and his people, his agnates only, and infant, boy, and small, whoever has not reached puberty, and youth and young man to 40, otherwise middle-aged to 60, otherwise old man, and every one of infant and what follows it includes the female, like the widower. Ownership is for the endower, not the yield, so for him and his heir. He prevents whoever wants its repair. Its rent is not annulled for an increase. It is not divided except what has passed in time. Its supervisor rents if it is for a specific person like 2 years, and for one to whom its return belongs to him like 10. If the endowed beneficiary builds, then dies, and did not clarify, it is an endowment. And upon those who cannot be encompassed, or upon a people and their heels, or upon like his child, and did not specify them, the master preferred the people of need and the family regarding yield and residence. A dweller does not go out for another, except by condition or travel of discontinuation or far. Chapter on the rulings of gift, hiba, and what relates to it. Gift is transferring ownership without compensation. For the reward of the hereafter, it is charity. It is valid in every owned item that is transferable from one who has the right to donate it, even if unknown, or a dog, and a debt which is absolution if gifted to the one who owes it, otherwise like a pledge, and a pledge not collected, and its pledger became solvent, or its pledgee consented. Otherwise judgment is passed for its release, if it is of what may be hastened. Otherwise it remains until after the term, by a formula or what implies it, even if by an action like adorning his child, not by a son with his saying his house. It is possessed even without permission. He is compelled to it. It becomes void if delayed for an encompassing debt, or he gifted to a second, and it was permissible, or the giver emancipated, or claimed paternity. No value, or accompanied a gift or sent it, then died. Or the specific one for him if he did not call witnesses, like, if I paid to one who gives charity on your behalf wealth and did not call witnesses. Not if a giver sold before the knowledge of the donee, otherwise the price is for the giver, narrated with fata on ta and kasra, or became insane or ill and they connected to his death, or gifted to a depository and he did not accept due to his death. It is valid if he took possession to reflect, or was serious in it, or the purification of his witness, or emancipated, or sold, or gifted if he called witnesses and announced, or he did not know of it until after his death. And the possession of a server and borrower absolutely, and a depository if he knew. Not a usurper and a pledgee and a lessee, unless he gifts the lease. Nor if it returns to him after it shortly, by renting it or being kind with it unlike a year, or returned hiding, or as a guest then died. And the gift of one of the spouses to the other goods, and the gift of a wife of the house of her residence to her husband, not the reverse. Nor if it remained with him, except for his ward, except what is known specifically, even if he sealed it, and the house of his residence, unless he dwells in the less of it, and rents to him the greater. If he dwells in half, only that is void, and the majority voids the whole. Life gift, umrah, is permissible, like I gave you for life, or your heir. It returns to the giver or his heir, like retained for you two, and it is for the last of you two as ownership. Not the watcher's gift, rukbah, like owners of two houses saying, if you die before me they are mine, otherwise yours. Like the gift of a palm tree and excluding its fruit for years. And irrigation is upon the donee. Or a horse for one who raids for years, and the recipient spends on it. He does not sell it due to the distance of the term. The father has the right to squeeze it, revoke it from his child. Like a mother only who gifted one, having a father, even if insane. Even if an orphan, according to the chosen view. Except in what was intended for the hereafter, like charity without condition, if not missed. Not by the transfer of a market, but by an increase or decrease. And he did not marry or incur debt for it, or have intercourse with a matron, or become ill like a giver, unless he gifts in these states, or the illness ceases according to the chosen view. It is disliked to own charity without inheritance. He does not ride it or eat from its yield. Is it unless the big son consents to drinking the milk? Two interpretations. He spends on a father who became poor from it, and evaluating a maidservant or slave for necessity. He investigates. Stipulating a reward is permissible. It binds by specifying it. A giver is believed in it if custom does not witness the opposite, even if for a wedding. Does he swear, or if ambiguous? Two interpretations. In other than minted coins, except for a condition, and the gift of one of the spouses to the other, and to a comer upon his arrival, even if poor to a rich one. He does not take his gift even if standing. The value binds its giver, not the donee, except for missing by increase or decrease. He has the right to prevent it until he collects it. He is rewarded what is judged on his behalf by a sale, even if defective, except like firewood, so accepting it is not binding upon him. For the authorized slave, and for the father in the wealth of his child, is the gift for reward. If he says, my house is charity, with an oath absolutely, or with other than it, and did not specify, judgment is not passed against him, unlike the specific one. Regarding a specific mosque, there are two views. Judgment is passed between a Muslim and a dhimmi in it by our ruling. Chapter on lost property, strays, the fugitive slave, and the foundling. Lost property is protected wealth exposed to loss, even a dog, a horse, and a donkey. It is returned by knowledge of what is tied within it, and by it, and its number, without an oath. Judgment is passed for him against the possessor of the number and weight. If a second describes the description of a first, and did not differ in it, they swear, and it is divided. like two pieces of evidence that did not date, otherwise for the earlier. There is no guarantee on a payer by description, even if evidence stands for another. He waits with the single one if another is unknown. No mistake according to the most apparent view. His ignorance of its amount does not harm. Taking it is obligatory for fear of a traitor. Not if he knows his own treachery, so it is forbidden. Otherwise it is disliked according to the best view. Defining it for a year, even if like a bucket, not a trivial thing, in the places of seeking it. By the door of a mosque every 2 or 3 days, by himself or by one he trusts, or by a wage from it if he does not define its like, and in the 2 towns if found between them. He does not mention its genus according to the chosen view. It is paid to a rabbi if found in a village of protection. He has the right to detain it after it, or charity or ownership even in Mecca, guaranteeing in both, like the intention of taking it before it, and returning it after taking it for preservation, except shortly. Then 2 interpretations. The possessor of slavery is likewise, and before the year in his neck. He has the right to eat what spoils even in a village, and a sheep in a desert, like cows in a place of fear, otherwise left like camels. If taken, defined, then left in its place, and the rent of cows and the like in its fodder, a guaranteed rent, and riding a beast to its place, otherwise he guarantees, and its yields without its offspring. Its owner has the choice between releasing it with the expense or surrendering it. If he sells it after it, its owner has nothing but the price. Unlike if he found it in the hand of the poor person or one having bought from him, he has the right to take it. For the finder is the return against him if he took its value from him, unless he gives it as charity on his own behalf. If it decreases after the intention of owning it, its owner has the right to take it or its value. Picking up a child abandoned is obligatory as a collective duty, and his custody and his maintenance if not given from the spoil, unless he possesses something like a gift, or it is found with him or buried under him if a note is with him, and his return against his father if he cast him intentionally. The word is his that he did not spend for the sake of God. He is free, and his loyalty is to the Muslims. Judgment is passed for his Islam in the villages of the Muslims, as if there were only 2 houses in it, if a Muslim picked him up. If in the villages of polytheism, then a polytheist. He is not affiliated with his finder nor another, except with evidence or by a face, physiognomy, resemblance. He does not return him after taking him unless he takes him to raise him to the judge, so he did not accept him, and the place is travelled. The earlier is prioritized, then the worthier, otherwise the lot. Witnessing his picking up is appropriate. A mukatab and the like have no right to pick up without the permission of the master, and removing one judged as Muslim from another. Taking a fugitive slave is recommended for one who knows his owner, otherwise he does not take him. If he takes him, he raises him to the imam. The fugitive is kept at the judge for a year, then sold. He is not neglected. He takes his maintenance. His sale proceeds. Even if his owner says, "I had emancipated him," he has his emancipation and his gift for other than reward. The limits, punishments, are established upon him. His taker guarantees him if he sends him, except for fear of him, like one who hired him in what he perishes in, not if he fled from him, even if a pledgee. He swears. His master is entitled to him by a witness and an oath, and takes him if there is nothing but his claim if he believes him. Let him raise to the imam if he does not know his entitled owner, if he does not fear his injustice. If a man comes with the letter of a judge, that he has witnessed with me that the owner of this my letter is so-and-so, a slave fled from him, and described him, let him be paid to him by that. Chapter regarding the conditions of judgeship and its rulings. The qualifications for the judiciary require one of rectitude, male gender, astuteness, and one who is a mujtahid capable of independent legal reasoning if such a person exists. Otherwise, the most exemplary imitator of authority is sufficient. It is added regarding the supreme imam, he must be of Quraysh. He shall rule according to the verdict of the one he imitates. The judgment of the blind, the mute, and the deaf is effective, yet their dismissal is obligatory. The acceptance of the office and the solicitation thereof are binding upon the specific individual designated for it, or one who fears sedition if he does not assume it, or fears the loss of rights. He may be compelled even by beating, otherwise he has the right to flee even if he was specifically appointed. It is forbidden for the ignorant and the seeker of worldly gain to judge. It is recommended that his knowledge be widely renowned, that he be possessed of pious caution, wealthy, forbearing, distinct from the vulgar, of noble lineage, one who consults others, free of debt, free of having incurred a determined punishment, possessing surplus intelligence, and devoid of an intimate entourage of evil. He is prevented from having those who ride with him or accompany him constantly. He must lighten his retinue and refrain from adopting anyone who might compel him regarding what is said of his conduct, his ruling, or his witnesses. He has the authority to discipline those who behave ill toward him, except in an instance such as one saying, "Fear God in my affair," in which case he should be gentle with him. He does not appoint a successor unless the scope of his work is too vast in a region distant from the knowledge of the one who appointed him. He is removed from office by his own death, but not by the death of the emir, even if it be the caliph. His testimony is not accepted after his tenure regarding that which he adjudicated. It is permissible to have multiple independent judges, or those specialized by region or type of case. The right of speech belongs to the plaintiff, then to the one whose messenger arrived first. Otherwise, lots are cast, as in the case of claiming the initiative. Arbitration is permitted by other than an adversary, an ignoramus, a disbeliever, or one lacking discernment, in matters of property and wounding, but not in matters of determined punishments, hudud, mutual imprecation, li'an, homicide, clientage, wala, lineage, divorce, or manumission. It is effective if he judges correctly. A minor, a slave, a woman, and a corrupt person may be arbitrated. However, regarding the third, the woman, the arbitration is valid unless it involves a minor, and regarding the fourth, the corrupt, unless he is essentially corrupt. A quarrelsome adversary may be beaten. A judge may be dismissed for the public interest, though it is not befitting, if he is renowned for justice, to be dismissed merely upon a complaint. He should be absolved in the absence of anger, and his discretionary punishment should be light. He shall not adjudicate in a mosque regarding a determined punishment, had. He sits therein for judgment on days other than the Eid, the arrival of the pilgrims, or his own departure, or during rain, and the like. He may employ a chamberlain and a doorkeeper. He begins with the imprisoned, then the executor of wills, then the property of the child, then urgent matters, then the lost property. He proclaims the prohibition of transacting with orphans and the foolish, raising their affairs to his jurisdiction, then attends to the litigants. He arranges a scribe of rectitude as a condition, like the examiner of witnesses, and he selects them both. The translator is an informant, like the one who administers oaths. He brings the scholars into his presence or consults them, as well as witnesses. He does not issue fatwas in a dispute, nor does he buy in his session of judgment, such as dealing in loans, speculative partnerships, or placing goods for sale. He does not attend a feast, except for a wedding. The acceptance of a gift is forbidden to him, even if he rewards the giver for it, except from a close relative or a gift from one who was accustomed to giving it before his appointment. It is disliked for him to judge while walking or reclining, or to compel a Jew to attend judgment on his Sabbath, or to converse in his assembly out of boredom. As for the continued satisfaction of parties in arbitration for the ruling to be valid, there are two opinions. He does not judge while in a state that distracts from thought. The judgment proceeds. He excuses a false witness in the public assembly by proclamation, but does not shave his head or beard, nor blacken his face. Then, regarding the acceptance of his testimony later, there is hesitation. Even if the repentant one is disciplined, he becomes eligible. Whosoever behaves ill against his adversary, or a mufti, or a witness, not by saying, "You testified falsely," for that is like saying to his adversary, "You lied," shall be disciplined. He must treat the two adversaries equally, even if one is Muslim and the other a disbeliever. He gives precedence to the traveller, and that which is feared to be lost, then the one who came first. It is said, even if they have two rights, without prolonging the wait. Then he casts lots. It is befitting that he sets aside a time or a day for women, like the mufti and the teacher. The command regarding a plaintiff whose statement is devoid of a corroborator is by speech. Otherwise, the one who brings the action is the plaintiff. Otherwise, lots are cast. He claims a known, verified thing. It is said, likewise, regarding an indeterminate thing. Otherwise, it is not heard, such as saying, "I think." It suffices him to say, "I sold," or "I married," and this is interpreted as a valid contract. Otherwise, the adjudicator asks him about the cause. Then, regarding the defendant, his word is preferred if supported by custom or a guiding principle, by his answer if he mixed with the plaintiff in debt or repeated sales. Even if supported by the testimony of a woman, no evidence is accepted that impugns him, except regarding the artisan, the accused suspect and the guest, and regarding a specific object, the deposit is against its custodian, and the traveller against his companions. The claim of a sick person or a seller against one present at an auction. If he acknowledges, he may call witnesses against him, and the adjudicator may alert him to this. If he denies, the judge says, "Do you have proof?" If he negates it and asks for an oath, then there is no further proof allowed, unless for an excuse, such as forgetfulness or finding a second witness, or if he did not know of the first witness at the time of the oath. He has the right to the oath that the plaintiff did not make him swear previously. Al-Miṣrī said, and likewise that he knows of the corruption of his witnesses. He excuses himself to the defendant by asking, "Does any argument remain for you to be shown?" It is recommended to direct multiple people in this, except the witness to what occurs in the assembly, the one directing him, the secret examiner of character, and the one who exposes faults without enmity or fear. He grants a respite for finding proof according to his discretion. Then he judges, such as ruling for the negation of the claim. He must answer regarding the impugned witness and incapacitate the challenger, except in matters of blood, imprisonment, manumission, lineage, and divorce. He writes the judgment. If he does not answer, he is imprisoned and disciplined, then judgment is passed without an oath. The defendant has the right to ask about the cause of the claim. His forgetfulness is accepted without an oath. If the one sought for a transaction denies it, then proof is required. Then no proof is accepted regarding the fulfillment of the debt, unlike the phrase, "You have no right against me." Every claim that is not established except by two just witnesses requires no oath by itself, nor is it rejected, like marriage. He commands reconciliation between people of virtue and kinship as when he fears the aggravation of the matter. He does not rule in favor of one for whom there is no witness, according to the preferred view. The judgment of the unjust and the ignorant who did not consult is discarded. Otherwise, it is reviewed. The judgment that is not unjust is effective. The judgment of the just, learned judge is not reviewed. That which contradicts a definitive text or obvious analogy is annulled, and the cause is explained absolutely, such as the labour of a manumitted slave, the preemption of a neighbour, a judgment against an enemy, or by the testimony of a disbeliever, or the inheritance of a uterine relative or a client of lower status, or by knowledge preceding his sitting, or if he made it a definitive ruling immediately, or if he intended one thing but erred by proof of another, or if it appeared that he judged concerning two slaves, or two disbelievers, or two minors, or two corrupt persons, as if they were one of them, except regarding property, which is not returned if he swears. Otherwise it is taken from him if he refuses. He swears 50 oaths in retaliation, qisas, alongside his agnates. If he refuses, it is rejected. Witnesses who knew of the error are liable. Otherwise, the liability is upon the clan of the imam. Regarding amputation, the one whose limb was cut swears that the judgment was false. He, the judge, alone annuls it if it appears that another ruling is more correct, or if he departed from his own opinion or the opinion of the one he imitates. Raising the dispute does not make the forbidden lawful. The transfer of ownership, the annulment of a contract, and the affirmation of a marriage without a guardian are judgments saying, "I do not permit it," or "He issued a fatwa." He does not infringe upon a similar judgment. Rather, if a new case arises, independent reasoning is applied, such as annulment due to breastfeeding of an adult, or the perpetual prohibition of a woman married during her waiting period. She's like any other regarding the future. He does not call for reconciliation if the rightful face of the matter is apparent. He does not rely on his own knowledge except in assessing rectitude and impairment, impugning witnesses, such as fame regarding that, or the acknowledgment of the adversary regarding the witness's rectitude. If the judged against person denies his acknowledgment afterwards, it does not avail him. If two witnesses testify to a judgment he has forgotten or denies, he executes it. He conveys the ruling to another judge by oral transmission if each is within his jurisdiction, and by two witnesses absolutely. He relies upon them even if they contradict his written record. It is recommended to seal the record, though the seal alone is of no avail. They testify even if before another. It is effective if he calls them to witness that what is contained therein is his judgment or his handwriting, like a written acknowledgment. He distinguishes within it what characterizes the judgment, such as names, professions, and other details. The second judge executes it and builds upon it, as if he had been transferred to another post. Even regarding determined punishments, if he is qualified or is the judge of the city. Otherwise, no, such as if another shares the jurisdiction with him, even if the first is dead. If he does not distinguish the details, there are two opinions regarding whether to return it or wait until the identity is proven. The near distance is like the present, and the far distance, like Ifriqiya, allows judgment against the defendant with the oath of adjudication. He names the witnesses, otherwise the judgment is annulled. Judgment is passed against him after 10 days or 2 days with fear, except in the claim of entitlement to real estate. He judges regarding what is distinguished while the defendant is absent by description, such as a debt. He summons the adversary by a seal or a messenger if he is within the distance of jurisdiction, not more, such as 60 miles, except by a witness. He does not marry off a woman who is not under his guardianship. Does he claim jurisdiction where the defendant is, which is the practice, or where the plaintiff is and proof is established there? Regarding enabling a claim for an absent person without power of attorney, there is hesitation. Chapter regarding the rules of testimony. A person of rectitude is a free, Muslim, rational adult, without corruption, interdiction or innovation, even if interpreted, such as a Kharijite or Qadirite, who has not committed a major sin or excessive lying, or a persistent minor sin indicative of baseness, foolishness or playing backgammon. He must possess chivalry, murua, by abandoning the unbecoming, such as visiting bathhouses, listening to singing, tanning and weaving by choice, or persistent chess playing. Even the blind, according to one opinion, or the deaf in actions, is accepted, provided he is not oblivious, except in matters that are not confusing. Testimony is not accepted from one whose closeness is confirmed, such as a father even if high in lineage and his wife, and a child even if low in lineage like a daughter and their spouses. The testimony of a son with his father counts as one testimony, like every testimony given in the presence of the other or regarding his testimony or judgment, unlike a brother for a brother, if he is outstanding in rectitude, even by simple modification. It is interpreted also differently, unlike a hired worker, a client, a favoured friend, and a partner in a venture other than a negotiated partnership, and one who seeks increase or decrease, and one who remembers after doubt. Character references, Said ki Sanya, are accepted even by mere limit of acquaintance, except for the stranger by saying, "I testify that he is just and pleasing," from an astute person who knows and is not deceived, relying on long association, not mere hearsay from the marketplace or his neighbourhood, unless it is impossible otherwise. It is obligatory if specific, like impugning a witness if a right would be voided. Secret character reference is recommended alongside it from multiple sources, even if the name is not known or the cause is not mentioned, unlike impugning, jarh, which takes precedence. If he testifies a second time, there is hesitation regarding the sufficiency of the first character reference. It is not accepted for one of his 2 children against the other, or his parents, if bias appears towards him, nor from an enemy, even against his son, or a Muslim against a disbeliever. He must be informed of the impugnment, such as saying after the testimony, "You accuse me and liken me to madmen," as a disputant, not a complainer. Reliance in insolvency is upon companionship and circumstantial evidence of enduring hardship, such as the harm between spouses. Testimony is not accepted if one is eager to remove a deficiency in a matter where his testimony was rejected due to corruption, minority or slavery, or for the sake of commiseration, like the testimony of an illegitimate child regarding illegitimacy, or one punished for a specific sin regarding that sin. Nor if he is eager for acceptance, such as disputing on behalf of the one testified against absolutely, or if he witnessed and swore, or raised the matter before being asked in purely human rights. Regarding purely God's rights, Initiative is obligatory if possible, if its prohibition is perpetual, such as manumission, divorce, endowment and breastfeeding. Otherwise he has a choice, like in adultery, unlike eagerness to bear witness, such as one hiding to overhear. Nor if it is improbable, such as a Bedouin testifying for a city dweller, unless he heard him or passed by him. Nor a beggar regarding a large amount, unlike one who does not beg or asks for specific items. Nor if it draws a benefit, such as testifying for his heir who is fortified against adultery or intentional killing except the poor, or regarding the manumission of one whose clientage is suspected, or regarding a debt for his debtor, unlike the spender for the one spent upon. The testimony of each for the other, even in the same assembly or caravan, some for others in banditry, is not accepted, nor the testimony of those brought together, except if they are like 20 in number. Nor one who testifies for him regarding a large amount, and for another regarding a bequest. Otherwise it is accepted for both. Nor if he repels a loss, such as the testimony of some of the clan regarding the corruption of the witnesses to a killing, or the insolvent debtor for his creditor. Nor a mufti for the one seeking his fatwa if it is something intended, otherwise it is raised. Nor if he testifies to entitlement and says, "I sold it to him." Nor if corruption occurs after the performance of testimony, unlike the suspicion of drawing benefit, repelling loss and enmity. Nor a scholar against his peer. Nor if he takes from the workers or eats with them, unlike the caliphs. Nor if he is zealous, like taking bribes, prompting an adversary, playing regarding Novruz, delaying debt payment, swearing by divorce and manumission, coming to the judges' assembly 3 times unsummoned, trading in the land of war, dwelling in a usurped property, or with a son who drinks heavily, or having intercourse with one who cannot be sexually approached, or turning around in prayer, or borrowing stones from the mosque, or lack of proper ablution and bathing, or withholding zakat for one obligated, or selling backgammon and mandolins, or making his father swear an oath. It impugns the average person in all matters, and the outstanding person only by enmity and kinship, even without it, such as others, according to the preferred view. Enmity and corruption cease by what dominates the conjecture, without a defined limit. Whosoever testimony is refused for him cannot vouch for his witness, but may impugn a witness against him. Whosoever testimony is refused against him, the reverse applies, except children, not women. In matters like weddings, regarding wounding or killing, the witness must be a free, discerning male, multiple in number, not an enemy nor a close relative, and there must be no disagreement among them, nor separation, unless he testifies against them before it. A minor does not attend, nor testify against, or for a minor. Their retraction does not harm, nor does their being impugned. For adultery and sodomy, 4 witnesses are required, united in time and vision, and they must distinguish only that he inserted his organ into hers. For each looking at the nakedness is permitted. It is recommended to question them, as in theft. What is it? How was it taken? Regarding that which is not property nor leading to it, such as manumission, return of a wife, and contract of writing, 2 just witnesses. Otherwise, a just witness and 2 women, or one of them with an oath, such as regarding a term, an option, preemption, lease, accidental wounding, or property, performance of a writing contract, or bequest to manage it, or that a judgment was passed, such as the purchase of his wife, precedence of debt, manumission, and retaliation in wounding. Regarding that which does not appear to men, 2 women are sufficient, such as birth, vaginal defects, the first cry of a baby, menstruation, and marriage after death, or its precedents, or death neither a wife nor a designated slave, and the like. Inheritance and lineage are established by it without an oath, and property without amputation in theft, like killing another's slave. A female slave is changed absolutely, like others if requested, by a just witness or two who vouch for her character, and the sale of what spoils, and the endowment of its price with them. Unlike the just witness, so he swears, and it remains in his hand. If the possessor of the just witness or accepted proof asks, even if it does not mandate amputation, to place the value of the slave to go with him to a land where one testifies for him regarding the specific slave, he is answered. Not if they are absent, and he asks to detain him to bring proof, even if like 2 days, unless he claims present proof or hearsay by which it is established. So he is detained, and an agent appointed for him for like a day. The yield belongs to him until judgment, and the maintenance is upon the one judged in his favour. It is permissible regarding the handwriting of one who acknowledges without an oath, and the handwriting of a witness who died or is absent at a distance, even regarding non-property in both cases, if you know it, such as the specific object and that he knew the scene. Bearing testimony requires a just witness, not on his own handwriting until he remembers it. He performs it without benefit, nor regarding one he does not know except by his identity. He registers the one who claimed she is the daughter of so-and-so, but not a veiled woman to be identified for performance. If they say, "A veiled woman called us to witness, and thus we know her," they are followed, and they must bring her out if it is said to them, "Identify her." Performance is permissible if knowledge is obtained, even by a woman, but not by 2 witnesses, except by transfer. It is permissible by hearsay spread among trustworthy people and others regarding ownership for a possessor acting for a long time, and evidence of ownership takes precedence, except by hearsay that he bought it from, for example, the father of the claimant. Also regarding endowment and death at a distance, if time has been long without suspicion, and he swears. 2 witnesses testify regarding dismissal, wounding, disbelief, foolishness, marriage, and their opposites, even by khula, spousal harm, gift, bequest, birth, banditry, running away, non-existence, capture, manumission, and lorth, strong suspicion. Bearing testimony, if needed, is a communal obligation, and performance is specific, even from a distance of 2 post-stages, and upon a third if he does not pass by them. If he benefits, it is considered wounding, except riding due to difficulty in walking and lack of a mount, not like the distance of shortening prayer. He has the right to benefit from it by a mount and maintenance. He swears with a witness in divorce and manumission, not marriage. If he refuses, he is imprisoned. If it takes long, he is indebted. A slave and a fool swear with a witness, not a minor, and his father, even if he spent. The defendant swears to leave the property in his hand. He registers to swear when he comes of age, like his heir before him, unless he refused first. Then, regarding his swearing, there are 2 opinions. If he refuses, the first oath of the defendant suffices. If the defendant swears, then brings another, there is no combining. Regarding his swearing with him and making the defendant swear, if he does not swear, 2 opinions. If the oath of some is impossible, such as a witness to an endowment for his sons and their progeny, or for the poor, he swears, otherwise he is imprisoned. If he dies, there is hesitation regarding appointing his successor from the rest of the first group or the second generation. He does not testify against the judge saying, "It is established before me," except by his witnessing, such as, "I bear witness to my testimony," or seeing him perform it. If the origin is absent, and he is a man in a place where performance is not binding upon him, nor does the 3 days suffice in determined punishments, or if he died or fell ill and no corruption or enmity arose, unlike if he became insane. The origin does not belie him before judgment. Otherwise, it proceeds without liability. 2 witnesses transfer from each, neither of whom is an origin. In adultery, 4 from each, or from every 2. 2. The patching of transfer with an origin is valid. It is permissible for a transferor to vouch for his origin, and the transfer of 2 women with a man in the chapter of their testimony. Even if they say, "We were mistaken," rather, "It is this," they fall. It is annulled if their lie is proven, such as the life of the one killed, or virginity before adultery, not their retraction. They are liable for property and blood money, even if they acted intentionally. The witnesses of fortification do not share with them in the liability, like the retraction of the voucher. They are disciplined in cases like slander. The witnesses of adultery are punished absolutely, like the retraction of one of the 4 before judgment. If he retracts after it, only the retractor is punished. If 2 of 6 retract, there is no liability or punishment unless it becomes clear that one of the 4 is a slave. Then the retractors and the slave are punished, and they are liable only for 1/4 of the blood money. Then, if a 3rd retracts, he and the previous 2 are punished, and they are liable for 1/4 of the blood money and a 4th for half of it. If a 6th retracts after the gouging of his eye, and a 5th after exposing the bone, and a 4th after his death, upon the 2nd is a 5th of the exposure with a 6th of the eye, like the first, and upon the 3rd 1/4 of the blood money for the life only. A claimant is enabled to retract from proof, such as an oath, if he brings a stain of suspicion. Their retraction from retraction is not accepted. If the judge knows of their lie and judges, then retaliation applies. If they retract from divorce, there is no liability, like the pardon of retaliation if he entered, otherwise half of it, like her retraction regarding entrance as a divorcee. The retractors are exclusively liable for entrance regarding divorce. The witnesses of entrance are liable to the husband upon the death of the wife if he denied the divorce. The husband returns to them for what they caused him to lose of inheritance, excluding what he was liable for, and she returns to them for what they caused her to lose of inheritance and dowry. If it was regarding impugning or finding error in the witnesses of the divorce of a female slave, they represent the value to the master for what decreased by her marriage. If it was by cooler with fruit that had not ripened or a runaway slave, the value at that time, like destruction without delay for acquisition, so he owes the value at that time according to the best view. If it was by manumission, they owe his value, and his loyalty belongs to him. Is it that if it was for a term, they owe the value and the benefit goes to him for them, or does the benefit drop from it, or is there a choice? Opinions. If it was by manumission of tadbir, the value, and they are paid from his service. If he becomes free by the death of his master, it is upon them, and they have priority if a debt or part of it returns him, like a crime. If it was by a contracted slave, then the contract. If it was by filiation, there is no liability except after taking property by inheritance, unless he is a slave. Then his value first, then if he dies and leaves another, the value to the other, and they owe him half of the remainder. If a debt appears that encompasses all, half is taken from each and completed by the value, and they return to the first for what the slave paid to the creditor. If by slavery to a free person there is no liability except for all that was used and property taken, the beneficiary does not take it, and he inherits from him, and for him is his gift, not marriage. If it was regarding 100 for Zayd and Amr, then they said to Zayd, "They owe 50 to Amr only." If one of them retracts, he owes half the right, like a man with women, and he is with them in breastfeeding, like 2 women. Regarding part of it, he owes half the part. If the one whose absence necessitates the lack of judgment retracts, no liability, then if another retracts, the whole. The judged against has the right to demand they pay the beneficiary, and the beneficiary has that right if it is impossible from the judged against. If it is possible to combine the 2 proofs, they are combined. Otherwise, preference is given by cause of ownership, such as weaving and production, except by ownership from oaths or date, or its precedence, and by increased rectitude, not number. And by 2 witnesses, against a witness and an oath, or 2 women, and by possession if the proof of the opposing party is not preferred, so he swears, and by ownership over possession, and by transfer over presumptive continuity. The validity of ownership is by disposal and lack of a disputant and possession for a long time, such as 10 months, and that it did not leave his ownership to their knowledge. It is interpreted as completeness in the latter, not by purchase. If he testifies to acknowledgment, it is presumed continuous. If preference is impossible, both fall, and it remains in the hand of its possessor, or for the one acknowledged. It is divided according to the claim, if not in the hand of either, like the increase of inheritance shares all. And he does not take it because it was in his hand. If a brother who became Muslim claims that his father became Muslim, the word belongs to the Christian. The proof of the Muslim is preferred unless he became a Christian or died while his origin was unknown. So it is divided like one of unknown religion. It is divided among the directions equally. If a child is with them, do they swear, and the third is suspended, so whoever agrees takes his share and returns the rest to the other, and if he dies they swear, and it is divided, or does the minor have half, and is compelled to Islam? 2 opinions. If he is capable of his thing, he may take it if it is not a punishment, and safety from sedition and vice is secured. If he says, "Your client absolved me," regarding the absent, the judge waits. Whosoever asks for time to present proof is granted time by discretion, such as for accounting and the like, with a guarantor for property, such as if he wanted to establish a second proof, or by establishing proof. Then with a guarantor for appearance. In it also, its negation. Is there a difference, or is the meaning an agent who accompanies him, or if he is not known? Interpretations. The slave answers regarding retaliation, and the master regarding indemnity. The oath in every right is by God, other than whom there is no God, even for a person of the book. It is interpreted that the Christian says, "by God only." It is emphasized regarding a quarter of a dinar by a gathering place, like a church and a house of fire, and by standing, not by facing Qibla, and by his pulpit, peace be upon him. The secluded woman is exempt in what she claims or is claimed against her, except the one who does not go out by day, even if a mother of a child, rarely. She swears regarding less in her house. If you claim a debt against a deceased, no one swears except the one thought to have knowledge among his heirs. One swears regarding the defect of a garment and deception by knowledge. The decisive oath relies on strong conjecture, like his father's handwriting or circumstantial evidence. The oath of the defendant is, "His property is not with me as such, nor any part of it," and he negates a cause, if specified, and others. If he judges, he intends a loan that must be returned. If he says endowment or for my child, a plaintiff is not prevented from his proof. If he says for so-and-so, if he is present, he claims against him. If he swears, the plaintiff may make the acknowledger swear. If he refuses, he swears and pays what he caused to be lost. If absent, an oath or proof is binding upon him, and the litigation transfers to him. If he refuses, he takes it without an oath. If the beneficiary comes and verifies the acknowledger, he takes it. If he asks for an oath while he has proof present or like Friday close by that he knows of, it is not heard. If he refuses regarding property and his right is merited by it if verified, the judge must clarify his ruling. He is not enabled to use it if he refuses, unlike a claimant who committed to it, then retracted. If it is returned to a claimant and he remains silent for a time, he has the right to swear. If a stranger, not a partner, possesses and disposes, then a present silent person claims without impediment for 10 years. It is not heard, nor his proof except by leasing and the like a foreign partner who possessed it if he demolished and built. Regarding the close relative partner with them, there are 2 opinions. Not between a father and his son, except by gift, unless the time is so long that proofs perish and knowledge is cut off. The house differs from others regarding the stranger. Regarding the animal and the servant slave, 2 years. And it is increased regarding a slave and merchandise. Chapter regarding the rules of blood and retaliation, and what relates thereto. If a responsible person, even if a slave, destroys a non-belligerent who is not superior in freedom or Islam at the time of killing except for assassination, who is inviolable regarding destruction and injury by faith or safety pact, like the killer who does not deserve death, and acts disciplined, such as an apostate, a married adulterer, and the hand of a thief, then retaliation, Qawad, applies specifically. Even if he says, if you kill me, I absolve you. There is no blood money for one who pardons, absolutely, unless the will for it appears, so he swears and remains upon his right if he refuses, like his pardon of the slave. The guardian of blood is entitled from the killing of the killer or the cutting of the cutter's hand to something like the blood money of error. If the guardian of the second satisfies him, it is his. If the eye of the killer is gouged or his hand cut, even by the guardian after he surrendered it to him, he has the right to retaliation. The lower is killed for the higher, such as a free person of the book for a Muslim slave. Disbelievers are killed for one another of book, Magian, and protected status, like those of slavery, and male and healthy, and their opposites. If a slave kills intentionally with proof or qasama, oath, the guardian has a choice. If he spares him, his surrender or redemption belongs to his master. If he intended a blow, even with a rod, like strangling, preventing food, or a heavy weight, or no qasama if he pierced a fatal spot with something, or died submerged, or like throwing one not good at swimming out of enmity. Otherwise, blood money. Likewise, digging a well, even in his house, or placing a slipping hazard, or tying a beast in a road, or keeping a biting dog. If intent to harm preceded for the owner and the intended perished. Otherwise, blood money. Likewise, coercion, offering poison, throwing a snake at him, or pointing a sword so he fled and he chased him, and there was enmity between them even if he fell, then by qasama. His pointing only is error. Likewise holding for killing. A group is killed for one. Conspirators even by the lash of a whip, and the causer with the direct actor, such as a compeller and compelled, or a father or teacher ordering a small child, and a master ordering a slave, absolutely. If the ordered one did not fear, retaliation is from him only. Retaliation is upon the partner of the child, if they conspired to kill him, not the partner of one acting in error or a madman. Is retaliation taken from the partner of a beast, one wounding himself, a warrior, or one who fell ill after the wound, or is half the blood money upon him? 2 opinions. If they collide or pull each other absolutely with intent and die, or one of them dies, then retaliation. It is interpreted regarding the reverse of 2 ships, except for real inability, not like fear of drowning or darkness. Otherwise, the blood money of each is upon the clan of the other. His horse is in the money of the other, like the price of the slave. If the direct actor is multiple, then in conspiracy all are killed. Otherwise, the strongest is put forward. Killing does not fall when equality is reached by its removal through manumission or Islam. He is liable at the time of injury, death and wounding, like the life in the act, the actor and the acted upon, except a deficient one wounding a complete one. If crimes are distinguished without conspiracy, then from each, like his act. Retaliation is taken from a mudiha, head wound exposing bone, that exposed the bone of the head, forehead and cheeks, even if like a needle. Before it, a damia bleeding, a karisa, scratching, that split the skin, a simhak that peeled it, a badia that split the flesh, and a mutalahima that dove into it with multiplicity, and a milta that neared the bone, like the strike of a whip. And wounds of the body, even a munakila, bone shifting by area if the location is united, like a doctor who increased intentionally. Otherwise, the indemnity, AQL, like a paralyzed hand void of benefit for a sound one, and vice versa, and the eye of a blind man, and the tongue of a mute. What is beyond the mudiha, such as a munakila, where the bone fragment flew from medicine, and an amma reaching the brain, and a damiga piercing its membrane, and a slap, and the edge of an eyelid, eyebrow, and beard. Its intent is like error, except in discipline, and unless the danger is great in others, like the bone of the chest. Regarding the crushing of the testicles, I fear destruction, even if gone. Such as sight by a wound, retaliation is taken from him, if it results or increases. Otherwise, blood money, for what did not go. If it goes, and the eye remains standing, if possible likewise. Otherwise, indemnity, like if his hand was paralyzed by a blow. If the hand of a cutter is cut by a heavenly cause, theft or retaliation for another, there is nothing for the victim. If a man with an amputated hand cuts the palm from the elbow, the victim has retaliation or blood money, like one with the cut glands. The deficient hand is cut for the complete one, without liability for the difference. He has a choice if it is more deficient regarding it and the blood money. If the hand of the victim is deficient, then retaliation, even a thumb, not more. It is not permitted by a wrist for one with an elbow, even if they agree. The sound eye is taken for the weak one by creation, or due to old age, smallpox, or white spot. Retaliation applies if he intended, otherwise by calculation. If a sound person gouges the eye of a one-eyed man, he has retaliation and takes full blood money from his wealth. If a one-eyed man gouges from a sound person his equivalent, he has retaliation or the blood money of what he left. Other than that, half blood money only in his wealth. If he gouges both eyes of the sound person, then retaliation, and half the blood money. If a tooth is pulled and grows back, retaliation. In error, like error. The exaction is for the agnate like loyalty, except the grandfather and brothers, they are equal. He swears regarding the third. Is it except in intent, like a brother? 2 interpretations. An absent person not far away is waited for, and one unconscious, and one suffering pleurisy, not an insane person, nor a minor upon whom proof depends. It belongs to women if they inherit, and no agnate equals them. Killing belongs to each. No pardon except by their consensus, like if he saddened the inheritance. It is established by kasama. The heir is like his testator. The minor, if his share of blood money, is pardoned. The guardian has the discretion regarding killing or full blood money, like cutting his hand, except for difficulty, so he may accept less, unlike his killing, which belongs to his agnate. It is preferred to take money regarding his slave. Retaliation is taken by one who knows. The entitled person hires him. The ruler may return the killing only to the guardian. Prohibition against mutilation. It is delayed for cold or heat, like recovery. Its blood money is error, even if, like a jaifa, body cavity wound. The pregnant woman, even by a frightening wound, not by her claim. She is imprisoned, like the had, and the breastfeeding woman, if a wet nurse is found. Continuity in the lashes, like 2 had punishments belonging to God which he could not bear. Start with the most severe, if no fear for him, not by entering the sanctuary. It falls if a man pardons, like the rest. The daughter is priority over the sister in pardon, and its opposite. If one daughter of many pardons, the ruler decides. Regarding men and women, it does not fall except by both or some of them. Whatever the sum drops, the remainder has his share of the blood money, like his inheritance, even a portion of a soul. Inheritance is like property. His reconciliation is valid in intent, for less or more. Error is like the sale of debt. It is not effective against his clan, like the reverse. If he pardons, it is a bequest, and bequests enter into it even after its cause, or by a third of it, or by a thing. If he lives after it long enough to change it, but does not change. Unlike intent, unless his fatal wound pierces and his weight accepts blood money, and he knows. If he pardons his wound, or reconciles, then dies. The guardians have kasama and killing, and the offender returns what was taken from him. The killer has the right to exact an oath regarding pardon. If he refuses, he swears once and is absolved. He is granted time for his absent proof. He is killed by what he killed with, even fire, except wine, sodomy, magic, and what prolongs. Is poison included, or is the amount judged? 2 interpretations. So he is drowned, strangled, stoned, and beaten with a stick to death, like one with 2 sticks. The entitled is enabled with a sword, absolutely. A limb is included, if he intended it, even for another, if he did not intend mutilation, like fingers in the hand. The blood money of error is upon the clan in fifths. A daughter of a machad, yearling camel. 2 sons of a labun, 2-year-old. A hikah, 3-year-old. A jada'ah, 4-year-old. It is quartered in intent by deleting the son of the labun. It is tripled regarding the father, even if magian in intent, where he is not killed, like his wounding, by 30 hikah, 30 jada'ah, and 40 pregnant camels, without age limit. Upon the Syrian, Egyptian, and Maghribi, 1,000 dinars. Upon the Iraqi, 12,000 dirhams. Except in the tripled, it is increased by the ratio between the 2 blood monies. The person of the book and the protected, half his blood money. The Magian and apostate, 1/15, a third of a fifth. The female of each is like half of him. Regarding the slave, his value, even if it exceeds. Regarding the fetus, even a clot, a tenth of his mother, even a female slave, in cash, or the indemnity, gurra, of a slave or maidservant equalling it. The female slave from her master, and the Christian woman from the Muslim slave. Like the free woman if he separated from her entirely alive, unless he lives. Then blood money if they swear, even if he dies immediately. If he intends it by striking the belly, back, or head, there is disagreement regarding retaliation. The obligation multiplies by its multiplication. It is inherited according to shares. Regarding wounds and indemnity, hukuma, by the ratio of the decrease of the injury if he recovers from his value as a slave assumed from the blood money, like the fetus of an animal. Except the ja'ifa and the amma, then a third, and the mudiha, then half a tenth, and the munakila and hashima, then a tenth and half of it. Even with disfigurement in them if they are on the head or upper jaw. The value for the slave is like blood money, otherwise no estimation. The multiplication of the obligation by a ja'ifa that pierced is like the multiplication of the mudiha, munakila, and amma if they did not connect. Otherwise no, even if immediately in blows. Blood money regarding reason, hearing, sight, speech, voice, taste, sexual potency, procreation, leprosy, vitiligo, blackening, standing and sitting, the 2 ears, the scalp, the 2 eyes, or the eye of the one-eyed, is by the sunnah. Unlike every pair, for in one of them is half. In the 2 hands, the 2 feet, the partition of the nose, the glands. In some of them, by calculation from them, not from its origin. In the testicles, absolutely. Regarding the penis of the impotent, 2 opinions. Regarding the 2 labia of the woman, if the bone appears. Regarding her breasts or nipples, if milk ceases. It is weighted for the young girl. The age of the child who has not shed teeth is weighted until despair, like retaliation. Otherwise, 1 year is weighted. They fall if it returns. They inherit if he dies. Regarding the return of the tooth, smaller by calculation. The test of reason is by moments of solitude, hearing by shouting from different places while blocking the sound one. It is attributed to his other hearing. Otherwise, average hearing, and he has its ratio if he swears and his statement does not vary. Otherwise, it is void. Sight by closing the sound, 1 likewise. Smell by a sharp scent. Speech by talking through effort. Taste by the bitter. The claimant of the loss of all is believed by oath. The weak regarding eye, leg, and the like by creation, is like other than it. Likewise the injured limb if he did not take indemnity for it. Regarding the tongue of the speaker, even if what cut it did not prevent speech, then indemnity. Like the tongue of the mute, the paralyzed hand, the forearm, the buttocks of the woman, the very loose tooth, the shaft of the penis after the glands, the eyebrow, eyelash, and fingernail. Therein is retaliation. And ifta, rupture, does not fall under dowry, unlike virginity, except by his finger. In every finger, a tenth. The fingertip, a third of it, except in the thumb, half of it. In the extra strong finger, a tenth, if solitary. In every tooth, 5 camels, even if black, by extraction or blackening, or by both, or by a latent disease, or by yellowness, if they were known, like blackness, or by its extreme looseness. If established for an adult before taking its indemnity, he takes it like the 4 wounds. It is returned regarding the return of sight, sexual potency, and the benefit of milk. Regarding the ear, if established, 2 interpretations. Blood money multiplies by its multiplication, except the benefit by its location. The woman equals the man up to a third of his blood money. Then she returns to her blood money. United action or ruling is combined, or the location regarding fingers, not teeth, wet nurses and bone shifters. Intent for error, even if she pardons. The blood money of the free for error is paid in installments without confession upon the clan and the offender if it reaches a third of the victim or the offender. What does not reach is immediate upon him. Like intent and emphasize blood money and what falls due to its lack, except what is not retaliated for of wounding due to its destruction. So it is upon them, and they are the agnates. It begins with the Diwan, if they give, then with them the nearest, then the nearest, then the higher clients, then the lower, then the treasury if the offender is Muslim. Otherwise the dhimmi, people of his religion. It is combined like the districts of Egypt. The outlying areas, people of his peace. It is levied upon everyone what does not harm. It is paid on behalf of a minor, a madman, a woman, a poor person, and a debtor, and they do not pay. The consideration is the time of the levy, not if an absent person arrives. It does not fall due to his insolvency or death. No entry for a Bedouin with a city dweller, nor a Syrian with an Egyptian absolutely, the complete in 3 years, due at the ends of them from the day of judgment. The third and 2/3 by ratio. It is paid in instalments regarding the 1/2 and 3/4 by thirds, then for the excess a year. The ruling of what is obligatory upon clans for a single crime is like the ruling for one like multiple crimes against it. Is its limit 700 or exceeding 1,000? 2 opinions. Upon the free Muslim killer, even if a minor, insane or partner, if he kills his like who is inviolable by error, the manumission of a neck, slave. For its inability, 2 months, like zihar, not an assailant, and one who kills himself, like his blood money. It is recommended regarding a fetus, a slave, intent, and a slave. Upon him absolutely 100 lashes and imprisonment for a year, even for killing a Magian or his slave, or the refusal of the plaintiff regarding lawth, suspicion, and his oath. Qasama, compurgation, its cause. Killing of a free Muslim in a place of suspicion, such as an adult free Muslim saying, "So-and-so killed me, even by error," or a person of wrath against a pious person, or a child against his parent that he slaughtered him, or a wife against her husband if wounded, or she released, and they clarified, not contradicted. Their retraction is not accepted, nor if some say, intentionally, and some, we do not know, or they refuse. Unlike the one of error, he has the oath and taking his share. If they differ regarding them, and are equal, each swears, and for all, blood, money, of error. The right of the one of intent is voided by the refusal of others. And like 2 witnesses to wounding or hitting absolutely, or by the acknowledgement of the killed intentionally, or in error, then death is delayed, he swears, that he died from his blow. Or by a witness to that absolutely if death is proven. Or by the acknowledgement of the killed intentionally, like his acknowledgement with a witness absolutely, or the acknowledgement of the killer in error only by a witness. If his 2 witnesses differ, it is void. And like the just witness only in witnessing the killing, or seeing him struggling in his blood while the accused is near him, and upon him are its traces. It is obligatory even if suspicion is multiple. It is not part of it to find him in the village of a people or their house. Even if 2 testify that he killed and entered among a group, each is made to swear 50. The blood money is upon them or upon the one who refuses without qasama. If rebels separate from dead bodies and the killer is not known, is there no qasama, nor retaliation absolutely? Or if stripped of bleeding and a witness, or regarding the witness only? Interpretations. If they interpreted, then void, like a marching army against a defending one. It is 50 consecutive oaths decisively. Even a blind person or absent swears it in error who inherits from the killed, even one or a woman. The oath is compelled upon the greater of its fraction, otherwise upon all. No one takes except after it. Then whoever is present swears his share. If they refuse, or some, the clan swears. Whoever refuses, his share is upon the most apparent view. Less than 2 male agnates do not swear in intent, otherwise clients. The guardian may seek help from his agnat. The guardian alone swears the most if it does not exceed half of it. It is distributed, and 2 who obey from more suffice. The refusal of the specific person is not considered unlike others, even if distant. So it is returned to the defendants, so each swears 50. Whoever refuses is imprisoned until he swears, and no help is sought. If some belie themselves, it is void, unlike his pardon, so the remainder has his share of the blood money. A minor is not waited for, unlike the unconscious and the one suffering pleurisy, unless no other is found. So the adult swears his share, and the minor with him. Blood money is obligatory by it in error, and retaliation in intent from one designated for it. Whoever establishes a witness to wounding or killing of a disbeliever, slave or fetus, swears once and takes the blood money. If he refuses, the wounding party is absolved if he swears. Otherwise, he is imprisoned. If she says, "My blood and my fetus are with so-and-so," kasama is therein, and nothing regarding the fetus, even if it cries out. Chapter regarding the explanation of the limit of the rebellious group and its rulings. The rebellious group, Baghiyya, a sect that opposed the Imam to prevent a right or to depose him. The just may fight them even if they interpret, like disbelievers. They are not enslaved, nor are their trees burned, nor their heads raised on spears, nor are they called by money. Their money is used against them if needed, then returned, like others. If they are secure, their defeated are not pursued, nor are their wounded finished off. It is disliked for a man to kill his father, and he inherits from him. The interpreter who destroys life or property is not liable. The judgment of his judge, and the had he established, is effective. A dhimmi with him is returned to his covenant. The obstinate is liable for life and property. The dhimmi with him is deficient. The fighting woman is like the man. Chapter regarding the explanation of the reality of apostasy and its rulings. Apostasy. The disbelief of a Muslim by explicit statement or an utterance that implies it, or an act that contains it, such as throwing a copy of the Qur'an in filth, fastening a belt, zunnah, magic, stating the pre-eternity of the world or its subsistence, or doubting that, or reincarnation of souls, or denying in every genus, or claiming partnership with his prophethood, peace be upon him, or by warring against a prophet, or allowing the acquisition of prophethood, or claiming that he ascends to the sky, or embraces the Huri, or deeming lawful, like drinking, not by God causing him to die as a disbeliever according to the correct view. Testimony is detailed regarding it. He is asked to repent for 3 days without hunger, thirst, or punishment. If he does not repent, if he repents, otherwise he is killed. She is absolved by 1 menstruation. The wealth of the slave belongs to his master, otherwise it is booty, fay. His child remains Muslim, as if he left. Whatever he committed intentionally against a slave is taken from him, or a dhimmi, not a free Muslim, such as if he fled to the abode of war, except the punishment of slander. Error is upon the treasury, like taking his crime against it. If he repents, his wealth is his. It is estimated like the Muslim in both. The killing of the secret apostate is without asking for repentance unless he comes repentant. His wealth goes to his heir. The excuse of one who became Muslim and said, "I became Muslim out of distress," is accepted if it appears, such as if he performed ablution and prayed, and his follower repeated. One who testifies but does not stand upon the pillars is disciplined, like a dhimmi sorcerer, if he does not introduce harm to a Muslim. Prayer, fasting, zakat, and hajj that preceded are dropped, and vows, expiation, oaths by God or by manumission, or zihar, and fortification and bequest, not divorce. The apostasy of an analyzer, muhalil, unlike the apostasy of a woman. A disbeliever who transfers to another disbelief is acknowledged. Judgment of Islam for one who did not discern due to minority or insanity is by the Islam of his father only, as if he discerned. Except the adolescent and the one left to it, so he is not compelled by killing if he refuses. His inheritance is suspended, and for the Islam of his captor if his father is not with him. The convert to Christianity from, like a prisoner upon willingness if his coercion is not proven. If he curses a prophet or an angel, or insinuates or curses or faults or slanders, or makes light of his right, or changes his description, or attaches deficiency to him, even regarding his body or his characteristic, or diminishes his rank, or abundance of knowledge, or asceticism, or attributes to him what is not permissible for him, or attributes to him what does not befit his position by way of disparagement, or it is said to him by the right of the messenger of God, and he curses and says, "I intended the scorpion," he is killed and not asked to repent as a had, unless the disbeliever becomes Muslim. If it appears that he did not intend disparagement due to ignorance or intoxication or recklessness. And regarding one who said, "No prayer of God upon him who prayed upon him," in answer to pray, or said, "Prophets are accused," in answer to, "You accuse me," or "All humans are touched by deficiency, even the Prophet, peace be upon him." 2 opinions. He is asked to repent regarding he was defeated, or if he announced believing him a liar or claimed prophethood, unless he keeps it secret according to the apparent view. He is disciplined by discretion in perform and complain to the Prophet, or if an angel cursed me, I would curse him, or O son of 1,000 dogs, or swine, or was reproached for poverty and said, "You reproach me for it," and the Prophet tended sheep, or said to an angry person, as if it is the face of Munkar or Malik, or cited some permissible thing regarding him in the world, as an argument for him or another, or likened a deficiency that befell him not by way of emulation, like if you lied, they lied, or cursed the Arabs or Banu Hashim, and said, "I intended the oppressors." It is intensified against him in, "Every owner of a hotel is a cuckold, even if he was a prophet." And regarding ugliness to one of his descendants, peace be upon him, with knowledge of it, such as if he traced lineage to him, or his saying bore it, or a just witness or group testified against him, he is hindered from killing. Or cursed one upon whose prophethood there is no consensus or a companion, and cursed God likewise. Regarding asking the Muslim to repent, disagreement, like one who said, "I encountered in my illness, what if I had killed Abu Bakr, and Umar I would not have deserved." Chapter regarding the limit of zina and its related matters. Zina, the intercourse of a responsible Muslim into the vagina of a human in whom he has no ownership by consensus, intentionally. Even sodomy, or approaching a stranger in the rear. or approaching a corpse other than a wife, or a minor who can be approached, or one hired for intercourse or other, or a female slave being manumitted or knowing her freedom, or one prohibited by perpetual affinity, or a fifth wife or a pawned one, or one of booty, or a female belligerent, or a irrevocably divorced woman, even in waiting. Is it even if she refused at once? 2 interpretations. Or a divorcee before consummation, or a manumitted woman without contract, such as her slave having intercourse with her, or an insane person, unlike the minor. Unless he is ignorant of the specific person or the ruling, if one like him is ignorant, except the obvious. Not lesbianism. He is disciplined by discretion, like a beast, and she is like others, in slaughter and eating. And one prohibited for a contingent reason, such as a menstruating woman, or a shared one, or a slave who does not become free, or a woman in waiting, or a daughter upon a mother he has not entered, or a sister upon her sister. Is it, except the sister of lineage, due to her prohibition by the book? 2 interpretations. And like a female slave made lawful. She is valued even if they refuse or coerced or sold at a high price, the most apparent and correct, such as if he claimed the purchase of a female slave, and the seller refused, and the one having intercourse swore. The chosen view is that the coerced is likewise, and the majority is against it. It is established by acknowledgement once, unless he retracts absolutely or flees, even in the had, and by proof. It does not fall by the testimony of 4 women to her virginity, and by pregnancy in an unmarried woman, and one with a master acknowledging it, and her claim of usurpation is not accepted without circumstantial evidence. The responsible free Muslim is stoned if he had legitimate intercourse after them by a binding marriage with moderate stones. The beginning of the proof is not known, then the Imam. Like a sodomite, absolutely, even 2 slaves or 2 disbelievers. The virgin free person is lashed 100, and halving applies to slavery, even if little. Fortification, ihsan of each, is independent of the other by manumission and intercourse after it. The free male only is exiled for a year. His wage is upon him. If he has no money, then from the treasury, like Fadak and Khaybar from Medina, so he is imprisoned for a year. If he returns, he is expelled a second time. The married woman is delayed for a menstruation. In lashes, moderation of air is considered. The ruler and the master establish it if he did not marry her to other than his ownership without his knowledge. If she denies intercourse after 20 years and the husband contradicts her, then the had. And from him regarding the man, it falls unless he acknowledges it or a child is born to him. Interpretations regarding the disagreement, or the husband's disagreement in the first only, or because he is silent, or because the second did not reach 20. If she says, "I committed adultery with him," and he claims intercourse and marriage, or they are found in a house and acknowledge it and claim marriage, or he claims it and she and her guardian verify him and say, "We did not witness," had is applied. Chapter regarding the explanation of the rulings of slander. Slandering a responsible free Muslim by denying lineage from a father or grandfather, not a mother, nor if rejected or by adultery, if he is responsible and chaste from intercourse that mandates the had by an organ and reached adulthood, such as she reached the age of intercourse, or carried even a cursing woman and her son, or referencing other than a father if it implies, mandates 80 lashes, even if repeated for one or a group, except after it, and half of it upon the slave, such as "You are not an adulterer," or "Your eye committed adultery," or "O coerced one," or "O chaste of private parts," or to an Arab, "You are not free," or "O Roman," such as attributing him to his uncle, unlike his grandfather. and as if he said, I am illegitimate, or child of adultery, or O ugly one, or cuckold, or O son of the traveller's station, or O possessor of the banner, or I did with her in her folds, not if he attributed a genus to another, even white to black, if he was not of the Arabs, or said to a client of another, I am better, or you have no origin or separation, or said to a group, one of you is an adulterer. He is punished regarding a passive homosexual if he does not act effeminate, and in O son of the Christian, or the blue one, if it was not so among his fathers, and in effeminate if he does not swear. He is disciplined in O son of the corrupt woman, or the immoral woman, or donkey, O son of the donkey, or I am chaste, or you are chaste, or O corrupt one, or O immoral one. If she says, by you, in answer to you committed adultery, she is punished for adultery and slander. He has the limit of his father and is deemed corrupt. The standing for it, even if he knew it of himself, like his heir, even after his death, of a child, and a father, and his father. Each has the standing, even if one closer exists. Pardon is before the Imam or after him, if he desires covering. Even if occurred in the had, it begins for them, unless a little remains, so the first completes. Chapter regarding the rulings of theft, and what relates thereto. The right hand is amputated and cauterized with fire, except for paralysis or the loss of most fingers, then his left leg, and erased for his left hand, then his hand, then his leg, then he is chastised and imprisoned. If an imam or other intends his left first, then retaliation and the had remain. Error suffices. So his right leg for the theft of a child from the custody of his like, or a quarter of a dinar, or 3 pure dirhams, or what equals them in the land legally. Even like water, or a hunting animal for teaching it, or its skin after slaughtering it, or the skin of a corpse if its tanning increased it to the quorum, nisab, or he thought it coins, or the garment empty, or the partnership of a minor, not a father, nor a bird for its response, nor that it completes repeatedly in a night, or they shared in carrying if each was independent, and did not alert to the quorum of another's property, even if its owner belied him, or took at night and claimed sending and was believed if plausible. Not his property from a pawnbroker and renter like his property before it left protected custody. Not wine and mandolin unless it equals a quorum after breaking, nor a dog absolutely, and a sacrifice after its slaughter unlike its meat from a poor person. Complete ownership in which he has no doubt. Even from the treasury or spoils or partnership money if veiled from him, and he stole above his right a quorum. Not the grandfather, even for a mother, nor from a denier or procrastinator for his right. Taken out from custody, hayats, such that the one placing therein is not considered negligent. Even if he did not take it out, or swallowed pearls, or anointed with what results in a quorum, or pointed to a sheep with fodder, and it went out, or the niche, or the tent, or what is in it, or a shop, or their courtyard, or a litter, or the back of a beast, even if hidden from them, or by a threshing floor, or the courtyard of a house for a stranger, if interdicted like the ship, or an inn for waits, or a husband in what is interdicted from him, or a parking place for a beast for sale or other, or a grave or sea, or for one who threw it for a shroud, or a ship at anchor, or everything in the presence of its owner, or from a close-buried pit or train and the like, or removed the door of the mosque or its roof, or took out its lamps or mats or rugs if left therein, or a bathhouse if he entered for theft, or tunnelled or scaled a wall, or with a guard who did not permit him in turning. The claimant of error, or carrying a slave who did not discern or deceived him is believed, or took it out in that of general permission to its place, not special permission like a guest from what was interdicted, even if he went out with it from all of it, nor if he moved it and did not take it out, nor in what is upon a minor or with him, nor upon an entrant who took from him the outgoing, nor if he snatched or forced or fled after taking it in custody, even to bring one to witness against him, or took a beast at the door of a mosque or market, or a garment part of which is on the road, or fruits hanging without a lock. 2 opinions. Otherwise, after its harvest, the third, if stacked, nor if he tunnelled only. Even if they met in the middle of the tunnel, or he tied it, and the one outside pulled it, amputation applies. Its condition is responsibility, so the free and slave and covenanted are amputated, even if for their like, except the slave for his master. It is established by acknowledgment if he obeys, otherwise no, even if he brings out the stolen goods or the eye of the killed. His retraction is accepted even without doubt. If he returns the oath and the plaintiff swears, or a man and 2 women testify, or one and he swears, or the master acknowledges, then liability without amputation. If the slave acknowledges, the reverse. Return of the property is obligatory, if not amputated absolutely, or amputated if he becomes solvent towards it from taking. The had falls if the limb falls by a heavenly cause, not by repentance and rectitude, even if their time is long. They overlap if the cause is united like slander and drinking, or repeated. Chapter regarding the explanation of the reality of the belligerent and his rulings, the belligerent, muharib, one who cuts off the road to prevent passage or take the property of a Muslim or other, in a manner where help is impossible. Even if alone in a city, like one who administers henbane for that, and one who deceives a child or other to take what is with him, and the entrant at night or day, in an alley or house fighting to take property. He is fought after appealing to him if possible. Then he is crucified, so he is killed, or the free person is exiled, like adultery and killing. Or his right hand and left leg are cut consecutively. And by killing, his killing is obligatory even by a disbeliever or by assistance, even if he comes repentant. The guardian has no right to pardon. It is recommended for the planner, killing, and the violent, amputation, and for other than them, and for one from whom it occurred as a slip, exile, and beating. The designation is for the imam, not for the one whose hand was cut and the like. The liability of each for all absolutely. He is pursued, like the thief. What is in their hands is paid to the one who claims it after waiting an oath or by the testimony of 2 men from the companions, not for themselves. Even if 2 testify that he is the one famous for it, it's established even if they did not witness it. Its had falls by coming to the imam willingly or abandoning what he is upon. Chapter regarding the explanation of the limit of the drinker of wine. By the drinking of the responsible Muslim of what its genus intoxicates voluntarily without excuse and necessity, and thinking it other, even if little or ignorant of the obligation of the had or the prohibition due to recent conversion, even a Hanafi drinking nabid. Its negation is corrected. 80 after his sobriety, halved by slavery even if little. If he acknowledges or 2 testify to drinking or smell, even if contradicted. It is permissible for coercion and choking not medicine, even coated. Punishments are by a whip and beating, moderate sitting without binding, and severe on his back and shoulders. The man and woman are stripped of what protects from the blow. It is recommended to place them in a basket. Chapter regarding discretionary punishment. The Imam chastises for disobedience to God or for the right of a human by imprisonment and blame, and by standing and removing the turban and beating with a whip or other, even if it exceeds the had or comes upon the life. He is liable for what spreads, like a doctor who was ignorant or negligent, or without valid permission. Even if a slave permitted bleeding or cupping or circumcision, and like kindling a fire on a windy day, and like the fall of a leaning wall, and he warned its owner, and rectification was possible, or bit him, and he pulled his hand so teeth were extracted, or looked at him from a niche, and he intended his eye. Otherwise, no, like the fall of a rain-spout, or sudden wind for a fire, like its burning while standing to extinguish it. Repelling an assailant is permitted after warning for the understanding one, even for property, and he intends killing him if he knows that he is not repelled except by it, not wounding if able to flee from him without hardship. What animals destroyed at night is upon their owner, even if it exceeds their value by his value, between hope and fear. Not by day, if no shepherd was with them, and they were released after the planting. Otherwise, upon the shepherd. Chapter regarding the explanation of the rulings of manumission and its related matters. Manumission is valid only from a responsible person without interdiction and encompassing debt. His creditor may reject it or part of it unless he knows, or it is long, or he acquires property. Even before the effectiveness of the sale, as a slave, no binding right attached to it, and by freeing the neck and liberation. Even on this day, without context of praise or oath or payment of tax, and without ownership or you have no way over me, except for an answer, and by I gave you yourself, and by give me drink or go or depart with intention. He becomes free upon the seller if he and the buyer suspended upon sale and purchase. And by corrupt purchase in, if I buy you, such as if he bought himself corruptly, and the share, and the mudabar, and the mother of the child of his slave from his female slave, even after his oath, and initialization regarding one he owns, or to me, or my slave, or my slaves, or my chattel, not the slaves of his slaves, like I own him forever. It is obligatory by vow and not judged except by a specific house. And it is in its specificity and generality. It is prevented from intercourse and sale in the form of oath breach and manumission of a limb and giving possession to the slave and its answer, like divorce, except for a term. And one of you two, so he has the choice. And if you become pregnant, you are free. He has intercourse with her in every purity once. If he makes his manumission for two, neither is independent if they are not messengers. If he says, if you two enter, and one enters, nothing upon him regarding them. He becomes free by the mere ownership, the parents even if high, and the child if low, like a daughter, and brother and sister absolutely. Even by gift or charity or bequest, if the giver knew, even if he did not accept. Loyalty is his. He does not complete in a part that an adult did not accept or a minor guardian accepted or did not accept. Not by inheritance or purchase. And he has a debt, so he is sold. And by judgment, if he intended disfigurement to his slave, or the slave of his slave, or to a young child, not a fool and a slave and a dhimmi to his like, and a wife and a sick person in excess of the third, and a debtor, such as pulling a nail and cutting part of an ear, or body, or tooth, or filing it, or slitting a nose, or shaving the hair of a high-status female slave, or the beard of a merchant, or branding the face with fire, not other. And in other than it therein, two opinions. The word belongs to the master in denying intent, not in manumission for money, and by judgment all of him, if he manumitted a part, and the rest is his. It remained for another, if he paid the value on his day. If the manumitted was Muslim, or the slave, even if he was solvent with it or part of it, then its equivalent. It exceeded the estate of the bankrupt, even if his manumission occurred by his choice, not by inheritance, even if he initiated manumission, not if he was partially free. It is valued upon the first, otherwise upon their shares if solvent, otherwise upon the solvent. It is hastened in the third of a sick person secure, and not valued upon a dead person who did not bequeath. It is valued completely with his money after the refusal of his partner to manumit and annulment to him sold from him, and the deferral of the second, or his tadbir. He does not transfer after his choice of one of them. If judged to prevent it due to his insolvency, it proceeds like before it, then he became solvent if it was clear insolvency. The slave attended, and his rulings before it, like the pure slave. Nor is the labour of the slave binding, nor acceptance of another's money, nor perpetual value in the responsibility of the insolvent by the partner's consent. Whoever manumits his share for a term is valued upon him to manumit all of him then, unless the second decides, so the share of the first remains as is. If he manages, tadbir, his share, they evaluate to enslave all of him or manage. If the manumitter claims his defect, he has his oath. If the master permits or allows the manumission of his slave a part, it is valued in the master's money. If sale of the manumitted is needed, he is sold. If he manumits the first child, he does not manumit the second, and dies. If he manumits a fetus, or manages it, free. Even for most of the pregnancy, unless for a husband sent upon her, then for the least. She is sold if debt preceded manumission and becomes a slave, not accepted by sale or manumission. The purchase of a guardian of one who becomes free upon a minor child with his money is not allowed, nor a slave not permitted of one who becomes free upon his master. If a slave pays money to one who buys him, if he says, "Buy me for yourself," nothing is upon him if he excluded his money. Otherwise he owes it and is sold in it. No return for him upon the slave, and loyalty belongs to him, like to manumit me. If he says, "For myself," then free, and his loyalty to his seller if he excluded his money. Otherwise slave. If he manumits slaves in his illness, or bequeaths their manumission, even if he named them, and the third does not bear them, or bequeaths the manumission of a third of them, or a number he named from more. Lots are cast, like division, unless he orders, so follow, or says a third of each, or their halves, or their thirds. His master follows with debt if he did not exclude his money. He becomes a slave if a witness testifies to his slavery or debt preceded, and he swore. Waiting is done with the money if a witness testifies to loyalty or to that they never ceased hearing that he is his client or his heir, and he swore. If one of the heirs testifies or acknowledges that his father manumitted a slave, it is not allowed nor valued upon him. If he testifies against his partner regarding the manumission of his share, the share of the witness is free if his partner is solvent. The majority is on its negation, like his insolvency. Chapter regarding the explanation of the reality of tadbir and its rulings. Tadbir. The suspension by a rational responsible person, even a wife in excess of the third, of manumission upon his death. Not upon a bequest like, "If I die of this illness of mine, or this journey, or free after my death," as long as he does not reject it and did not suspend it, or "You are free after my death by a day," by "I managed you," and "You are mudabar," or free from my back, dubur. The tadbir of a Christian for a Muslim is effective, and he is hired for him. It includes the pregnancy with her, like a child for a mudabar from his female slave after him, and she becomes a mother of a child by it, if free. The father is presented over him in difficulty. The master may remove his money if he does not fall ill, and pledge him and contract him, not take him out without freedom, and annul his sale if he does not become free. Loyalty is his for a contracted slave. If he commits a crime, if he redeems him, otherwise he surrenders his service in equivalence and shares with the victim secondly, and returns if he fulfills. If he becomes free by the death of his master, he is pursued for the remainder or part of it by his share. The heir has the choice in surrendering what was enslaved or releasing it and valuing with his money. If the third bears only part of him, he becomes free, and his money remains in his hand. If his master has a deferred debt upon a solvent present person, he is sold for cash. If his absence is near, his seizure is waited for, otherwise sold. If the absent arrives, or the destitute becomes solvent after his sale, he becomes free from him wherever he is. You are free before my death by a year, if the master is solvent, is not paused. If he dies, it is considered. If sound, he is pursued for service and becomes free from the capital, otherwise from the third and not pursued. If not solvent, the yield of a year is paused, then the master is given from what was paused, what served its like. Tadbir is void by killing his master intentionally, and by the debt encompassing him and the estate, and part of it by exceeding the third. He has the status of slavery even if his master dies, until he becomes free in what is found then. You are free after my death and the death of so-and-so, free from the third also, and no return for him. If he says after the death of so-and-so by a month, then manumitted for a term from the capital. Chapter regarding the explanation of the rulings of the contract of writing and the makatib. It is recommended to contract manumission for those of virtue, and to reduce a part at the end. The slave is not compelled to it. Taken from it is compulsion by "I contracted you" and the like for such. Its appearance implies the condition of instalments. Disagreement is corrected. It is permissible with uncertainty, like a runaway and fetus and slave of so-and-so. Not pearls not described, or like wine. He returns to the contract of his like. Annulment of what is upon him in deferred, or like gold for silver, and vice versa. The contract of a guardian regarding his ward for interest. The contract of a female slave and minor even without money and earning. Sale of a contract or part not an instalment. If he fulfills, loyalty to the first, otherwise slave to the buyer. Acknowledgement of a sick person of receiving it if he inherits other than kalala, collateral, and his contract without favoritism, otherwise in his third. The contract of a group to an owner, distributed upon their strength for performance on the day of contract. And they, even if one becomes chronically ill, are guarantors absolutely, so the whole is taken from the solvent. He returns if he does not become free upon the payer, and was not a spouse, and nothing falls from them by the death of one. The master may manumit a strong one among them if all agree and are strong. If he refuses, then they fail. His manumission is valid. The choice is therein. The contract of two partners with one money, not one of them. Or with two monies, and with united by two contracts, so it is annulled. The consent of one to present the other. he returns for inability by his share, as if he settled with his permission from 20 to 10. If he fails, the settler has the choice between returning what he favoured his partner with and surrendering his share as a slave. No return for him upon the permitter, even if he grasped the most. If he dies, the permitter takes his money without decrease if he left it, otherwise nothing for him. The manumission of one places for his money unless he intended manumission, like, if you do, half of you is free, then he contracted him, then did. Half is placed, and he becomes a slave completely if he fails. The contracted slave without permission has sale and purchase and partnership and speculative partnership and contract and appointing a successor to contract his female slave and surrendering her or redeeming her if she committed a crime by discretion and travel in which no instalment falls due, and acknowledgment in his neck and dropping his preemption. Not manumission, even a relative and gift and charity, and marriage and acknowledgment of error crime, and travel far except by permission. He has self-incapacitation if they agree, and no money appears for him, so he becomes a slave. Even if money appears for him, like if he fails regarding a thing, or was absent at the term and has no money. The judge annuls and waits for one he hopes for, like the cutting, even if he stipulated otherwise, and grasp if his master is absent even before its term. It is annulled if he dies even from money, unless for a child or other, entered with him by condition or other, so paid immediately. He inherits who is with him in the contract, only from whom becomes free upon him. If he did not leave fulfilment, and his child was strong for striving, they strive. His leaving is left to the child if secure, like his mother of a child. If the compensation is found defective or entitled described, like specific even by suspicion if he has no money. The contract of a disbeliever to a Muslim proceeds, and sold as if he became Muslim, and sold with him who is in his contract. He atones by fasting. Stipulation of intercourse with the female contracted slave, and exception of her pregnancy, or what is born to her, and what is born to a contracted slave from his female slave after the contract or little, like service if he fulfills, is void. If he fails regarding a thing or indemnity of a crime, even against his master, slave, like the pure slave. Disciplined, if he has intercourse without dowry, and upon him decrease of the coerced. If she becomes pregnant, she has the choice in remaining and motherhood of the child, unless for weak ones with her or strong ones. They did not agree. Her share is dropped if she chooses motherhood. If he is killed, the value to the master. Is it as a slave or contracted? Interpretations. If he buys one who becomes free upon his master, valid and free if he fails. The word belongs to the master in the contract, and performance not the amount, and genus and term. If a group helps him, if they did not intend charity, they return for the surplus. And upon the master for what he grasped if he fails, otherwise no. If he bequeaths his contract, then contract of the like if the third bears it. If he bequeaths an instalment to him, if the third bears its value, allowed. Otherwise the heir must allow or manumit what the third bears. If he bequeaths to a man his contracted slave, or what is upon him, or his manumission, allowed if the third bears the value of his contract, or the value of the neck, on condition that he is contracted. You are free on condition that upon you is 1,000, or and upon you is 1,000. Manumission and money are binding. The slave has the choice in commitment and rejection in, you are free on condition that you pay, or perform, or if you give, or the like. Chapter regarding the explanation of the rulings of the mother of the child. If the master acknowledges intercourse and no oath, if he denies, such as if he sought innocence by menstruation and negated him, and she gave birth at 6 months. Otherwise, he is attached to him even if she came at more. If proof established emission of a clot, then above even by 2 women, like her claim of miscarriage, they saw its trace, free from the capital. Her child from another and debt preceding does not return him. Like the purchase of his wife, pregnant not with a child preceded, or child from doubtful intercourse, except a contracted female slave, or his child. Isolation or intercourse in the rear or thighs does not repel it if he ejaculated. Her leasing is permissible with her consent, and manumission for money. He has little service and much in her child from another, and indemnity of crime against them. If he dies, then to his heir, and enjoyment of her and removing her money as long as he does not fall ill. Her marriage is disliked for him even with her consent. Her misfortune, if sold, is from her seller. Her manumission is returned. She is redeemed if she committed a crime by the least of the value on the day of judgment and the indemnity. If he says in his illness, "She bore from me," and she has no child, believed if a child inherits him. If a sick person acknowledges having a child or manumission in his health, she does not become free from a third nor from capital. If a partner has intercourse and she conceives, he is liable for the share of the other. If he is insolvent, choice in pursuing him for the value on the day of intercourse, or selling her for that. He follows him with what remains, and with half the value of the child if they had intercourse in purity. Then the physiognomists, even if a dhimmi or slave. If she associates them, then Muslim and governor. If one reaches adulthood as if not found, they inherit him if he dies first. The mother of his child is forbidden to an apostate until he becomes Muslim. She is suspended like his mudabbar if he flees to the abode of war. Her contract is not permissible. She becomes free if she pays. Section regarding the explanation of the rulings of loyalty. Loyalty belongs to a manumitter even by sale from himself or manumission of another for him without permission, or he did not know of his manumission until he became free. Except a disbeliever who manumitted a Muslim and a slave if he removes his money. And from Muslims loyalty belongs to them like a sa'iba, disliked. If the slave becomes Muslim, loyalty returns by the Islam of the master. And pulling the child of the manumitted, like the children of the manumitted female, if they possess no lineage from a free person except for slavery or manumission to another and his manumitter. If the father manumits or acknowledges, loyalty returns to his manumitter from the manumitter of the grandfather and the mother. The word belongs to the manumitter of the father, not hers, unless she delivers under 6 months from her manumission. If one testifies to loyalty, or 2, that they never ceased hearing that he is his client or cousin, it is not established, but he swears and takes the money after waiting. The agnity of lineage is presented, then the manumitter, then his agnates. Like prayer, then the manumitter of his manumitter. A female does not inherit if she did not direct it by manumission or pulling loyalty by birth or manumission. If a son and daughter buy their father, then the father buys a slave, then the slave dies after the father, the son inherits him. If he dies for a son first, the daughter has half for her manumission of half the manumitted, and the quarter because she is the manumitter of half his father. If the son dies, then the father, the daughter, has half by the womb, and quarter by loyalty, and eighth by pulling it. Chapter regarding the explanation of the rulings of bequest. The bequest of a discerning free person possessing, even if foolish or minor. Is it if his word is not contradictory, or he bequeathed a pious act? 2 interpretations. And a disbeliever except with wine for a Muslim to one whose ownership is valid, like one who will be if he cries out. Distributed to his number by word or understood signal. Acceptance of the specific person is a condition after death, so ownership is his by death. Valued with yield, obtained after it. If he did not perform Hajj, slavery for permission, in accepting it like his bequest for his manumission. The maidservant of intercourse is given choice and has transfer. Valid for the slave of his heir if united or with a trivial thing intended for the slave. And for a mosque and spent in its interests. And for a dead person he knew of his death, then in his debt or his heir. And for a dhimmi and killer if the testator knew the cause, otherwise 2 interpretations, void by his apostasy, and bequest for sin, and for an heir like other in excess of the 3rd on the day of execution. If allowed, then a gift, even if he said, if they do not allow, then for the poor, unlike the reverse. And by retraction in it, even in illness, by word or sale, and manumission, and contract, and having a child, and harvesting crops, and weaving yarn, and crafting silver, and stuffing cotton, and slaughtering a sheep, and tailoring cloth. And bequest in illness or journey negated. He said, if I die in them. Even by a book, and he did not bring it out or brought it out, then retrieved it after them. Even if he made it absolute. Not if he did not retrieve it or said whether occurs, or built the plot, and they shared like his bequest of a thing to Zayd, then to Amr, not by pledge and marriage of a slave, and his teaching and intercourse, nor if he bequeathed a 3rd of his money, then sold it like his clothes, and replaced others, or a garment, then sold it, then bought it, unlike its like. Nor if he plastered the house, or dyed the garment, or mixed the flour. For the legatee is its increase. Regarding the decrease of the plot, 2 opinions. If he bequeaths a bequest after another, the 2 bequests are like 2 types. And dirhams and ingots and gold and silver, otherwise the most of them. Even if preceded. If he bequeaths to his slave his 3rd, he becomes free if the 3rd bears him and takes the rest, otherwise valued in his money. The poor enters into the destitute like the reverse. And in relatives and wombs and family, his relatives on his mother's side, if no relatives on the father's side. The heir like other, unlike his relatives. The needy distant one is preferred unless for clarification, so the brother and his son are presented over the grandfather, not specified. The wife in his neighbours, not a slave with his master. Regarding a small child and virgin, 2 opinions. The fetus in the female slave if he did not exclude it. The lower in clients. The fetus in the child. The Muslim on the day of bequest in his Muslim slaves, not the clients in Tamim or their sons, nor the disbeliever in the wayfarer. Generalization is not binding like warriors. He exerted like Zayd with them. Nothing for his heir before division. He struck for unknown then, more in the 3rd. Is it divided by shares? 2 opinions. The one bequeathed to be bought for manumission is increased to a 3rd of his value, then weighted, then inherited. And by sale to whom he loves after decrease and refusal. And purchase for so-and-so, and he refused out of miserliness void. And for increase, then to the legatee. And by his sale for manumission, his 3rd decreased. Otherwise the heir has choice in selling him, or manumitting his 3rd, or judging with it for so-and-so in for him, and by manumission of a slave not going out from the third of the present, paused, if for few months. Otherwise, manumission of a third of the present is hastened, then completed from him. The permission of the heir is binding in an illness he did not recover from afterwards, unless an excuse appears by being in his maintenance, or debt, or authority, unless he swears one whose like is ignorant that he was ignorant that he had the right of rejection. Not by health, even if, like travel, the heir becomes non-heir, and vice versa considered outcome even if he did not know. He exerts in the price of purchase for zihar or for voluntary by the amount of money. If he named a little involuntary, or the third was little, he shared with it in a slave. Otherwise, the last instalment of a contracted slave. If he becomes free, then debt appears returning it, or part of it, the counterpart becomes slave. If he dies after his purchase and did not become free, another is bought for the amount of the third, and by a sheep or by number from his money, shared by the part. If nothing remains except what he named, it is his if the third bears it. Not a third of my sheep, so they die. If he has no sheep, he has an average sheep. If he says, from my sheep, and he has no sheep, void. Like manumission of a slave from his slaves, so they died. Presented for tightness of the third, freeing a captive, then mudabar of health, then dowry of a sick person, then zakat he bequeathed, unless he admits its arrival and bequeaths, then from capital. Like cultivation and livestock, even if he did not bequeath it. Then breaking fast, then expiation of zihar and killing. Lots cast between them, then expiation of his oath, then breaking fast of Ramadan, then for negligence, then the vow, then the separated and mudaba of illness, then the one bequeathed for his manumission, specifically with him, or he buys, or for like a month, or with money. So he hastened it. Then the bequeathed for his contract, and the manumitted with money, and the manumitted for a term, after then the manumitted for a year over more, then by manumission not specified, then hajj unless for necessity, so they share. Like manumission not specified and specified other and his part. The sick person has purchase of one who becomes free upon him by his third, and inherits. Not if he bequeaths the purchase of his son and manumission. The son is presented over other. If he bequeaths the benefit of a specific or what is not in it, or by manumission of his slave after his death by a month, and the third does not bear his value, the heir has choice between allowing or releasing a third of all, and by the share of his son or his like, then by all. Not make him an heir with him, or attach him to him, so excess, and by the share of one of his heirs, then by a part of the number of their heads, and by a part or share, then by a share of his inheritance. Regarding its double being its like, or two likes, hesitation, and by benefits of a slave inherited from the legatee, even if he limited it by time so like the renter. If he kills, the heir has retaliation or value, like if he committed a crime, unless the served or heir redeems him, so it continues. She and mudabar, if in illness, in what was known, entered in it and in the life grant, umrah. Regarding a ship or slave famous for their destruction, then safety appeared, two opinions, not in what he acknowledged in his illness or bequeathed to an heir. Even if established that he contracted its writing or read it, and did not call to witness or say, execute it, not executed. It is recommended therein to present the testimony. They have testimony even if he did not read it nor opened. Executed even if the bequest was with him. If they testify to what is in it and what remained for so-and-so, then he died, so opened so in it, and what remained for the poor, divided between them. And I wrote it with so-and-so, so believe him, or I bequeathed him my third, so believe him, believed if he did not say, to my son. And my executor only generalizes, and upon such specific to it, like my executor until so-and-so arrives, or until my wife marries. If he marries a bequeathed upon sale of his estate, and grasping his debts valid. Only a father or executor like a mother, if little and no guardian exercises authority over the interdicted. Inherited from her to a responsible, Muslim just sufficient. Even blind, and a woman and a slave. Disposes with permission of his master. If the elders want sale of a bequeathed, bought for the younger. Arrival of corruption removes him. The executor does not sell a slave good at managing them, nor the estate except in presence of the adult, nor divided upon an absent without a judge, for two carrying upon cooperation. If one dies or they differ, the judge. Neither has bequest nor dividing property, otherwise liable. The executor has exacting debt and delaying it by view and maintenance upon the child by custom. And in his circumcision and wedding and Eid and paying maintenance to him, I said, and removing his fitrah and zakat, and raising to the judge, if a Hanafi judge, and paying his money, speculative partnership and goods. He does not work with it, and purchase from the estate. Reviewed by view, except like 2 donkeys, little price, and trades with them in presence and travel. He has removing himself in the life of the testator, even if he accepted not after them. If he refuses acceptance after death, no acceptance for him after. The word is his in amount of maintenance, not in date of death, and paying his money after his adulthood. Chapter regarding the fixed shares, inheritance. There shall be extracted from the estate of the deceased a right attached to a specific asset, like the pawned and a slave who committed a crime. Then the costs of his provisioning by custom. Then his debts are paid. Then his bequests from the third of the remainder. Then the remainder to his heir. Of the possessor of the half. The husband, daughter, daughter of a son, if no daughter. Germain sister, or for father, if no germain, and makes agnate each, a brother equalling her, and the grandfather the first 2, and the last 2, for their multiplicity the 2/3, for the second with the first, the 6th, even if many. A son above her blocks her, and 2 daughters above her, except the son in her degree, absolutely or below, then agnate, and a sister for father or more with the german, or more likewise, except that the brother only makes agnate. The quarter, husband with branch and wife or more. The 8th, for her or them with branch attaching. The 2/3 for the possessor of the half if multiple. The 3rd for mother and her 2 children or more. A child blocks her from the 3rd to the 6th, even if low, and 2 brothers or 2 sisters absolutely, and she has a 3rd of the remainder in husband and parents, and wife and parents. The 6th, for the one of the mother's children absolutely, dropped by son and his son and daughter, even if low, and father and grandfather, and the father, or the mother with child, even if low, and the grandmother or more. The mother drops her absolutely, and the father, the grandmother from his side, the near from the mother's side, the far from the father's side. Otherwise they share. And one of the shares of the grandfather not linked by female. He has with brothers or sisters germain, or for father the choice of the 3rd or division. The germain returns by other, then returns. Like the germain sister with her money, if no grandfather. He has, with possessor of share with her, the sixth or third of remainder or division. Not assigned for a sister with him, except in the Agdariya and Gara. Husband and grandfather, and mother and sister germain, or for father. So assigned for her and him, then he divides with her. If her place was a brother for father, and with him brothers for mother dropped. And for an agnate he inherits the money or the remainder after the share. And he is the son, then his son. Each makes agnate, his sister. Then the father, then the grandfather and brothers as preceded, the germain then for the father. He is like the germane at his absence, except in the himariya and the shared. Husband and mother, or grandmother, and two brothers for mother and germane alone, or with other. So they share the brothers for mother, the male, like the female. The germane sister, who is like the agnate for a daughter, or daughter of a son, or more, also drops him. Then their sons, then the german uncle, then for father, then the uncle of the grandfather, the nearest, then the nearest, even if not german. With equality, the germane is presented absolutely. Then the manumitter as preceded, then his agnates. Like prayer, then the manumitter of his manumitter. No inheritance for female if she did not direct it by manumission or pulling it. And Beit al-Mal. No return and no payment to owners of wombs. Inherits by share and agnation the father then, the grandfather with daughter, even if low like son of uncle of brother for mother. Possessor of two shares inherits by the stronger. Even if agreed in the two Muslims, like mother or daughter of sister. The money of the free person of the book paying jizya to people of his religion from his district. The roots 2, 4, 8, 3, 6, 12, and 24. The half from 2, the quarter from 4, the eighth from 8, the third from 3, the sixth from 6, the quarter and third or sixth from 12, the eighth and third or sixth from 24. What has no share in it? Its root is the number of its agnates, and double for the male over the female. If shares increase, increased, all. The increasing, the 6 to 7 and 8 and 9 and 10, and the 12 to 13 and 15 and 17, and the 24 to 27, wife and parents and two daughters, and it is the minbariya by the saying of Ali. Its eighth became a ninth. Every category whose arrows broke upon it is returned to its agreement, otherwise left, and compare between two, taking one of the two likes or more, the inter-entering. And the product of striking one of them in the agreement of the other, if they agree, otherwise in all of it, if they differ. Then between the product and the third, then likewise. And strike in the increase all also. In the two categories, 12 forms, because every category either agrees its arrows, or differs, or agrees one and differs the other. Then each either enters, or agrees, or differs, or equals. Entry is one annihilating the other first. Otherwise, if one remains, then differing. Otherwise, agreement by ratio of single to the number annihilating lastly. And for each, from the estate, by ratio of his luck from the issue. Or divide the estate upon what the issue was corrected from, like husband and mother and sister. For the husband, 3, and the estate, 20. So the 3 from 8 is quarter and eighth, so he takes 7 1/2. If one takes goods, he takes by his arrow. If you want to know its value, make the issue arrows of other than the taker, then make for his arrows from that ratio. If 5 increases to take, so add it to the 20, then divide. If some die before division, and the remainder inherit him. like 3 sons, 1 died, or some. Like husband with them, and not their father, so like non-existence. Otherwise, correct the first, then the second. If the share of the second is divided upon his heirs, like son and daughter died, and left sister and agnate, both correct. Otherwise, agree between his share and what his issue was corrected from, and strike the agreement of the second in the first. Like 2 sons and 2 daughters, 1 died and left wife and daughter, and 3 sons of a son. Whoever has something from the first, struck for him in the agreement of the second, and whoever has something from the second, then in the agreement of arrows of the second. If they do not agree, strike what his issue was corrected from in what the first was corrected from. Like death of one for son and daughter. If one of the heirs acknowledges only an heir, he has what the acknowledgement decreased him. You work the obligation of denial, then the obligation of acknowledgement, then look what is between them of entry and differing and agreement. The first and second, like 2 germain sisters and agnate, 1 acknowledged a germain sister, or germain brother, and the third, like 2 daughters and son, acknowledged a son. If a son acknowledges a daughter, and daughter a son, denial from 3, and his acknowledgement from 4, and it is from 5, so strike 4 in 520. Then, in 3, the son returns 10, and it is 8. If a pregnant wife and one of his 2 brothers acknowledge that she gave birth alive, denial from 8, like acknowledgement and obligation of the son from 3, strike in 8. If he bequeaths a common share, like quarter or part of 11, take the denominator of the bequest. Then, if the remainder is divided upon the obligation, like 2 sons, and he bequeathed the third so clear. Otherwise, agree between remainder and issue, and strike the agreement in the denominator of the bequest, like 4 children. Otherwise, its whole like 3. If he bequeaths a 6th and 7th, strike 6 in 7, then in the root of the issue or in its agreement. Neither curser nor cursed and her twins are germain inherit, nor slave. To the master of the partially manumitted all his inheritance, only the contracted inherits, nor killer intentionally aggressively, even if he comes with suspicion like erroneous from blood money. Nor differ in religion like Muslim with apostate or other, and like Jew with Christian and other than them a religion. Judged between disbelievers by judgment of the Muslim, if some do not refuse unless some become Muslim. So likewise, if they were not people of the book, otherwise by their judgment. Not one whose delay of death is unknown. Division is suspended for pregnancy, and money of the missing for judgment of his death. If his testator dies, estimated alive and dead, and the doubted is suspended. If the period of aging passes, then like unknown. So possessor of husband and mother and sister and missing father, then upon his life from 6 and his death likewise, and increases to 8, and strike agreement in all by 24. For the husband 9, and for mother 4, and the remainder is suspended. If it appears he is alive for husband 3, and for father 8, or his death or passing period of aging for sister 9, and for mother 2. For the ambiguous hermaphrodite, half shares of male and female. Correct the issue on estimates, then strike agreement, or all, then in 2 states of hermaphrodite take from every share of the 2. Half, and 4 the quarter. So what gathers? Share of each, like male and hermaphrodite. So masculinity from 2 and femininity from 3, strike 2 in its 6. Then in 2 states of hermaphrodite, for him in masculinity, 3, and in femininity, 2 half of them, 2 and half. And for the male in masculinity, 3, and in femininity, 4, so half of them 3.5. And like 2 hermaphrodites and agnate, then 4 states ending at 24 for each 11, and for agnate 2. If he urinates from one, or was bigger or preceded, or beard grew for him, or breast, or menstruation occurred, or semen, then no ambiguity.